where they're
Good
going to be
morning,
released
Comic-Con!
No.
Welcome to day 3 of Marvel
know
Live at
we're
San
not
Diego
gonna be
Comic-Con
live.
2017. I'm Ryan
Yeah.
Panagos,
Great.
a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
And I'm Jess Brohart, host of Marvel Gaming.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be a day and a half, and we're gonna cram that all into the next 6 hours. I don't know how we're gonna do it.
But
you know how we're gonna do it? You?
Yeah, I think it'll be
don't know.
fine. Like
We're gonna do
pros,
it
like the pros
best
we
can.
are.
But right now on the stage are the Defenders. We're going to give you the Defenders real soon.
Yes.
Before we do that, just a quick look what's going on today. There's a panel with Russell Bobbitt, who does he's like the prop master for Marvel Studios films. So like all the cool things that you see, the weapons, the items for the
Is
films.
he speaking on a panel?
He's going to be doing a panel.
Oh, that's
We're going to have him
awesome.
on the show later today, talking
Yes.
about the panel, his life, the work that he does. We have a Marvel animation panel happening
Oh,
today,
sweet.
which is great. There's going to be maybe some news. Who knows? We'll see.
Such a tease, Ryan.
I know. I've got to keep the secrets.
Yeah, of course.
Lego Marvel Superheroes 2 panel, which
Yes.
I am hosting, and I will
Don't miss
confirm,
that.
We've got reveals. We've got things that we're going to...
Things that I don't even know?
I don't know. You may not know them yet. Yeah, because we've only been showing them to the people on the panel.
All
so yeah, we'll talk
right.
about that a little bit later with you, Jess. The Black Eyed Peas have a panel for their Masters of the Sun graphic novel. That's going to be later today. Marvel's Cup of Joe, which is always a huge panel, hosted by Chief Creative Officer Joe Quesada. That is happening today. Maybe some announcements in there. You know, could be. There's
So
a
secretive.
There's a Hasbro panel yesterday. If you didn't see it, you could probably catch it on YouTube or on Marvel.com. The clipped version of our piece with Hasbro, where we revealed 4 new figures, which was awesome. We've got the Hasbro panel today. And then, crushing it, ending the day here at Comic-Con, Marvel Studios, Hall H. I'm going to be there live tweeting, so you won't see me for Good Night Comic-Con, but you
Oh.
can catch me doing all the live updates. Who knows what we're going to see? I mean, I know. I literally know all that we're going to see. And
But
we're
he's
gonna
not
talk about.
telling us.
I can't talk about it. It's very exciting. It's been a great day so far, and it's literally only been like an hour and a half since the doors opened. It's wild.
And in addition to all
yeah.
that awesome good stuff, there's also going to be a Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite live gameplay demo on the big stage here at the Marvel
Yes.
booth. I'm very excited for that. We're going to be talking to, I believe, Danny Koo, and I think our second guest has not yet been confirmed, but it's going to be somebody else from Marvel Games
it's going to
talking
be
about
someone from Capcom. So we'll
someone
have
from Capcom.
Marvel Games
Great.
and Capcom.
There we go.
Talk about the game
Both
with
sides
you. It's going to be
represent.
really great.
Because as you guys know, there were a couple announcements made at the Marvel Games panel on Thursday, was that?
I don't know. We've been here for 2 years, I think.
Yeah, so Thursday. I think
at some
Thursday
point
was
in
the
past.
panel, in case you guys missed it. So we'll kind of go back over what some of those awesome announcements were, and then, of course, we're going to have that live gameplay demo. I'm so excited for that.
Yes. If you guys are excited about what you're seeing on the stream, want to know
Yes.
anything, use the hashtag MarvelSDCC. I've got my Twitter box.
And what are they saying
going.
on Twitter, Ryan?
Always on Twitter. I'm pulling up the tweets. You know, we've got, there's a great photo of a cosplayer. She's cosplaying as Wasp. That's
Aw.
great. I'm sure you can't see that.
I
Hello
kinda
from the
saw it,
Czech
but they can't.
Republic.
Oh.
Dialgon says, hello from the Czech Republic.
Well, hello
what are
to
we
the
most
Czech
excited
Republic.
for today? I don't know. There's so
What
much
are we most
going
excited for?
on.
Oh,
Yeah, what are
this
you?
is like the big day. See, that's the thing is, you know, every day at Comic-Con is always exciting, but I have always thought of Saturday as like the big day at Comic-Con because it feels like it has the most attendees, the most panels, the most special guests.
Yeah.
And also, aren't we doing a Thor signing at
Oh
the
my
Marvel
gosh,
booth later?
yeah.
Did you mention that?
So today I think we have 4 major signings. We started the day with the Defenders.
Of course.
The Gifted cast and crew coming. Marvel Studios Black Panther.
Yes.
Marvel Studios Thor Ragnarok.
Yes.
That's happening today.
Yes. What are the times on this? I know
I
Thor
have
Ragnarok
no
is
idea.
2 p.m., I believe.
Sure.
2 p.m., Thor Ragnarok right here at the Marvel booth. I'm assuming that many of you are watching from home, which is fantastic. And just a quick reminder for those who are watching from home, if you are not yet a Marvel Insider, be sure to sign up to become a Marvel Insider, of course. Marvel.com/insider. Super easy to remember. If you did not already know, you get points just for sitting on your couch, in your chair, wherever you are, and watching this right here, right now. Now, if you are here on the show floor watching on your phone, that's awesome, good for you. Be sure to stop by at 2 p.m. for the Thor Ragnarok signing, and you can also sign up Marvel.com/insider. If you pick up some merch from our booth, you get points. If you watch the stream, you get points. There are so many ways to earn points, and it's so easy and free. Just do it.
Yes. Well said.
Thank you.
We've got, so those signings, those big things, we are going to have probably footage from a lot of those signings on the live stream. So what you need to do is make sure you're going to marvel.com/SDCC2017 if you're watching this on YouTube. Go to the website and make sure you look at the schedule, because we said, hey, this is what our show's going to be. This is what we're going to try to stick to. There's going to be little additions like the Defenders coming up, but we're going to have live gameplay. We're going to have live episodes of Thwip. We're going to have more stuff going on, so you can find the actual schedule for the live stream on the website. Check that out. More tweets coming in. Denton Paris says, we ready for everything. I literally don't think you are ready for everything. You may think
because
you are.
they don't even know everything that's coming. You know, we've only given them a small fraction of what they can see, what you guys can see here at Comic-Con Day 3. So
Michael
you're not ready
Sarson,
for everything.
Yeah, no, they're not. Michael Sarson says, good morning, or should I say afternoon from England?
Depending on where you are, yep.
Yeah. There's
well, good afternoon, good evening. If you're in Australia, then good night Sunday.
I've been to
I think
Australia
it's like a 12-hour
3 times.
difference.
I can't remember when I was there, how the time works, but it's a great
I'm pretty sure you
country.
actually travel through time when you go to Australia.
Yeah.
So.
Shout out to Noor, who's watching the stream and screen capped our stream, like the loading page, which is an image of Dazzler, and it says prepare to be dazzled. And Noor says this might be the best weight splash screen ever. Shout out to Laura, who made that. Laura, cameraman, who made that one for us on our team. Sophia in Spain says she's going to be late because she's showing Madrid to our American family.
Oh, can you show Madrid to us? I will be your American family.
I've only
Sophia
been
in
to
Spain.
Barcelona.
I've
so
never been to Spain.
You should go. It's pretty cool.
I will someday.
Hype for this day by Errol Kim is huge. Lots of hype. Fernandix saying is live in a moment. We're already live. We're live, right?
Yes. Yeah, we're live. I'm pretty sure. If you guys don't believe us, test us. Tweet us something right now using the hashtag MarvelSDCC, and we will respond to it. Do people think this is a recording?
No. More people are live.
Okay.
Orcam Orbe says, good morning, guys. Hugs from Turkey for making my day better with your live stream. So excited for today.
Aww,
Thank you
hugs
for joining
and hearts
us.
to you.
Brian Woodruff says, Saturday seems tough, but it's a good tough.
Yes,
It's
it
a
is.
tough that we're excited for. Michael WS says, hey, Marvel Live, good morning so far. Love the Mantis cosplay from the other day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was our very talented makeup artist, Mia Tamlin. Oh, no, well, I guess there are two different ones they might be talking about, because there was, of course, the cosplay segment that we had on stage where we had a bunch of Guardians of the Galaxy cosplayers, very amazing, very talented cosplayers. And then, of course, we had our makeup artist, Mia Tamlin, who was with us Thursday and I believe Friday as well, doing some amazing makeup. She did Dagger on one of our cosplayers. She did a Jack Kirby creation monster on another of our cosplayers. And she was dressed up as Mantis with the antenna and everything the whole time. So it was really cool to see her doing cosplay and doing makeup on someone else at the same time.
Shout out to Wimstead Mojo, says, good morning, guys. Hope you guys had a good night's sleep and breakfast. Can't wait for all the panels, Marvel Studios, Hall H, and more.
What did you have for breakfast?
I had a nice breakfast burrito.
So did
My
I.
hotel has a good one, and it's got all the
So does
protein
mine.
a young boy like myself needs. Wade Pinder says, good morning, just tuning in. Look forward to today's coverage. The giant stuffed lockjaw I saw on Instagram looks amazing.
It's super cute. I hugged it, and as I hugged it, Mr. Jason Chung over here was like, you know how many other people have hugged it? And I said, yeah, but I don't care.
There's something going
Something's
on behind
happening.
us.
There
Some
is a hubbub and a
shenanigans.
commotion and a ruckus.
Was people rushing the stage? What's going on? This is
Are the
exciting.
defenders
I can't
getting
tell.
attacked? Do they need
All I hear
to
is noise.
defend themselves?
Push forward.
Please do not push forward. That's how excited people here are. They are ready to get their butts kicked out of the show.
They can't even contain themselves.
Contain themselves. Let's see. Gonna watch the live whole night from Vision.
Just so you guys know,
Vision
we're gonna have
says
you guys
gonna
pass
watch
the mic
the
to
live
speak
stream the
loudly
whole
and
night
clearly
from
into it,
Finland.
okay?
Hello,
Oh, I
Vision
love
or Echo
Finland.
on Twitter. Thank you.
And you're also gonna be talking
A person says, I'm here.
Got
Just
it?
remember the live
Okay.
stream started now. Almost missed it. Thank you for tuning in. Ooh, Captain EMT12 says, I'm an EMT and spent my one day off binge watching you guys and loving it.
Charlie,
That is
Charlie,
huge.
Complete
Thank you.
Two
Yeah.
steps backwards. I'll even get
Yeah,
it 1.5
seriously.
steps backwards. But please, so we're not crowding up
Sam,
the front.
thank you so
Please
much.
move back just a little bit.
Got
Thank
more
you.
coming in.
Also, folks in the back.
Jodell
just
Brohard
just
says,
wait.
great stream.
Let's try and go in 60 seconds. 60 seconds.
Folks on the side as well.
So in about 60 seconds, we're going to kick you guys over to the live stage down there. Lorraine Sink, our host with the most, co-host with the most.
She's actually going to be interviewing the
yeah, she's gonna
defenders,
give
is that
you
right?
some
So that's very
one-on-one
exciting.
time with the cast and crew from Marvel's Defenders. So we want to make sure you get them before we move on to so much. We've got Thwip, we've got gaming,
Yeah,
we've got
so
Rob
much
Liefeld,
today.
we've got Russell Bobbitt, we've got so much going on today. People asking for Avengers Infinity War. You know we can't talk about nothing yet, so chill
Sorry.
out. Lindello says it better be worth the watch.
Tune in
yes?
and find out.
Yeah, you got to watch to find out. Who's to say? So we're going to get ready soon to throw you down there. Christian Brzezowski wants a Howard the Duck film. That would be awesome. But did you notice we announced Howard the
Start
Duck
here so you
for
pass it down the
Lego
line.
Marvel Superheroes 2, voiced
Yes.
by Greg Miller from Kind
Yes.
of Funny. That was news that came out of Comic-Con. All right, I'm getting the cue. We're going to get you down to Lorraine right now. Stay
We're gonna do a
tuned.
live
The
stream.
Defenders are coming up. So much more here from Comic-Con at Comic-Con.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017, and we are at the Marvel booth with the cast and creatives behind Marvel's Defenders. Now we are
Thank
also
you.
live streaming to the fans at home. Would you go down the line and say your name and what you do on the show?
Marco Ramirez, showrunner writer.
Talk nice and loud. It's a little quiet.
Marco Ramirez, showrunner writer.
Hi, Charlie Cox, Matt Murdock.
Woo!
Hey, Finn Jones, play Iron Fist.
Woo!
Jessica Hennick, I play the Wing.
Yeah!
Jeff Loeb, fan of all of you.
Mike Coulter, drink coffee.
Sigourney Weaver, the adversary.
Yeah! I think that's a perfect place to start. What can you tell us about your character? What are we allowed to know because we're dying to know?
I play a wonderful person who has very strong priorities, which differ from the 4+ heroes. And I'm a New Yorker, and we have a great time squaring off against each other. I think you'll have a wonderful time.
Love it. Now, Mike, where will Luke Cage be picking up when he joins the Defenders?
Well, the last time you saw me, I was in the back of a SUV, and they interrupted my my little something with Claire. I was trying to get a little something sweet and dark, and didn't happen. So anyway, we're gonna try and rectify the situation. We're gonna pick right back up where we left off and get Luke free and clear. That's what we're doing. All
Free
right.
and clear.
Free and
Love
clear.
it. Mr. Loeb. Okay, so you work on Marvel Television. You work on all of our shows. What makes Defenders so special, in particular, to your mind?
Well, this is really sort of a culmination of a dream. We started a little over 3 years ago with our partners at Netflix. We came in with this crazy idea that we were going to do 4 separate shows, starting with Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist, and then they were all going to come together in the Defenders. And because of the love that you guys have shown, and because of how popular the shows have been, we've just been having a great time. There's a 3rd season of Daredevil coming your way. There's a second season of Jessica Jones shooting right now.
Yeah.
A 2nd season of Luke Cage shooting right now.
Yeah.
And we just announced yesterday that there'll be a brand new season of Iron Fist as well.
Yeah.
So we're very, very grateful to all of you.
Love it. Now, you got into quite a bit of scrapping. 1, more cage fighting. 2, where are we picking up?
We pick up, I would say, a couple months after we left. After we left these two, and they're not in New York.
Ooh.
And they're getting clues and hints, and they're kind of following the trail down the rabbit hole.
Love it. And now, congratulations on a 2nd season.
Thank you.
1, what is it like coming back? Because this is your first time coming back to a new season. And where are we picking up? I guess you guys are in maybe Kunlun.
Yeah, so me and Colleen are on the hunt, trying to track down the Hand. We're more kind of
driven and purposeful more than ever, and it's fun. You know, I haven't seen these guys since we wrapped in March, and it's nice to be back here at San Diego, like a mini little reunion. So it's super fun.
I love it. Now, Charlie, I think you are maybe the most veteran because you kicked off everything for these Netflix original series. Right? You're so grown up now. What is it like coming to this series after having spanned so many? And also, where are we going to see Matt Murdock, Avocado at Law?
Yeah, I guess I've waited the longest to get to this because we started DD in 2014, so it's been a long time coming, but it's thrilling to finally be here, and especially to celebrate the show in San Diego where I've never been before.
Yeah.
I think it's yeah. Thanks. I don't know that I can get into where we find Matt at the beginning of the show,
secrets.
But if you wait till August 18th, you can find out.
There you go.
God bless you guys. Thanks for showing up.
And Charlie, keep your eyes out because I did actually see an Avocado at Law in the crowd somewhere
Where?
earlier. We will find them for you. And now, if you can tell us a little bit about what the tone for the show is going to be for the Defenders, because every series on Netflix has its own distinct feeling.
Yeah, I think the tone for this show is really just the thing that we were the luckiest about is that we got to pick and choose kind of the elements we wanted from each of the shows. So weirdly, it's almost like the greatest hits, the greatest elements of each of the shows.
So you're show running like 5 shows.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying we're borrowing. We borrow a lot of the music elements from Luke Cage, a lot of the noir intrigue from Jessica Jones, the badass fight scenes from Daredevil and Iron Fist, and all mashed together, they all just become a different thing.
Awesome. Well, you guys all tune in on August 18th exclusively on Netflix. All right, you guys stay here watching Marvel Live. We have more coming up, and hashtag Marvel SDCC right here on Marvel Live. Woo!
Everyone, can you turn around? We're going to take a photo going this way with the crowd behind you guys.
The thing about war is it only works if both sides believe they're the good guys. The truth is, we're not so different. We fight to get back what was once ours. But in the end, and this is the end, it's just a city. You'll get used to watching them fall.
I think we're safe for now. We need to figure out our next move. No, there is no next move.
And there is no we.
What is that? We're not here to eat.
Are those pork? No, the shrimp. Oh, this guy's got pork.
God, you're weird.
I'm not looking for super friends.
Shit.
That doesn't matter. Can't fight these people. Not even with whatever it is your hand can do. It's cheap.
It's not.
They're hunting our friends, our families, and they're not gonna stop there.
More death is coming. And the only thing keeping Manhattan from crumbling to a pile of dust is the 4 of you.
The war for New York, it's over.
Not yet.
Nice ears.
They're horns.
I can see you've formed a kind of bond. I promise you it's temporary.
Elektra.
They will disappoint you.
Jessica.
Like it or not, we belong out there together. I'm glad we found each other.
I'm not hugging you.
It's been a long week.
Your favorite thing to do in your free time? So, I don't spend enough time with comic books. So I read comics in my free time. I read, watch movies. I also spend a lot of time with my family. I have a pretty busy schedule, so when I get free time, I want to make sure I utilize it as best as I can. Who would win in a fight? The Destroyer or the giant panther statue in Wakanda if it came to life? It's kind of so awesome for a giant panther statue to come to life. So yeah, that's going to win. Just in sheer awesomeness. I don't care which would really win if it were real. Just it's so awesome to see a panther statue come to life. If you were being attacked by a villain and could only choose one superhero to save you, who would it be? Well, first of all, it's insulting to think I would need a superhero to save me. But if it were anyone, I'd say Kid Kaiju from Monsters Unleashed, because that guy's awesome. He can summon any monster he draws, or he can create monsters from thin air. So of course I'm going to go with Kid Kaiju. Also, I got a feeling he'd like me. Do you have any crush on a celebrity? Who? Love you guys. That was from Olivia Delgado. and hashtag Team Cap. Yeah, no. My wife is probably going to watch this, so I have no celebrity crushes. My wife is my celebrity crush. Otherwise, I would need Kid Kaiju to come and save me from my wife if I name some other celebrity. Mizneko Kupo, what does your latest internet search history say about you? So a few minutes ago I said I couldn't answer that because my wife might be watching, so I'm going back to that. My wife might be watching and I can't say. But honestly, I do a lot of searches about any research I can do for comics or whatever, so it probably says some really stupid things that someone that didn't know what I was searching for would think I was a crazy person. I look bad, ask, will Spider-Man marry me? I do not know. I don't know what your relationship with Spider-Man is. I don't know if he's really committed to you or not. I do know that if he does, Mephisto's going to annul it at some point. But if he decides to propose, I will officiate that wedding for you.
What's up, guys? This is Jess Brohart here from Marvel Gaming, and I'm about to try out some Marvel Powers United VR. Let's get into it. Hi, Lockjaw. Hi, Hulk. Hi, Captain Marvel.
And now try reaching down your hips and grab your guns.
Oh, sweet.
Wrecked ya!
So this game is so cool because I actually have to almost make a real fist in real life and physically grab my guns. I can throw the gun, that's not gonna do much, or I can reach back and grab the katana. This is such a cool, full body experience. You know, I've got so many awesome weapons to choose from, so little time. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my gosh. Oh, hello. You are now. Get out of here.
Cannot stand against Gamma!
Yes, take that one-handed katana action. That does feel good. You said it, Wade Wilson. Oh, you think you can get away? Is that what you think? You cannot. Oh, neither can you.
Shoulda ducked.
All right, it's time to bring out the guns. Target practice. What? Ronin, you're a lot taller than I thought you were. You're about to be a Ronin sushi? That makes no sense. I see your hammer. Yes! See ya! Oh, is this the photo op? Whee! I found myself smiling in real life as if, as if that makes a difference. Oh my gosh, that was absolutely insane. It was so cool to play as Deadpool, look down and see Deadpool's legs, and it was so amazing to be able to use his guns, his katanas. Everything felt so real. It really blurred the line between reality and video games, having to actually reach back to get his hand cannons, up to get his katanas. It was absolutely amazing. You guys should all check out Marvel Powers United VR out in 2018 for the Oculus Rift and Touch.
I'm Ryan.
And it is the third day of
Is it?
San Diego Comic-Con.
Of day 400.
Of day 400. It is a marathon, not a sprint, but you have to sprint the whole time.
Yes. What are we doing?
What are we doing? Let's talk about some of our highlights over the last couple of days.
Oh my gosh.
Because there's been some really huge stuff. Defenders had their big panel last night, you guys.
Yes.
They were just here doing a signing.
Yep.
And they released a trailer.
Iron Fist Season 2 was announced.
And they showed a whole episode to people that were actually there in Hall H watching the show.
Yes, you guys are going to have to wait until August 18th on Netflix, but
Yeah.
it is awesome. Fans are hyped. We're hyped.
And there's going to be more signings happening today. And there's going to be the Big Hall H movie panel tonight.
Yep, tons of stuff. Lego Marvel Superheroes 2 panel, which
Yeah.
I am hosting. Last night we won some Eisner Awards. Shout out to
Yeah.
our friends who make the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, who made Vision, and yeah, so much more.
So cool. But I think we should get right into our first
Yes.
guest.
Yes.
You guys, you might recognize his voice better than his face because he's from Marvel's Spider-Man coming to Disney XD and also voices the Hulk, Fred Tatasciore.
Yes. Come on up, Hulk.
How you doing, Comic-Con?
Hi. Join us.
I
And
know.
we are going to be doing a very special edition of Master Comics.
Monster Comics Theater.
Oh, you need 3 minutes.
Oh,
All
we
right.
need 3 minutes to prep. Fred,
Great.
What?
what's going on? How's
What's
your
going
Comic-Con
on?
been?
Comic-Con's been amazing.
Yeah?
You got, does it get bigger every year? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it does.
Yes, every year.
I saw someone hang gliding across
we
the
need a zip
floor.
line. Do you
Yeah,
got like
yeah,
a, like,
Ooh,
right,
zip
wouldn't that be
lines.
great?
That would be wonderful.
Like like alien zip line or something. Just a Falcon. We'll do a. Yeah.
What is your favorite part of being the Hulk in our Marvel animation series?
Oh gosh, well it's just been so great to be, in those green feet for these many years, and just that he's got a real great heart and soul, and he wants to be left alone, but he is starting to really be a team member, and he just loves helping people.
Who
He
are the
does.
characters that he most plays off of? I know there's some great stuff with Thor.
Now everybody, but Thor and
Yeah.
Hawkeye, very much so.
Yeah.
And of course, Widow, but that's a big,
Big one.
it's a huge one, yeah.
And now you're voicing Max Modell.
Yes,
in-
Max Modell and Spider-Man, which is really just amazing to be like the understanding teacher. It's really
Instead of
his.
smashing.
Yeah, instead of smashing.
Well,
yeah, he's not. He's more mild-mannered. Kind of here. Yeah.
You've also done some other voices. What voices have you done for Marvel?
Well, let's see. For Marvel, it's been Hulk, Beast, the
Yeah.
X-Men, doing a time like this Beast thing. Benjamin Grimm. I've had to fight myself. I've had, when Grimm and Hulk fight, we've had to do that.
Do you have to fight yourself?
Yeah, it's clobbering time.
Yes.
What are you guys doing? Are you having fun? That's good. That's good. Well, rock out. Yeah. Sorry. Worked hard on that one. It's okay. It's all right. But Hulk Beast thing, let's see. Juggernaut. A lot of us have played Juggernaut over the years. He's one of those guys that, Crossbones. Crossbones. He's a pretty intense dude.
Is it harder because you play a lot of hero characters, like these gruff but awesome hero characters? Is it hard to get into that villainous mindset?
Actually, no. It's all. You're always a protagonist. Like even like look at Crossbones. I just think, God, this guy is this amazing assassin who just follows the wrong people all the time. Consistently. So, yeah, you do the same process. You don't try to be evil. You just try to figure out what makes them tick. And so it's about the same kind of process.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you are working in the booth, recording a voice, do you have to get in on the action to do the sound effects?
Always. I'm very physical when I get on there. And it's so funny because each Avenger kind of has their own pose. I've noticed. When Roger does Captain America, he's always kind of squaring off a little bit, and kind of Hulk is always kind of feeling like this. And yeah, when you do the hits, yeah, you're doing all that stuff.
I love
And you
it.
hopefully don't knock over a mic stand or something, or your friend.
Do you record with the other cast members? That's
Yeah.
got to be super fun.
Love that. Generally, it's like a big cast record. We're all there like a radio show, like we're about to do.
Like we're about to do.
And then they will animate to that. Then we'll sometimes look at the stuff later, and then we'll have to revoice over a few things that we've done. And that's when we come in single or one at a time. But yeah, I love the cast. Cast is so much fun. The group reads are the best. They really are.
Now you have such a big booming voice. I was gonna say.
People don't know it's my real voice. This is the one actually. Like, go ahead. No, you're saying something. Go ahead.
Do you ever want to voice characters more like that?
Oh yeah, I do. No,
You
I
do,
don't.
I do
yeah.
a lot of the time. You know, like a lot of times I do have to do the little, like things, or, you know, like,
Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah.
Good?
All right, cool.
I
I
do
think
those.
we're about
Alright.
ready for Master Comics Theater.
I think
Lorraine,
so.
what is Master Comics Theater?
Master Comics Theater is a piece where we pull classic comics that are very classic. And-
Today, we're going to be reading from a classic, The Incredible Hulk, number 142, written by Roy Thomas, with art by Herb Trimp and John Severin.
Cool.
Okay.
This was kind of the cool, amazing, yeah.
Yeah,
We're gonna
it's
try
be
to
a
throw
fun
some
one.
art up here behind us. We'll see if it pops up there.
Yeah, there we go.
There
we're
we
gonna be
go.
down in front here. Hold on.
Here we are.
Should we go away from the screen and so people
Here,
can see
we'll
it?
stand off to the side. Here, come.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll
we
get
go.
over here with you guys. So
It's
There we
show
go.
and tell. I just don't want to block you guys.
All right. Now, let me kick us off. While the Hulk attends an elite fundraiser in the prestigious Parrington home, the Enchantress transforms socialite and women's liberation organizer Samantha Parrington into the vengeful Valkyrie to exact her revenge against the Green Goliath, the Hulk.
Attention one and all, as you know, we are here to raise money so our friend the Hulk can purchase territory all his own. Out west somewhere, perhaps? Who'll start the pledges, and remember, it's not tax deductible.
Now that's what I call radical. I'll give it $750.
My heavens, more than $100,000 in cash and checks.
Chuck.
We need to keep the slides rolling so you guys can follow along. Next.
Next.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
I only hope he remembers to tell the reporters who raised it for him. Well, Hulk, here it is, just as we promised. This is your permanent freedom.
Next. This? Hulk doesn't understand. This is just money. Money and paper. What is the Hulk to do with these scraps of paper?
Next.
Wait, my friend, you must allow me to explain.
No, Hulk just knows you have tricked him somehow. Where's the girl? She's the only one Hulk trusts. Huh?
Then, suddenly, amidst the hail of shattering glass, a cry made only too familiar in recent days.
Up against the wall, male chauvinist pigs!
That's the girl Hulk meant! The one who Hulk's friend! But she looks different now.
Fool!
Oh!
You shall learn of the man besting Valkyrie, you and all men to their eternal sorrow.
Oh! You kicked Hulk! And it hurts! I don't fight against girls.
Then you had best learn to do so, and swiftly if you wish to survive.
Making a quick estimate of the damage caused in the first 5 seconds of the confusing little scuffle, plus a rough calculation of how long it can last before either side sues for a just peace, I'd compute that the radical chic season for the year 1971 just ended on the Upper East Side.
No matter what you do, Hulk still won't hit a girl. But Hulk will do this. Ah!
Sexist swine! It will take more than one fall to defeat the Valkyrie.
I like it when you yell. You call Hulk strange names he doesn't understand. But Hulk will win. Hulk always wins.
Well, Reggie, that's another fine mess you've gotten us into. Now, how do we get out of here?
Rich people.
Just then, however, the entire matter becomes rather academic as...
Ah! Now that we're in the open, Hulk can leave.
Wait, Green One, I see now the rash folly of my ways. Let us part not as foes, but as friends.
Huh? Well, that sounds good to Hulk, but why?
The answer is simple. I wanted you to let me get close enough to you two, so that I might touch a certain pressure point on your neck and gain the day's victory.
There's so many things I should say you right now.
Pinch, pinch, pinch. This is a welcome sight. one worth all the trouble, all the travail, the mighty man-monstrous Hulk, a helpless heap of quasi-human rubble, beneath the hand of a mere woman. But I've got a monologue. But it is not enough that I alone should witness your fall. All mankind must see you suffer. Oh wait, every egocentric male must know of it and tremble. Thus, what better place can there be at which to destroy you than from atop a sky-spanning structure built by the hands of males? The self-same place where I did first receive my awesome Amazonian powers.
Oh, who hurt you? Now Hulk remembers, but still, head spins. Oh, what happened to Hulk? What?
Hurry, you little fool! The awakens, and I feel the time limits of my far-reaching spell draw nigh as well. Now, before the brutish man-beast recovers his strength, or you grow too weak, hurl him to the waiting pavement below with your goddess-given might!
I hear, O mistress, your words are my commands. Commands which the Valkyrie obeys.
Yet, even as she speaks thus, even as she views the Hulk's great form, cascading outward and sickening downward.
No! What have I done? There is a man, a human being within that grotesque green shell, and I have killed him!
Thus does the still, small voice of something human, something mortal, cry out within the breast of the tortured warrior maid. But perhaps it is far too little and far too late. One last mighty leap with powers of which Samantha Parrington would ne'er have dreamt, and...
Did the Hulk survive somehow, or is he... Ooh. For the sake of my own sanity, I must... Hold.
Yes, girl. The Hulk lives. Nothing can harm Hulk, least of all the hand of a woman.
You're alive! Then my half-mortal conscience need plague me no more. Still, you must be defeated, humiliated in the name of womankind. And so, on guard, monstrosity!
Hulk still doesn't want to fight a woman, but if you make him, then this time...
No, Hulk! There should be no this time. Not for you, not for the hot-blooded Valkyrie, and certainly not for the raging enchantress. Her spell tentacles slipping moment by moment from her grasp, yet her final groping attempts at far-spanning magic have had, shall we say, unexpected side effects.
Oh. Next. Oh, no. Oh, what the devil?
You, with the hair on your head. Where am I? And who are you?
I know who I am. Just barely. But who in blazes are you, young lady?
My name is Samantha Parrington.
Ha, thrilled. Now, if you'll pardon my back.
Good riddance. But must have been daydreaming. Strangest thing, if only I could remember what I dreamed. Well, maybe I'll have the same dream again on one day.
To find out what happens next, check out The Incredible Hulk number 143 on Marvel Unlimited.
Oh, you guys, I think we learned so much about gender equality today. Thank you
We learned so much.
China Shore.
Thank you so much.
Voice of the Hulk. Give him a round of applause, everybody.
You guys.
Thank you so
Love
much.
you guys. It's so good to see you. Thank you.
And tune in to Disney XD for Marvel Spider-Man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
Fun as always, man.
But
Appreciate
you guys,
Appreciate it. Fun as always.
The best.
the best.
Awesome. All right,
Give 'em
so
a round of
you guys
applause.
have been here,
Woo!
you've been watching. We're excited. We have stuff.
For
questions. We
for
want
questions,
your questions.
because this is now social
hour. We want to know what you're excited about. Yes, thank you.
We want
all
your
the
questions.
fun things.
And if you have a great question, you might get something great in return.
I don't know, like, is this a signing ticket?
I mean,
is this a pass for Marvel Powers United VR?
Oh, is this a signed Defenders poster that only a couple people were able to get? I don't know.
I don't know. So, let's go. And Lorraine, you pick the first victim.
Okay,
I mean,
who's got
question.
This young lady has had her hand up since we said social hour.
Hi. I was curious if you guys have any plans to do like a Spider-Man Deadpool crossover like the comics have been doing recently, bringing that either into the animated world or even live action.
So you want animated or live action Spider-Man versus Deadpool? That is literally a question we cannot answer. But
Oh.
it would be awesome, and I'm going to give you this really cool Groot cup.
All right, your turn.
Oh, over here making a lot of noise. Hold on,
Wait for the
microphone
mic.
coming.
What are spell tentacles?
Ooh, spell
Spell
tentacles.
tentacles.
Lorraine, I'm going to let you take this one.
Okay, spell tentacles are when your spirit animal is a squid and you're also magical. Next question.
I like that one.
I really like that
I
one.
like that one?
I think we. Wait. We got to save. Okay, we got this one. Let's save that one for the very end.
Okay.
Okay. We, for you, have a signing for The Gifted here at the Marvel booth today. Those tickets aren't available anymore.
Yeah, right. All right, so next, yes, jumping up and down over here.
What inspired the gender equality in this?
Ooh, what inspired the gender equality?
Well, you know, this comic was written way back in the Dizzy, as we like to say.
Like
in the-
1970, 1971.
Yes, and that's when the women's liberation movement was really powerful. It was really heating up, and so what happens in the world happens in comics, and this was just the kind of change of times and like different views of what was
Yeah.
happening in the world reflecting in comics.
Marvel is the world outside your window,
That's
and that was a reflection.
That is a great question.
What do you got?
I bet that you like. Do you like Spider-Man? Yeah. All
You like
right.
Spider-Man, awesome. Over here in the Dragon Ball shirt.
Where's Dragon Ball?
Over here.
What's Hulk's diet like?
Ooh, what's Hulk's diet like? A lot of
People.
fiber.
No. Oh,
so
bad-
much fiber.
Bad guys. No.
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 No, he doesn't eat people.
People. Okay.
That is a bad thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a lot of fiber.
A lot of things with chlorophyll.
Yep.
A lot of greens.
You gotta
a lot of
keep
green
his
jello.
complexion really, really good. He has to glow. All right, how about a Dorbs ride from Funko? Awesome.
We got a little question right here in a Spider-Man shirt.
Yes.
When is Squirrel Girl gonna come out?
When is Squirrel Girl going to come out? Well, Squirrel Girl is going to be part of New Warriors, which
Yes.
is a TV show coming to Freeform soon.
Which I'm really excited
Super
about.
excited about. And Squirrel Girl, she's going to be all over your television set, all over everything.
But you can read her right now in the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl, which just won an Eisner
Yeah,
Award.
so it's great. It's awesome. We love Squirrel Girl.
And for you, this might be my favorite, Howard the Duck Funko Pop.
Awesome. I'm going to go to the two sweet hands over here. This guy right there.
Too sweet.
Too sweet, too sweet.
Too sweet for life.
Too sweet for life. Who's first, Johnny Storm or Captain America?
In what sense? I mean, the Human Torch was.
In the sense of Chris Evans. Who was he more?
He was first Human Torch, right? And then he was Captain America. But in the comics, the original Human Torch appeared first, but that wasn't Johnny Storm. That was the android Human
Jim
Torch,
Hammond.
Jim Hammond, who now doesn't have his Human Torch powers. Comics, man, they're the best.
I like quizzes.
Doctor
Don't
Strange
quiz
Q-Fig
me.
for you. All right, you pick.
All right. Orange shirt right here.
Another Dragon Baller.
What's Squirrel Girl's power besides like squirrels?
Well, she has all of the powers of a squirrel
And a girl.
all the powers of a human girl.
Yes.
So she can jump. She's got a tail. She's got little claws. She can talk to squirrels.
She eats nuts and she kicks
she kicks butts.
That's what you got to know.
Catchphrase. Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
All right.
How about a Marvel Powers United VR front of the line pass for him?
Here we go.
Awesome. Very good.
Okay, questions.
Questions over here. Shaking your hand in the Punisher shirt. Yep. Microphone's coming.
Is there going to be more Avengers movies?
Say again? Will there be more Avengers movies? Well,
yes.
Marvel Studios
Those
Avengers Infinity War had a big showing at the D23 Expo last week. So that's happening. And I believe there's one after that they've announced. So we'll see. After that, I don't want to get fired. I don't know nothing.
Blue shirt right here.
Why do Hulk's pants never break? They do. They get ripped and torn. He's just got like a great pants budget.
But he does wear a lot of yoga pants, so they have heavy stretch.
Yeah. Actually, in the cartoons, they have given him really great stretchy pants. So,
How many
Unstable
more
Molecules?
questions can we
Let's
get?
go with that. Over there, great t-shirt.
Okay.
So how much research do you guys do on each of the characters, like all the background, the reading, and everything?
Well, I've written I've co-written 2 books, so a lot
Yeah.
about comics. Marvel, absolutely everything you need to know. You can pick up now, and there's another one that's being announced here at this con.
And I co-host one of our main podcasts called This Week in Marvel. I read every single comic book we put out every week for the last 5 years. I've been at Marvel for 11 years. I know like 5 things about Marvel. I'm pretty good.
All right.
Give him something. All right,
Okay,
over
let's get
here.
this tiny gentleman here.
She's jumping over here. Oh, we'll get to you next. Little guy.
When is Red Hulk gonna be in the Avengers?
Give him everything. I don't.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not even gonna answer.
Okay, I know
Give
what
him
he
the table.
gets. I know what he gets.
When
He
is-
gets to go to the signing for Black Panther.
Yeah. I love that. When is Red Hulk gonna be in the Avengers? I don't know.
No spoilers.
I mean, he's been in all the comics, so
But
Red
just
Hulk is awesome.
stay adorable.
All right, over here, I picked her already. Thank you, Sean.
Okay, I think we only have. This is probably our last question.
Last
Last
question.
question.
Valkyrie a vegetarian?
Ooh.
Samantha Parrington, I'm sure, is a vegetarian.
Yes.
I feel pretty strongly about that. Valkyrie will eat the hearts of men. So probably not.
Yes, very awesome. Great question.
And since we're talking about Asgardians, how about a signing ticket to Thor Ragnarok?
All right, we're gonna have to wrap up, but stay
We have-
here. We'll figure this out.
We're
for
gonna
you
give
guys.
some more things, but you guys stay here watching Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. We have more coming up for you very soon. And
Yeah.
remember, if you're not watching over on Marvel.com, head over to marvel.com/SDCC 2017, where you can check out photos and tweets of panels and all kinds of other things.
Great. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching. More to come. So much going on here. We love you. Thank you.
Thank you. And you guys stay here.
All right, folks at the Marvel booth, who's ready for some Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite? I love it. I love that reaction. So I'm assuming you guys are all big Marvel vs. Capcom fans. This is, of course, yes, thank you. This is, of course, the next installment in the series. And here with me, I have a couple of the amazingly talented people who worked on this game. We have Danny Koo, senior producer at Marvel Games. And we have Matt Dahlgren, director of marketing at Capcom. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Doing great. Nice to see you since E3.
Yes, good to see you both. I believe I've interviewed both of you at E3, so it's great to see you both again. And since E3, since we talked, there have been many exciting announcements to come out of Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, a few of which actually happened at the Marvel Games panel on Thursday. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. We announced four new characters,
Yep.
and also a new location and a new
Infinity Stone, right? The Mind Stone.
The Mind Stone.
So those 4 new characters are, of course, there's Spider-Man, Frank West, Hager, and Nemesis. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And then I believe I also heard that Gamora is now playable, and she was not playable in the demo before.
Correct. It was the first time we showed off Gamora's gameplay.
That's awesome. So now can you tell our lovely audience here a little bit more about these new 4 characters? Because I know they're all so excited about them.
Yeah, so Gamora is brand new to the series. First time she's ever been in any Marvel vs. Capcom game. Both Spider-Man makes his triumphant return. He's absolutely awesome. We also have Frank West as a competing photojournalist, so they have really good banter back and forth in our cinematic story mode. And then, of course, we've got the mayor of Metro City, Mike Hagar, making also his return in the series.
And can you talk a little bit about the new Mind Stone? Because it sounds like a really cool, it's the 5th Infinity Stone that you've added to the game, is that right?
Yeah, so the Infinity Stones are a way for you to customize the gameplay experience. So the Mind Stone is all about building up meter. So once you activate your Infinity Storm, you'll get instantly 4 meters. You can use a ton of different hyper combos, so allows you to use the super powerful attacks as much as you want.
So I had the pleasure of speaking with some fans yesterday and kind of getting some of their reactions, and it sounds like they are absolutely loving these new characters and the new Infinity Stones. How are these new characters? First, can you talk about their movesets a little bit, and how is this going to impact the overall dynamic of the game? Because it seems like we've seen all this amazing gameplay. Fans have really gotten a feel for how the game is, and then we introduce these new characters, which is obviously a good thing, but...
Yeah, so the big thing this time around is we have a very strong focus on accessibility. So back in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, there was three characters you had to choose, a bunch of assists. It was just very difficult to get into the game. So this time around, we've really done a lot of work at trying to strike a balance for the casual players as well as our hardcore players. So pretty much the promise is you can just pick your 2 favorite characters, pick an Infinity Stone, and then jump into battle. In terms of needing to know each character, we've got a lot of features in there that lets you get into it really easily. So if you just use the square button, you can do some really good basic combos, and then that translates to every single character in the cast. So you basically learn one character, you can pretty much play all of them.
That's really encouraging to hear as someone who is not very good at fighting games. But of course, I have played Infinite a couple times, and I love it so far. Now, can we talk about the storyline a little bit? Because that is something that is central to every Marvel game, and I think the storyline in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite is so fascinating.
So historically, Marvel vs. Capcom have never had a very deep story.
Mhm.
So for the first time ever for this game, we introduced the story mode, kind of ease all the players into introduce each character. What are the stones doing in this world? What happened when 2 worlds collide? And we slowly introduce them from a casual perspective who have never played fighting games. We walk them through the entire fiction, and hopefully, when they finish the story mode, they are ready for Pro Tournament.
I like the sound of that. So you're saying if I can just beat the story in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, I can go pro. You'll see me at the next Evo, possibly winning it.
Yes, I hope to see you next year at EVO.
And I'll finally be able to beat you fair and square. Because I remember when you let me win at E3, which was nice of you. But next time I'll be able to beat you legitimately.
I will still let you win. It's fine, it's okay.
All right, well, what do you guys think? Should we show the audience some gameplay?
Should we play? All right, let's play.
I think they want to see some gameplay, so I'll go ahead and hold this for you since you are, going to have a controller in your hands. Just first off, can we take some bets from the audience? Who thinks that Mr. Danny Koo is going to win this matchup? All right, and then who thinks that Mr. Matt Dahlgren is going to win? Danny, I think that they're rooting for you.
Uh-oh.
I think you'll do just fine. So, can you, obviously our lovely audience can see, but, the characters that you're choosing, can you take us through why you're choosing these characters?
So Gamora is new, so I'm gonna show off some Gamora moves, and Dante it's from the Devil May Cry series on the Capcom side, so might want to show him his range, his sword power, and his flair. So Marvel vs. Capcom, it's all about flashy moves. So these two cars will probably take the cake.
All right, well, best of luck to both of you. Now, I hope I don't... See, I'm going to primarily be talking to Danny, Matt, because I know that you guys we were speaking just before, and you didn't sound too confident in your Marvel vs. Capcom abilities, so...
Oh, I'll take them on. I got them.
All right, well, you know what? I believe in you, Matt. I'll be distracting Danny with some questions as you guys are playing. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready, and then I'll just kind of keep popping in occasionally. And can I ask, which Infinity Stones did you choose?
I did the Mind Stone, which is the new stone we just introduced.
Perfect, I can't wait to see it. Oh, and you know what, Matt, I'm not going to distract you. You go ahead and play. And Danny, if you set aside all skill, in this matchup, with these characters you selected, who would you expect to win?
Can you repeat the question? I'm so distracted right now.
It's working. I'm distracting him. So Spider-Man versus Gamora. Who would you expect to win?
It's 50-50.
Would you say the game is pretty balanced? If you take out all skill, there isn't one character that's, necessarily better than any other character?
No. So whichever characters you like is your favorite, just take them and go play.
Very wise words. It looks Matt is Spider-Man, right? So Danny, are you letting him win, or is the distraction technique working?
Yeah, sure. I'll let him win. Look, I'm on a defense at all time with his zombies, throwing zombies over at me.
Ooh. Frank West was taking Gamora for a ride there. Okay, see, now Danny is stepping it up. He said, I've had enough of this. I'm not throwing this game anymore. Now, Danny, one of my favorite things about Frank West is the little Lego hat that he does from Dead Rising. Can you talk more about that move?
So in Dead Rising, Frank West has a lot of stuff from the shopping mall. So whatever he can find from the shopping mall, a chainsaw, a shopping cart, he'll use anything at his disposal just to survive.
And is the Lego hat the only one that's in this game?
Yes.
My favorite thing one of the things I really liked in Dead Rising was when he would just kind of find a stack of dishes and just throw them like ninja stars. I would have liked to see that in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. So that's an awesome move. Oh, Becca is throwing some shade your way. She's saying, come on, Danny. How do you respond to that?
It's okay. It's okay.
This might be a little bit of an uneven match. I am gonna come around a little bit and ask Matt a couple questions now. Is this gonna be a distraction?
I had to finish it off before you distracted me.
So how did you do that? No offense, but how were you able to beat the legendary Danny Koo?
Well, I think you were in his ear the whole time, so it wasn't necessarily a fair battle. But We can give it another go.
Distraction technique worked. All right, well, Matt, congratulations. You won fair and square, almost. You know, there was the added challenge of course, me distracting you with questions. I'm not sorry.
So, I heard that you fight Ryan at E3.
I did, and you know what? Yes, Mr. Ryan Penagos, aka you guys all know him as Agent M. We had a little face-off at E3, and
Did you beat him?
I did. There were some tears. There was some blood.
Well. I think it's
What
time
is happening?
for some revenge.
This is like wrestling.
You really want to
Jessica.
go down that route again?
Throwing my towel
You
down
really-
saying, let's do
You
this.
really
Give
want
me
to
a
go down
chair.
that route
Give me a
again?
controller. Who
Once
wants me to
was
see
not
me,
enough.
wants to see me kick her butt? Who wants to see her kick my butt?
I'd like to
All of
repeat,
you
this is for
are
the
terrible.
second time at E3. Agent M went down so hard.
Let's do this. Let's
Let's
fight.
do this.
You want
Give me
us
a
to
controller.
spectate?
What's that?
We'll spectate. Who?
You spectate. You guys can
we'll
commentate.
spectate.
You guys can commentate.
cheer, roar. Let me know if I'm doing great.
And let me know when I'm doing great.
Boo her as much as you can.
Unsportsmanlike. Just as a reminder, if you talk into that, the live stream can't hear you.
All
I
right,
don't know
man.
if I'm player
what do
one
you
or
think?
player two.
You guys should pick.
Oh, we didn't even get to pick
new
our
characters.
Well. Yeah, let's pick our characters.
There you go. Go to the main menu.
Your player one, it looks like. Good luck, have fun.
Always.
That's.
Can we use that?
Yeah.
See what
Okay.
characters they go for. So who's on what side?
I'm on the right, I'm player two.
Oh, Rocket and Groot.
Just as an
And locked in
FYI,
an Iron Man?
I am player two, so I have got Rocket so far. Just so you guys can keep track of who to cheer for.
Another Spider-Man.
Yeah. We got a Space Stone.
What does the Space Stone do?
And the Time Stone.
Do you know what a Space Stone do?
Nope.
No, we have no idea.
Nope.
It'll be a surprise.
Let's switch spaces.
Yes, I agree.
All right, here we
That's a
go.
little easier.
Everyone, give some cheers. That's a big height difference right there.
Danny, what do the buttons do?
Use the square button.
I forget, how to use the Infinity Stone?
You gotta hit the
Infinity Stone's L1
start button.
Wait,
That's not
really?
it.
I was gonna say, that doesn't sound right.
Rocket.
Oh, no.
Shots fired. Oh, first.
Oh,
no!
Oh, it got cancer.
It's pretty even match.
Oh,
Going
there you
in.
go, going in.
Oh no. Thanks, Becca. That sounded sarcastic, it wasn't.
Boom.
There we go. Just brings in Chris.
Oh, that's a switch right there.
Oops, shit.
So the most important thing in this game is to be able to switch between your partners and know when to switch.
Ryan's doing a lot better this time than.
Are you practicing? No!
Not yet.
No!
Did he just call him Underoos? Oh, he needed reload.
No.
Both of them have their Infinity Surge available. Hit L1 or
I don't
R1
remember
at
how
the
to
same
use it.
time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh no.
It's pretty even matchup right here. There we go. Time
Time
Stone.
Stone activated.
Oh,
Oh,
but KO'd right afterwards. Time Stone lets you cancel any attack into another one. Look at that.
Shoot.
Will she be able to make a comeback? Oh, puts him in the box.
It's in the box.
In the box.
I'm just a little raccoon.
Oh, it's over.
Oh, look at that. Revenge complete.
So it's a tie right now.
It's a tie.
Again?
Again?
Rematch.
It's all tied up, 1-1.
I have another interview soon. Do I have to go upstairs soon? We're good? Okay.
Ha! He's trying to get out of the rematch.
Great.
That was well
game.
played.
Well
Good
done.
game.
Very good match.
This is a tiebreaker, though.
Yeah.
So
Iron Man
now
was my
they are
guy.
tied up. So who want to watch a rematch for the third round?
What'd you say?
Which stage?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care.
We'll do this one.
That sounds good.
I
Oh,
So
my
the
arm is tired
location
from
they're
all the button
picking
mashing.
is
Oh, I actually didn't see
new characters.
Well, yeah, sure.
it's No Moon.
I don't care. I'll go.
Yeah,
where
it's a combination
are
of
they?
Nowhere
I'll
and
go
the third moon from the Strider
Take
series.
Spider-Man. 'cause I
I'll
just
take
had him.
Spider-Man.
I'll use Gamora.
Okay.
All locations are mixtures of
And then
classic
where's Frank
Marvel and
West?
Capcom locations. Ties into our story mode with this new, completely mixed universe.
Who did
Perfect.
Ryan just pick?
Ryan just
Well, you
got
should choose
Gamora
Nemesis,
and the
'cause
mayor
we
of
haven't shown
Metro
Nemesis
City,
yet.
Mike Hagar.
Oh, okay.
And then against Team Photojournalist.
Here, you know what? I'll do. Oh,
Oh,
I'm
but
sorry.
they decided to
I'll
back
do
out.
Nemesis and Frank West. How about?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Where's Nemesis?
He's
There we go.
above Frank West.
Oh, above Frank West? Wait.
Over. Down. Down.
Thank you. Ooh, yeah. I like that.
All right, we got Frank West and Nemesis, and Gamora and Hagar.
What does the Mind Stone do?
So, yeah, it allows them to stun them, and then it also, when you you do your Infinity Surge, it'll give you all 4 of your hypermeters.
No!
So, yeah.
Yes.
But you do have a Power Stone on your site, Ryan.
Yeah.
Do you know what Power Stone does?
Nope.
No idea.
He's just better at button mashing than I am.
So use your stone, just keep hitting L1.
You can use your stone at any time.
Ooh.
Frank going in, throwing some zombies. Oh, a nice
Shoot.
air throw. Look at that combo.
Nice plunger.
Oh, good tag.
Oh, that's a wrestler right there.
Again, pretty evenly matched.
Who is this guy with a big giant bazooka?
That is Nemesis from Resident Evil 3. Wow. Going in.
Oh, no.
Will it hit? Oh, it didn't hit. Got right on the backside with a combo. He has been practicing. Tried to use the Mind Stone, but missed it. Oh, Gamora going in, but the hyper combo whiffs. Oh, great usage of the Mind Stone.
Oh no, using the plunger and I'm
Trying to
missing.
get the plunger. Oh man, those knees. It is neck and neck. Can't even tell who's in the lead.
We're just jumping around.
There we go.
Come on.
Look at those combos.
Those flashy combos can meet possible by pressing square, 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 square.
No!
And then more square.
And more squares.
I'm mixing up now. What's the
Square.
try?
Right there. Oh.
Bazooka.
No.
Uses the Infinity Storm. All attacks are super powerful now. Oh, that was one character down.
Ryan.
Will she be able to come back? Uses the Mind Stone, trying to run out the Power Stone time.
No.
On the ropes. Relentless.
Triangle and circle at the same time.
Yeah. Oh. There we go.
No!
Oh.
Oh! And he takes it. That was the tiebreaker.
Good game, good game.
Well done.
Well played. Tie broken.
Good sportsmanlike conduct.
Can I go? Oops.
You got a microphone.
Oh, you know what? I've got a microphone right here.
Okay,
Perfect.
okay.
There. Now you can have one as well. Well played, Ryan.
Well
you
done,
know,
Jess.
that's fair. All right.
Wait,
Tie
who's the winner,
broken.
though?
You were the winner.
I did it!
I concede. You won. I didn't even let you in. That was fair and square.
Yeah? It was great. So much
It
fun.
was fun. That was fun. I
is
do
fun,
like the
right?
Mind Stone a lot.
And
Like
we're
the Mind
also
Stone.
both terrible fighting game players, so
Obviously.
actually had fun.
There was a lot of button mashing of the square buttons. Maybe triangle to mix it up, back to square. Square is my bread and butter.
Yeah, pretty much square, 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 square.
So from the
Yeah.
crowd out here, which character are you most excited to play as? Spider-Man? Gamora? Hagar?
Frank
who else?
West?
Nemesis? Nemesis, I heard a shout. Frank West? All right, so Gamora seems like of
Yeah.
the new ones.
Oh, you're saying Rocket? Well, Rocket's a great character,
Rocket's
yeah.
great.
I was pretty okay with him.
Yeah.
Who here like Thanos?
Thanos is fun. He's slow, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, so was Nemesis. He was just kind of big and lumbering. At one point, I sort of took a really slow, lazy swing at you, and I missed.
Yep.
Thanos is big, but he has teleporting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Ultron's in there too.
Yes, Ultron.
Yeah.
Very
Ultron.
cool.
What did you guys think of the new Mind Stone? A little bit of reaction. I thought it was pretty great, you know, being able to stun your opponent. See, I have problems with actually, you know, blocking and hitting the other guy, so
Yeah.
the
I
Mind
noticed
Stone.
that.
Yeah.
All the time
Yeah.
you tried to hit me.
I
And
missed
didn't.
a lot. I have bad aim.
I wish you had Time Stone to go back in time and play Ryan again.
In the future, in the future.
There will be another rematch. You won this, you know, I guess best of 3, starting with E3, continuing here.
I know we'll do another tournament between the two of us and
For
maybe the rest
sure.
of gaming. It's great. All right, we're gonna wrap up here real soon. Where are fans gonna learn more about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite?
You can go to marvelvscapcominfinite.com. Also check out Capcom Unity. Game's going to be coming out September 19th. So just 2 months away, you'll be able to have the game in your hands.
So at SDCC right now, where can they play the game?
You can play versus mode at the Capcom booth. We have the latest build. It's the first time the characters have ever been played before. So definitely swing by and check it out.
And once again, thank you guys all so much for being here. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much to Matt Dahlgren, Danny Koo,
Thanks,
Ryan
everyone.
Panagos, aka Agent M, and I am Jess Brohart, host of Marvel Gaming. Thank you all for being here and continue to tune in to our San Diego Comic-Con coverage.
Yeah, this has been great. You guys are awesome. Stay tuned. There's so much happening. It's going to be fantastic. We'll be back real soon. We're going to reset the stage. More stuff for you guys. It's going to be great. Awesome Saturday here at Comic-Con.
Definitely. Thanks, everyone.
back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I am Lorraine.
I'm Ryan, and this is Rob Liefeld.
Oh my gosh, the legend, the man, the myth.
Thank you so much.
Always.
Oh my gosh,
Love
our
it.
pleasure.
You guys are killing it up here.
We're having a
Oh
good
my
time.
gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
thank
want
you.
to leave. I'm sorry that I'm gonna have to leave after this.
It's the couches and the fans change everything.
I'm telling you, this is killer.
Yeah.
This is killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, just come up here and take a break.
Marvel always does it right, man.
Rob, how many Comic-Cons is this for you?
This is my 36th Comic-Con.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I mean, I look, I came as a kid with
I
my
was about to
dad on the
ask,
train. I saw the ad in the Comic Books Buyer's Guide. San Diego Comic-Con, all these names, and my dad was not into comics, but he knew that his son was crazy for him, and so we took the train down here, spent 2 nights, been hooked ever since. Started working for Marvel in the old comic convention. You know, you always pass it when you get off the freeway and come here.
Okay.
And I so many memories because I did probably 5 years in there, and then X-Force was released in '91 when they opened this. So
Right.
and,
Oh my
and there was
gosh.
there was hall A, B, and C. Ryan, I kept watching as the halls got added like every other year, and then they ran out of real estate, you know. And Marvel decided to co-opt Hall H as its own kingdom. So
I mean, we like to share it a little bit
Yeah, a
at
little
the
bit.
beginning
A
of the
little bit.
day and the other days. But
But it's
now, I mean,
mostly us.
we've now got 2 spots in Hall
Yeah.
H with Defenders and,
Oh
and
my
the
gosh.
studio.
Yeah, it's
and
crazy.
and Defenders rocked it yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocked
Did you
it.
get to go?
I did,
Oh,
Ryan.
lucky. Yeah, we
And-
were
Yeah,
we were
we
working
were
up here,
working.
so that's awesome.
And one of my best friends of all space and time, Joseph Loeb, Jeff Loeb,
Aw.
was like, "How'd you like it? Did you like it?" I'm like, "Jeff, it was awesome. Do you follow my Twitter? I am Iron Fist's #1 fan. I throw down on that show."
Yeah.
Does it blow your mind at all, or are you so used to it? Because you've written so many characters,
Sure.
you've created so
Yes.
many characters, to just see them walking around and how popular superhero genre is now.
It is a humbling experience. I kid you not. You just it's if you grew up and you had the bug, and I had the bug and I still have the fever.
Yeah.
When you see, look, it's not just if I see a Cable or Deadpool, that's exciting. But as I told you before,
Yeah.
we have Lockjaw plushies now.
Yeah.
If little Robbie Liefeld was like, "Hey, Robbie, okay," when I came out, Inhumans had just launched in like 1975. And I love that comic. George Perez drew it. It was my favorite. I love Black Bolt, Gorgon, Lockjaw, and now I'm like, there's a giant Lockjaw at this Marvel booth. You can like pet him. I mean, so it's mind blowing how far the experience has come. And
Yeah.
and again with 3 kids, I see it through their eyes. 17, 15, and 13. And they have the fever, so it's exciting. It's really exciting.
That's awesome. It's
Now-
so fun.
And two, you just worked on a original graphic novel, the
Yes,
first Deadpool
yes.
original
Yes.
original graphic novel.
It's a
There we
mouthful,
go.
I know, for me too.
OGN, there we go.
There you go.
OGN.
Just, no, I could not thank Marvel enough. When they called and asked me, I tell people, I was like, original graphic novel? Is this where you're trying to hide me? Is that like, I didn't understand. I was like, and I my good friend at Marvel who had called me said, "Rob, why don't you think it over and get back to us?"
Yeah.
I called my retailer buddies. I go, "Marvel's asking me to do an OGN. What?" They're like, "Rob, that's a great thing. You should do that, Rob." And so the next day I was like, "Oh, hi, yeah, I think that would be great." And they're like, "You're so weird, Rob." But I have a paranoid bug in me, and now the people at Barnes & Noble are so tired of seeing me. I do a weekly check. Do you have any more of those Deadpool Bad Bloods? So no, I'm thrilled they let me do it. I'm so thrilled it did so well. And now I'm doing the sequel, Batter Blood.
Batter Blood.
So I'm very excited. I'm look, Marvel and I'm in partnership for the rest of my life. It's the best partnership I've ever been in. I love being with Marvel. It is the best experience of my career.
Oh, I love that.
Buddy, it's from the heart.
No, and I know that's something that I always love and appreciate about you is you're saying exactly what you think and what you feel from your heart, from your mind. There's no BS, and that
Yeah.
makes but people play politics, people play a
Yeah.
game. Like Rob is Rob, and I adore that.
Well,
I like.
Ryan, and hey, let me tell you something, everybody. This man got me certified on Twitter in the early days of Twitter. So you're my buddy for life. Because I was like, what does certified on Twitter mean? And you reached out to me and said, Rob, I got you covered. You're going to get that blue check. What's a blue check? And then later I was like, everybody wants this. So thank you for, and it distinguished me for all my Rob Liefeld imitators.
Yes.
And they're hilarious too.
Yeah, yes,
But,
they're very silly.
No, dude, look, like you said, Marvel is where everything is always happening, and I've made great friends, great relationships over the years, but it always comes back to the characters. I mean, like I said, we're gonna have an Inhumans TV show. That's like, if you say that out loud, you're like, what?
Wait. Now, I heard a rumor,
Yes, ma'am.
and by rumor, I mean I looked through things online,
Okay.
and I heard this, and I don't know if it's true. Did you have a cameo in the Deadpool movie?
I actually did. You know, it's
That's
funny. People are
so
still
cool.
discovering it. I didn't want to toot it too hard. But yeah, no, Deadpool walks right by me and says, "Hey, Liefeld," and they dub my voice. I go, "Hi, Wade," because just like Spike Lee discovered when he did my commercial in 1991, that I'm a terrible actor. But just like Spike, he's like, I can make this mess work. So they made it work. But I was so honored, very excited, very happy with how. Look, I don't have it with me, but right before I came here, I went to the Lego booth and I went to the Mattel booth because they have Deadpool Duck.
Yes.
And the Lego people were, Marvel licensing is on fire right now. It's on fire. They gave me the Deadpool Ducks, and then Mattel gave me, oh my gosh, I wish I had the packaging with me. It's a chase variant on the Amazing Spider-Man buggy, which was created when I was a kid.
The dead
Deadpool
buggy.
Yes. It's Deadpool has put his logo over the Amazing Spider-Man.
Right.
And they have a chase variant of the Deadpool buggy. And I'm like,
That's so
I
cool.
literally, Marvel licensing is the most fun. And I tell people, with all the video games that you guys put Deadpool in like 6 video games in the early 2000s. And again, I knew that because my kids were gamers. And I met Nolan North last night, who voiced Deadpool.
Nolan's the best.
And I'm like, Nolan, I walked in one time to 10 kids on my couch. They were playing Marvel vs. Capcom, and they were all Deadpool versus Deadpool. And it was just so fun listening. So, I mean, look, the Marvel licensing is on fire. So the products are outstanding.
Yeah.
So, but my love of Hot Wheels as a kid now has a Deadpool to go with it.
And that is the perfect thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
Ryan, you should follow me back to my hotel room because it looks like a big toy box.
I love that. We're going to have to go because we have amazing footage from D23. Jack Kirby was honored as a Disney legend, which, like, I was tears and welling up because it felt so good.
That was such a thrill.
And I want to give you big props for doing some really cool stuff with Make-A-Wish.
Oh yeah. Honestly, they're
That
the
was very
best. I
cool.
was able to be with 4 of the most amazing children today, and every year Make-A-Wish has made this happen here at Comic-Con, and I just love it. I love that they have a passion for these characters, so it's just great. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Rob, where are fans going to follow you on Twitter?
At Robert Liefeld.
There you
Boom.
go.
You gotta
With
go
a
Robert
blue
Liefeld.
check only.
Yes.
You guys stay here at Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017 and go over to marvel.com/SDCC2017 if you're not watching it there, and hashtag MarvelSDCC.
Jack Kirby, often referred to by his fans and peers as the King, was one of the most pioneering comic creators of all time, creating hundreds of new characters that leapt off the page, drafting new mind-blowing landscapes, and further defining what would be known as the Marvel Comics style. Kirby was born as Jacob Kurtzberg to Austrian Jewish immigrants. He developed an interest in drawing at an early age. He was mostly self-taught as an artist by studying comic strips and political cartoons.
I just began to draw at a very, very young age. Superheroes came very naturally to me because that particular form of drawing seemed to represent what I liked about men and women in general.
After creating the patriotic wartime hero Captain America with Joe Simon for Marvel's predecessor, Timely Comics, Kirby himself joined the war effort as a combat infantryman for the United States Army. After the war ended, Kirby returned to Timely Comics Marvel, reuniting with the now editor-in-chief, Stan Lee.
Jack Kirby went back to his old stomping grounds, Timely Comics, and got together with Stan Lee and started to do comic books again. And that's the beginning of Marvel.
Together, they created the Fantastic Four. This groundbreaking comic featured a super family with super problems of their own. The title became a commercial hit, redefining the modern comic book. And Marvel soon launched a new line of titles, with Kirby serving as an artist for most of them.
I would have been proud to have said, Jack and I did the Fantastic Four and let it go at that, but my gosh, at the same time, we were doing Thor, and we were doing the X-Men, and we were doing Sergeant Fury and Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Jack was equally good at every one of them.
The Hulk, Thor, Iron Man, X-Men, the Avengers, the Inhumans, the Black Panther, the Silver Surfer. Kirby's imaginative mind and skilled pen gave life to hundreds of major and minor characters for Marvel Comics. His broad interests added a new dimension to comics: cosmic spacescapes, mythological characters sparring across bizarre, mind-twisting panoramas.
He was the most imaginative, inventive guy I've ever met. I mean, his imagination was incredible, the things he thought of.
We all dream. Our dreams make us larger. We all want to see what's beyond all horizons. I believe it's part of the human makeup, and I reflect that in my drawings.
The visionary creations of Jack Kirby forever transformed the art of comics and gave birth to an entire universe of epic cinematic storytelling.
I feel that story first. I know those people first. When I put them down, they've already lived.
Jack Kirby was an industry icon, redefined comics not only with his eye-popping artwork, but with his bold point of view of what comics could be. He was the creative genius behind a legion of compelling and enduring characters, as you just saw, who are still beloved around the world. And it's really impossible to convey his impact on the industry because his work is still inspiring and influencing artists today, and it will be for generations to come. So we're proud to include Jack Kirby among our revered Disney legends, and pleased that his son Neil could join us for this celebration of Jack's career and to accept the award in his father's behalf. Thank you.
You belong, you belong, you belong, you belong to the Merry Marvel Marching Society. March along, march along, march along to the song of the Merry Marvel Marching Society.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to extend our, especially our family's condolences to Stan and his family on the loss of his wife Joan last week. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. And again, first, thank you, Mr. Iger, and to the Disney Awards Selection Committee, all our friends at Marvel, John Cerulean, Dan Buckley, and David Bogart, my family, my wife Connie and daughter Jillian, and of course all my father's thousands of fans that have stood by him and behind him for well over 7 decades. It's very much appreciated. So on behalf of my sisters, Lisa, Barbara, Susan, and myself, we would like to thank everybody. My father, I know, would be very humbled and proud to accept this award, and he was probably the most humble person on the face of the planet. I always like to say that my father did not create superheroes, and he didn't even create superhumans. He really just created super people, and I'd just like to again, thank everybody, and certainly thank you for enjoying his incredible and staggering body of work that he produced. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm Lorraine.
I'm Ryan.
And we're joined by Russell Bobbitt.
Yay!
Welcome.
Yay!
Yeah.
Russ, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
You had a big panel today. Tell us about the panel. What was the story? What was the panel? Because it was standing room only. People getting kicked out.
And
people
this
cheering.
is a new panel for us, right?
It is. This is actually my first time at Comic-Con.
What? Welcome.
Welcome.
A crazy, awesome panel, prop development.
Yep.
I went out there, I explained a little about what I do and how I do it, and I brought actual props. We had the cap shields there. We had Mjolnir. I see you have one here.
We
Pretty
do. Ours
awesome.
is from Hasbro. I have a feeling yours is slightly different.
Looks awesome though.
Yeah, they
looks awesome. Mine
Right?
is slightly different. It's heavier. You have to be worthy to lift it. So, it's
Or at
kinda
least super
crazy.
buff.
Yeah, or super buff. I'm worthy because I made it, so I can lift it. But it was an awesome panel. It was overbooked by like 200 people.
That's awesome.
Standing room only, standing ovation. It was
Love
so
it.
fun. I'll be back.
That's great.
That's
one
so
of my
cool.
favorite things when visiting a set from one of our films or TV shows is going through all the props and just seeing like people working, and then you just see like I remember it might have been Thor: The Dark World. There was a room with just weapons everywhere, hanging all over the place. What films of Marvel Studios have you worked on and made the props for? So you've got Captain America, all three?
I did all 3 Iron Mans. This is my 9th and 10th film that I'm working on now with Marvel. I remember sitting in an office with Louis D'Esposito with a whiteboard full of movie titles. And I thought, oh, okay, well, that's ambitious. That was Iron Man 1. And I've done 10 since. Well, I just finished 9 and we're about to do 10. So it's been quite a nice run. I did Iron Man 1, 2, 3, 2 Captain America movies, Winter Soldier and Civil War, Thor 1, Ant-Man, Infinity War, and the next one. And
yeah, very good, very good.
If that was 10, then I'm good. And if it wasn't, then there's another one in there
like
somewhere.
official title, the next one.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, please let's not forget that one. It was so fun to work on. It was awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you're in a really interesting position of really filling out a world, because if we have something like Thor or Guardians of the Galaxy, it doesn't really exist. It's not like you get a cup that's just a mug from the kitchen. You're maybe building a huge stein or something else. How do you even begin to research something like that?
It's an awesome question. There is no way to research what the cup looks like in outer space.
Right.
But so I get a team of people together. We all sketch and we draw and we 3D print. And basically I'll say, hey, we need a cup with a drink in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Can we design a cup and alienize it? And so we do it. We just jump in, we do it. Sometimes it takes 5 tries to get something that looks awesome. It's either too big or too small. It doesn't fit with the design of the film. But I pretty much study the design of the film. We get to where we need to go, and we make those awesome alien props.
It's so cool.
Yeah, that's so cool. So you mentioned you brought Captain America shields, you brought Mjolnir to your panel. Was that? Did you have anything else? Was there more? Because I want to dig into some of those props.
We had arc reactors. We had the history of the arc reactor from Iron Man 1
That's awesome.
to current.
Awesome.
And we had a Hawkeye bow, and we had the book, Bucky's book that has the formulas in it to turn him into who he is. And so a lot of cool stuff, and people really reacted well. They were just bombarding us to take pictures and shake hands and really get excited about having something physical to see. That was actually used in the films.
You know, I have to say, my best friend is literally your biggest fan in the whole world. She builds props for Disney parks, and she's gotten to put some of the things up that you guys have built into some of the attractions and things there. And one of her favorite things is all of the different Captain America shields, because I know that you need different shields to do different things, because if you're carrying a shield on your back, you don't necessarily want it to be like 50 pounds of steel.
Yeah, I'll give you the quick shield story. I have about 100 shields right now.
Wow.
Can I have one? Everyone wants one. Even our producers say, hey, if that one's ruined beyond repair, can you put that in the trunk of my car? But there's about 100 shields because the life expectancy of a shield is about 3 scenes. It gets beyond damage beyond repair within about 3 scenes. I can't repaint it. I can't fix it. I have to make more.
You
so
need real vibranium.
and through our history of the MCU, there's only been one shield, one round shield, I should say, and so I have to continually provide brand new shields. And then there are 5 different types of shields, 4 or 5. I make an aluminum one, which is for close-ups, so that it feels like it's vibranium.
Yeah.
And then I'll make a fiberglass one that goes on his back, so when he's pulling or putting it on his back, it's lightweight. And it's the next best looking one. And then I'll make a hard rubber one and 2 different versions of soft rubber. The hard rubber is if somebody punches it so they don't break their hands. And then the soft rubber ones are for somersaults. So there's a total process and a system behind the cap shields. And it's like a job in itself.
Yeah. And so you're saying the life expectancy is 3 scenes. How many are you making on a cap film? Of each.
I start by making about 60 shields.
Wow.
And then they come and go. Now, the reason I only have 100, and there's been more than that, that many films, is once we're into a stunt scene, I can then pull from the damaged ones, once it's supposed to be damaged, and add some paint or touch-ups to make it look like it has already been battle-worn.
That's amazing.
So we just have to wrap up in just about a minute, but of all times, what do you think has been your favorite thing that you've ever made or worked on?
Okay, so awesome question. Everybody asks me that question. And here's my answer, and I'm going to tell the world. My favorite prop that I've ever worked on is the prop I'm working on now. So I put my heart and soul into every single prop, and once that prop is just perfect and I'm able to hand it to the actor and help them maintain it on the set, it's out of my life. And I'm on to my next favorite prop. So I've got a ton of favorite props.
That's
and
awesome,
I
though.
treat them all like they're my kids and my own, and I maintain them and live with them. And I do have that warehouse that you're talking about full of weapons. I am the guy for that.
If you ever need someone to come and just catalog it, I'm happy to help.
I need it.
Awesome.
There you go.
Russell, where can fans find you? Are you on social media, Facebook, Twitter, anywhere?
Yes, at Marvel Props, Twitter and Instagram.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's make sure. Let's get
Follow
you
me.
verified if you're not already.
Do it. I'm not.
Let's do that.
I just recently put it up.
Okay.
Because I knew I was
There we
coming.
All right.
But
we'll work together on this.
I got lots of awesome photos and
Right
things
on.
to share, and that Marvel allows me to share. So
Love it.
follow.
Go follow there and stay here at Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017 and hashtag Marvel SDCC and interact with us online. Stay right here.
Hi, my name is Sanford Green, artist on Power Man and Iron Fist, as well as cover artist for Luke Cage, as well as Black Panther in the Crew, and I just finished a Luke Cage Power Man.
And welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm Lorraine, joined by Shannon and Dean. Hail, the Hales,
Hello.
hail, the gang's all here. Writers of The Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. Beatable Squirrel Girl, Unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
Unbeatable, absolutely. I don't think they can hear you.
That's all right.
Okay.
Now, and this is a YA novel, not to be confused with the comic written by your pal, Ryan North.
Who won 2 Eisners last night.
Congratulations,
Erica
Ryan.
Anderson. Woo, Aaron! Ryan and Erica, I just combined their names. It's a new thing.
Aaron, yeah, right.
Oh, that's good. They have like a shipping name
Yeah,
now.
mhm.
I like it.
Or Rayaka.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
So, you guys, this book is so funny. It's so great. Let's just talk a little bit about the process of working on it. Did you work with Ryan as you were putting together the book?
Well, we read all the comics. I mean, obviously we'd already read them, but we reread all the comics.
We
and
worked with
studied.
him without him actually knowing for quite a while.
Right. Took his words, his
That's right.
magic ink juice, and absorbed it, and really just tried to absorb his take on it because he's so brilliant the way that he writes Squirrel Girl.
And that voice is so clean and clear,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And our book takes place 5 years earlier than where she is in the comic. She's in college.
Right.
We took her back to middle school before she's declared her name Squirrel Girl and let her emerge as a nascent hero.
I love it. I love it. And now you guys have you have such wonderful senses of humor.
We're hilarious.
No,
and now the
wonderful.
bar has been set really high.
Say something funny.
Funny, yeah.
Tell me a joke.
Dance.
Do you guys, when you're kind of like writing these like funny passages and things, are you taking turns writing, or are you writing together and bouncing ideas and making jokes, and then you're like, oh, that joke should go right on in there?
We mostly take turns.
We do both. So we do.
I don't work well with others.
No, he needs to be
Just
by himself.
other. Just
There's a lot of time in time out. We do go. We'll get together. We'll talk through stuff. We'll go on long walks. We'll hold hands. It's like a retirement
long
community
walks on the
commercial.
beach.
Yeah, it's really sweet. and we'll talk stuff through. And then we will outline. You have to, with this kind of stuff, you have to outline extensively. Some
Right.
books you can just fly by the seat of your pants and see where it goes. With this, you have to, you know, Marvel needs to look at the outline and make sure it's not crossing over with something else they're already doing,
Right,
etc.
sure.
So we outline it all, and then we divvy up chapters.
Yeah.
And so, for example, he wrote all the Tippy Toe chapters in the book.
Love it.
I
And
resonated
wrote-
more with the
yes,
squirrel.
I
yeah.
wrote the Doreen chapters. We split up the Squirrel Girl chapters, and he wrote the villain chapters. I wrote the Anna Sophie as a new character. And then we do, one nice thing about writing, collaborating with someone is you've got an immediate audience, and when you're writing comedy, you're trying to make them laugh.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm thinking, I want to make him laugh, and I've got this motivation to be as funny as possible, so when he reads what I wrote, he laughs.
Right, yeah.
And then you...
And then I write for myself.
And then you
Yeah.
selfishly...
Because he doesn't work well with other.
I'm out in the corner
No, there are a
facing the
lot of
wall.
things that get cut because they're funny only to you.
This is true.
Yeah.
People, this is true.
I think that's so funny because actually, speaking of Ryan North, who is now a theme in our conversation.
Yes.
Right, as he should be.
He always says when he writes jokes that he tries to, when he goes back to read it, to make himself laugh out loud.
Yes.
Yeah.
We totally, and it's so
Yeah.
embarrassing. It's the most embarrassing thing in the world to laugh at your own
Yes,
show.
oh, that is hilarious. But
Yeah.
see, I can claim that it's you.
Yes.
It's like, oh,
that's
this is
true.
funny. You must have written it. Except
Yes.
really, I
No,
don't.
he doesn't do that. He's not generous at all that way. He claims all the funny parts are mine, are his.
Are mine, yeah, no,
Yes.
because they are.
And they're lies, Lorraine, because they're mine.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
you guys, I have ruined a relationship today. No, just kidding, just
It's
kidding.
the foundation of our relationship, arguing over who's funnier.
The funniest parts to write are in the book. We have a lot of text messages
Uh-huh.
between Squirrel Girl and different Marvel characters.
Right.
Because Tippy Toe, her squirrel, stole a bunch of names off an Avengers phone, and so she's constantly texting people. She doesn't know who she's texting for advice, and all those are fun.
Those are fun to write too.
They're really fun. Winter Soldier, Rocket,
Yeah.
Thor.
And speaking of sort of the content of the book, what are some of the things that Squirrel Girl is going to come up against in this story for folks who want to check it out and are curious about it?
She's a brand new hero, so there's
Right.
she's trying to figure out how to be a hero, and then there's somebody in the same neighborhood who's trying to figure out how to be a villain. So they're going to come face to face. We're actually working on the sequel right
Right now, even now.
Congratulations.
Mhm.
Yes, and that one is going to be full of a top secret evil organization.
That's right.
Which we will not name.
No.
Oh, I get
But
it.
we will wear their
I
shirts.
it took me a minute though,
Okay.
because it's been a long day.
NSA.
But I got there.
No. Yeah.
That sounds so fun. And so, where are you guys in the process right now for writing the sequel?
Well, we finished.
Do we want our editor to know? Not
Yeah,
done.
no,
We're
not
far,
done.
far away. We have no
We're
drafts.
not hanging out at Comic-Con instead of writing, we swear. We've written a couple of drafts, and Marvel read it and gave us some great notes back that we're revising, and so, yeah, we're like on a third draft.
Yeah.
So.
And will you have a similar sort of format with the way you used Tippy Toe and other
Yeah.
things?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
More texting?
Yep.
Lots
Yep.
more texting, lots more Tippy Toe chapters. And
Yeah.
there's in this particular story, they need to do kind of a heist. The squirrels take it
Right.
upon themselves to figure out what's going on.
A squirrel heist?
Squirrel
Yes.
Team 6.
Yes.
A squirrel's 11?
It's,
Yeah.
Yes, it's like that. And so Tippy Toe has to put together Squirrel Team 6.
Yeah.
So Tippy and
I love
5
it.
other squirrels, and they all have their specialties, and they have to break into a place and figure out what the evil organization is up to. And those
I
are
love
just
it.
some interstitial chapters. The main story is really Squirrel Girl.
I love it. It's so great. Now, you guys have little ones. Do you draw inspiration from the little ones?
We steal. We rob.
Yeah.
We steal. You
Yeah.
rob them of their
Rob them.
good ideas and jokes.
Yeah,
they
if
have-
there's
when they
something
say
funny,
something
they say,
funny,
okay, I'm putting that down.
I write
You
it
made
down,
them.
and
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
fair game.
By extension.
Thank you, Lauren. That's
Yes.
exactly like I think they should drop their legal suit because
Right.
clearly you heard it from her. We have
No
legal
royalties
standing.
for you kids.
No.
We
You
give them
get
food.
dinner.
We feed
Yes.
them. We take care of them. We feed them every day.
Every day?
Every
Yeah.
single day.
I'm not entirely certain what they're eating today.
Who knows where they even
Yeah.
are? We're at Comic-Con.
Yep.
Are the kids here with you guys?
No.
No, you guys are pew pew.
They're at home.
Freewheeling.
Yeah.
Hitting Eisner.
Sprinkle cereal on the floor. There's a drain. Yeah, that's
You know
all
how
right.
busy it is here.
Oh, it's
And
crazy,
we have
yeah.
4 children, including 6-year-old twins. So
That's a
we
lot.
would lose them instantly on the show floor. You walk and they would disappear.
Yeah, no, you don't want that. No.
We haven't microchipped them yet, so.
Plus, we couldn't stay out late with our friends if they were here.
Yeah, that's the real truth.
Yeah.
Now, what are you guys doing at San Diego Comic-Con? Are you doing any panels? Are you doing some signings and things?
Yeah, we're doing a lot. We're
Yeah.
special guests this year.
Ooh, yeah.
So little bit shiny.
Which mostly just means we have a good hotel.
We've got a good hotel.
That's right. Which is enough.
Which is
No,
enough.
Yeah.
it's real.
Yeah, it is
The
real.
Eisners was awesome.
Oh, we were at the
Yeah.
Eisners last night,
Yeah.
and did we already mention Ryan North? Maybe
Oh,
we
yeah,
should
I
mention
think we
Ryan
did,
North.
I mean, he hasn't been mentioned enough.
Right,
We love
right.
him so much. He's like simultaneously our little brother and our big brother. Because he's like 6'6".
Yeah,
Right.
he is very
It
tall.
makes me feel petite. It's nice.
I know he was the first person I saw at Comic-Con because you can't miss him because he's red-haired and 6
Our,
foot
our
whatever.
gentle, tall, ginger Canadian.
That's right.
But Dean can hug him, and Dean is 6'3", but Dean can hug him and tuck his head gently
That's
under
right.
Ryan's chin.
Not something that happens often.
It's just
That's
in
the
my
sweetest.
imagination. I like
So-
to think about it.
Most of your panels and things have just been you guys talking about Ryan North.
Mostly.
And,
Mostly.
and gentle
Yeah.
spooning.
Yeah. You must have been to the panels. Yeah.
I was
I
was
know
on a
everything.
panel where I was trying to talk about Thor's hammer, but I legitimately meant the hammer. But it sounded,
Count.
everything I said was innuendo, and there were children in the audience, Lorraine. It was so bad. And the more I tried to backtrack,
The worse it got.
the worse it got. You
Yeah,
should
sometimes
should
you
not
just
let me
can't
out.
jump out of that puddle. You just got to swim through
You
it.
just pretend like you didn't say it, but when you try to backtrack and you're saying, I didn't mean his hammer that way.
Oh.
And the
I just
audience
meant-
goes, whoa.
And then I was like so embarrassed. I was like, oh shoot, I'm gonna be thinking about Thor all night long. And then I was like, no!
Yeah.
What I mean is,
Oh boy.
but there is Thor in the book as well. She does.
Oh, she does.
Squirrel Girl has a special relationship, or her best friend has a special relationship with Thor.
Yeah.
We've realized in writing this book that Thor loves socks.
Right.
That's the
Hard
Why
to come
wouldn't
by
you?
in Asgard.
Yeah,
like
just
the depth
leather
of his
boots,
soul.
right?
Yeah.
Sweaty feet.
Yeah.
And so he comes to Midgard, and they have lovely socks. He thinks of them as hugs for the feet. And the greatest thing about writing a Marvel book is that's canon now. That's our contribution to the future of Marvel.
Yeah.
Thor loves
Forever
socks.
after is Thor loves socks, and that will have been us.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
now I need Mjolnir socks or something.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, no, totally.
Totally.
Themed.
Be so good.
Yeah. Mjolnir
We
for
actually,
Cat
have,
Thor.
we actually have a 2-page speech in the second book of Thor talking about socks, not to be missed.
Yep.
If there's one thing
Does
people
it-
look for in books, it's socks.
Yeah.
Socks. Does it rival the squirrel name list? The squirrel name list is epic, you
We
guys.
do it again.
We do it
It's
again.
like 200. We need to have a competition where people can name squirrels.
Yeah,
But we have like
yeah.
I
200.
love it.
We
Yeah.
have 200 squirrels. She's telling her friend all the names of the squirrels in the
Right.
neighborhood, and it just goes on and on and on. And
I
they're
had
such
a-
lovely names.
I had a roommate in college who was like that with dogs in the neighborhood, so I get it. She knew every
I'm
dog.
calling it right now. You're going to be a squirrel in the next book.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want it. Can
Yeah.
I?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Do you want it? Do you want it just your real full name, or do you want a
A
squirrelized your name?
squirrelified name.
I would like at least a squirrelized middle name.
That's a
Sure,
good idea.
that's a good
so
idea.
first and last
Yeah.
name, and then we'll get a squirrelized
Lorraine
name.
the Nibbler Sink. Something,
Yeah.
I'm
but
looking
better
at our
than
publicist
that.
Maz over here, who you
She's
can't
like-
see, but she's a
she's like,
squirrel in the
maybe.
first book.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, she is.
Oh my
And
god.
we didn't squirrelify her name because Maz Zizimos already could be a squirrel.
that-
name.
yeah.
So we
That's-
just went with that.
I just want to be canon.
Yeah.
It's my
I'm
dream.
gonna be in the
We
universe.
have that power now,
Yeah.
Lorraine.
Me and Thor socks.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
We will be canon. Marvel
That's
canon.
what we've done for Marvel. That's how
Yep.
we've changed. That's the earthquake we brought to this landscape.
That's right.
Just make sure Lorraine the Nibbler makes it out alive.
Right.
I
right.
don't want to.
We could have it be
Go
her
in the
that
first
goes
book.
crazy, you know.
I appear.
Yeah, and starts fighting. No.
Or maybe Lorraine, the squirrel, is the one that ultimately takes down the evil organization,
Sure,
which
it
we're
could
not
be.
going to name.
Yeah, just let me really, literally bite into some crime.
Yes.
Right on.
You
Yeah.
got
That's
it.
all I
You
want.
got
Yeah.
it.
But everybody can pick up the first book now in stores everywhere
Yeah.
that they sell books, pretty much,
Yeah.
right? And we'll look forward to the other one in the future. Where can people check you out at the con and find you guys online?
I have no idea where they
Where
can check out
are
the
we
con.
at the con?
I know.
We have a
I can't
piece of
remember
paper that
the
we just
schedule.
follow.
Gently
But you know
led.
what? I do tweet it. So
Yeah.
at Hale Shannon, H-A-L-E Shannon, I'll tweet wherever I'm going to be.
Love
he
it.
he
And I
doesn't
carry
tweet
your
'cause
bags.
He's antisocial and introverted.
Asocial, it's not
it's
the
sad.
same.
It's really sad.
I'm not sad.
But you should follow them online because they're the best and they're hilarious. And check out the book because it's fantastic. And of course, stay here at Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. We'll be right up next with some more cool stuff. Hey Hey guys, my name is Jess Brohard, host for Marvel Gaming, and welcome back to yet another installment of Marvel Becoming, live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. And this time, of course, we have the lovely and talented Mia Tamlin joining us once more. And today, she's going to be doing makeup on Chris Richards and turning him into a Jack Kirby monster. So would you like to give a quick introduction to yourself?
My name is Chris. I am from Toronto, Canada. This is my Canadian Chris, people call me. This is my 7th year at Comic-Con, and I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen.
Your 7th year?
7th year.
Wow, that's amazing. What have you done? Yeah, Mia, I'm going to let Mia go ahead and continue working. Start working on you.
Yep.
Yeah, so don't feel pressured to make eye contact with
No
me.
worries.
I know you're still listening, even though you're not looking
I'm
at
listening.
me. So, what have you done at your previous 6 Comic-Cons?
Previous 6 Comic-Cons, I'm trying to think what a big thing was. Hannibal was a big thing I did for a couple years. Big fan of Brian Fuller's work. Marvel stuff, obviously. I sat through the Iron Man 3 panel. I was lucky enough to be part of the Age of Ultron signing here a couple years back.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Just anything, sometimes it's spontaneous, see whatever happens.
Very cool. So Mia, as we said, you're turning Chris into a kind of a Jack Kirby inspired monster / creation. Can you talk more about that? Because we were chatting earlier about it and it sounded fascinating.
Well, so I know it is Jack Kirby's 100th birthday celebration for Comic-Con that they're featuring, and I really wanted to showcase some of his work or like just his style. I feel like it's so iconic in comics, that like 70s, like, you know, like graphic color that have really translated over time into like what comics are today. And I thought it would be really cool to do something that was kind of in the same vein of his look, especially also because I feel like a lot of media, like films and especially with Marvel, are starting to pick it up again and like really bring that fun, vibrant like style back into their films.
As we can see, this is very vibrant already. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
I have no idea what that looks like.
You will at the
Luckily,
end.
there are no mirrors, but I promise you're going to look awesome. So Mia, is this this particular look, is this something that you have done before and you have practiced before, or did you just come up with this? What was the inspiration besides
So,
just Jack Kirby? What was the inspiration for
I
this
looked
specific
at a
look?
lot of Kirby's artwork, particularly Kirby Aliens, and of course, like a lot from Thor Ragnarok, because he did a lot of the artwork.
Chris, if you don't mind, sorry, I think the camera's having trouble seeing you. Could you twist just a little bit toward me to the right? Just a little bit. Perfect.
As long as Mia can still get to me.
Yeah, so I was looking at a lot of his artwork, and I was also really inspired by just like a lot of graphic lines that were in comics today. It is really loud. Sorry.
I know. We are competing with the giveaway. Apparently, they're doing a very exciting giveaway downstairs at the Marvel booth. So I'm sure, hopefully, this is coming
your
across
face a little
fine
bit
on
towards
the
me.
stream. But just for our conversation
Yeah.
purposes, we were having so much trouble hearing each other. But you know what? We'll make it work.
We have Deadpool shirt.
So this is
I'm
looking
sorry.
awesome so far.
What was the other half of your question?
Oh, I was asking if this was a specific look that you have done before, or kind of where you drew inspiration.
I definitely did a test makeup beforehand, not on Chris because Chris is from Canada, but I definitely think it's really important to do a test makeup. So you kind of get a feel for what you're doing.
So you make sure that what you're visualizing in your head
Yeah,
translates
because sometimes
onto
what
the
you're
canvas.
exactly, like sometimes it doesn't translate as well, especially with like dimensions of the face. So I think it's really important. So I did a little bit of a test, and I kind of like played with the line work to figure out what worked and what didn't. So
do you have a name for this specific look? I know you said it's kind of a Jack Kirby inspired monster.
I was just telling Chris earlier, I took a lot of inspiration from like the Vision, like from the current Avengers films. A little bit of David Bowie.
Oh,
And
nice.
a lot of kind of like Captain Marvel with the like starburst eyes. Definitely some inspiration from Thor Ragnarok.
Okay.
For sure.
I'm so excited in particular to see this one because the previous, the two other cosplays that I had the pleasure of speaking with you about were the Dora Milaje and Dagger, of course, yeah. So, and those were both beautiful, but they were a little bit more wearable. And then this already, I mean, I'm just taking a guess that Chris would not want to wear this out in public.
I am Groot.
This one, yeah, it's kind of like body painting, a little bit of face paint. I'm gonna have you actually twist towards me.
Sure. As long as the camera's still good.
Yeah,
All
a little
right.
bit more.
little bit more?
Perfect.
Okay.
There we go. So let that dry a little bit. I know you're gonna have to keep your eyes closed for a minute. Yeah. So.
And so, what type of paint is this? Because I mean, I fancy myself a makeup enthusiast, but
Yeah.
I've of course never done anything on this scale or used anything this colorful.
So this is not the cosmetic acrylic paints that I was using earlier. This is water-based paints.
Okay.
Water-based body paints. So they're activated by water or mixing mediums. So I'm using like a pigment powder and mixing mediums. They're a little bit more gentle on the skin, I feel. So, but they don't wear as long.
Okay.
So definitely consider your wearability when you're using these.
So this wouldn't be a look that you would be able to do and then, for instance, wear 12 hours at
Yeah,
Comic-Con?
definitely not a 12-hour look, I would say.
And was this a brush cleaner or what is this that you're mixing with the silver
It's a
pigment
mixing
there?
medium.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is
so-
fascinating.
So it's with a pigment powder, and you just mix it in the medium, and it turns into like a liquid form. So.
Okay. Now, changing subjects a little bit, Chris, can you tell us just more about yourself? We know you're from Canada. We know you've been to 7 Comic-Cons now. What else do you do? What else do you like to do?
I got into.
Do you cosplay, for instance?
I
is what I'm
used to
partially getting at.
cosplay. I started cosplaying in 2004. I was at an anime convention on the East Coast, and I was trying to convince a friend to come with me, and she wouldn't go. And I said, "Oh, well, if you come with me, I'll cosplay." And then I got roped into it that way. And then throughout the years, I got really addicted to it. I was regularly attending comic and anime conventions. I was competing over the years, did masquerades and craftsmanship. I did judging at some conventions as well. And then, yeah, I just, as I grew older, I still appreciate and love costuming. I still support my friends in it. My personal lifestyle, I'm too busy with work and just other hobbies to really delve into the costuming like I like to. I haven't made anything in about 3 years. I still get ideas and inspired, but I haven't unfortunately gotten back into it.
What do you, and I know you can't see yourself, what
Yeah.
do you think so far of what Mia's doing? Because you've heard me talking this
Yeah.
whole time about how bright and vibrant the colors are and how it's not a very wearable look. So how do you feel right now?
I don't know. We're gonna see what happens. Like you said, David Bowie. You said Vision, so I'm thinking of some sort of combination hybrid of the two of them, and we'll see what comes out of this.
Well, Mia, did you bring a mirror so that at the end we can show Chris
Yeah,
and maybe hopefully catch his reaction on camera?
If not, we can also see with a camera, like with a phone camera too. That would
Yeah,
work.
that's true. That is
definitely
true. 'Cause I
have a
definitely think
mirror.
we should get that reaction, that reveal. I think that'd be so cool. So Mia, it looks awesome so far, and I can't wait to see what the rest is going to look like. How long? And when you did the trial runs, for instance, how long did this look take? About how long do you think it'll take to complete at this current stage?
I'd say probably about 10 to 15 more minutes. Yeah.
Comicbookjewelry.com. Use code Marvel,
Hopefully.
get 15% off.
Well, it's looking awesome so far.
Yeah, so right now I'm doing the kind of like the starburst on the eyes. So with this like bronze gold pigment.
And when you finish, is it going to be the whole surface of his face going to be covered in pigment, or is it going to be kind of more like designs?
It's not going to be his whole skin just because of time allotment.
Trust me, I'm a pirate.
I don't really have. But if I could, I probably would have changed his whole like skin tone. Would have been fun. I think that something like you could add that's a little bit different.
Now, Chris,
So-
hopefully you don't have sensitive skin because there's a lot going on right now.
Well, if not, I'll have a very interesting weekend,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I guess we'll find out.
Do you want to keep this on or take it off later?
We'll see how things go at the end.
When you look in the
I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling good.
You're looking good. I think you should wear it. I mean, hey, that's the beauty of Comic-Con.
I know.
You can step outside of your comfort zone and...
Oh, this is nothing.
Exactly. Look around. Look at all the amazingly talented cosplayers in their awesome get-ups that we've seen so far. Nobody's even going to bat an eye at you as far as,
Exactly.
thinking, oh, what's that guy doing? They know exactly what you're doing. You're at Comic-Con. You're enjoying yourself and you're cosplaying.
Exactly.
It's a pig. I've never seen a white
So,
pig.
What is the best thing that each of you has seen so far? I mean, I know it's only day one here. It's toward the end of day one here, but there's been so much to see. What have been each of your favorite things been?
I was lucky enough, a friend had a spare Conan ticket for today.
Nice.
So I was able to go to the Kingsman taping and see the cast of Kingsman, and I also made it to the Hall H panel for Kingsman. So I did both Kingsman related things today, which I was really excited about, because I'm really looking forward to that movie.
I heard that Canadian when he said that, which I'm really excited about.
I'm sorry.
I liked it. No,
Sorry.
Don't be
Sorry.
It's beautiful. I love the Canadian accent.
Sorry about that.
Mia, what have you seen that you're excited about so far?
You know what? I haven't really gotten to see much. I've wandered the exhibit hall, of course. And for me, like, one of the reasons why I love Comic-Con, even though it's for me, it's an industry-heavy con, but that means I get to see a lot of people that are in my industry and that I normally don't get to see on a daily basis. So I've seen so many friends that I normally, don't see every day. And that's been really nice catching up with everybody. So for me, that's what I've been
Yeah.
enjoying the most.
And same, that's for me always one of my favorite parts about going to events is just that over the years you make so many friends from all over the globe that you just don't get to see on an everyday basis because they're scattered.
So many people come to Comic-Con,
I know.
So
We have groups of friends, and we all plan together to come here. But now, over the years, being in lines and having the same interests, I've made legitimate friends who are Comic-Con friends. Like, hey, are you going to Comic-Con? I'll see you there this year. And I've already run into a lot of them. So it's great to catch up, and we keep in contact over social media, but to come to Comic-Con and see these people year after year and be able to luckily find them amongst the crowd and hang out, just like nothing has changed over the past year. It's a great experience. And even just like meeting new people this year. I was waiting for preview night last night, and there were 3 people around me. We just started talking, and it was all their first year. So I felt like I was kind of taking them under my wing and enlightening them as to how things work and what you can and can't do in a day.
I'm Chris, and I'll be your Comic-Con guide.
Exactly. I'm here. This is the makeup, the superhero inspired for
Yes.
Comic-Con.
You're like the Comic-Con superhero.
There you go. Open eyes.
If you had a superhero name, if you had a superhero name, what would it be?
Everybody calls me Canadian Chris.
that'd be your superhero name.
What would your superpowers be as Canadian Chris?
Poutine, hockey. Be really good at
What,
hockey.
making poutine or eating it?
Probably making. I don't like poutine.
You don't like poutine?
I don't like poutine.
I don't think I've ever had poutine.
It's not that great. Sorry.
I love
Sorry.
it.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
So
I
have
love
you
poutine.
tilt your head back and close your eyes?
Okay.
Perfect.
Did you know I was going to do that? Yes, I do it.
So I'm just setting the paint, pretty much, with more glitter.
About how much? Because to me, it's looking like a completed look, but it's your vision. What would you say? How much longer? Accidental pun.
Yeah, it's almost done. I would
Almost
say.
done.
Yeah. I would say.
I was gonna say it looks almost done. It's fantastic. Now, and again, Chris, because all you can tell is you feel brushes hitting your face. You've been hearing me talk about all the colors and pigments. I'm gonna ask you again, how are you feeling, and what do you think you look like? What are you imagining yourself to look like right now?
I could definitely feel a lot of heavy brush strokes around the eye, accentuating outwards, and then a few detailed lines on the forehead and down my cheeks. So, outside of that, I'm not sure what the color palette's going to be, but we'll see soon.
Okay.
I'm trying not to look in the reflection that
I
I
was
can-
gonna say, 'cause
the
trying
light
to
is really bright.
Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid this glass
Yeah,
reflection.
because it's almost like a mirror over
Exactly,
there.
exactly.
But I think at the end you should definitely look in that
Oh, I
mirror
will.
and we'll do your reaction.
I will.
Oh, and the glitter is coming out now.
Uh-oh. That's
So
that's a
my
new
favorite
experience.
part.
It's pretty tame.
Chris, have you ever worn this much makeup before?
I've done special effects makeup for some video game costumes where I did like a fake contact, like a blind eye contact lens.
Oh, how cool.
Scarring, like deep ridge scarring, fake facial hair, piercings. So I've done that, but not anything that's been like very paint intensive or prosthetic. Not that there's prosthetics involved, but so I have some experience with it. Not again in many years, but yep.
So Mia, I was asking earlier, if you prefer doing the crazy special effects makeup versus the more wearable natural looks, but I also was curious, because like you said, this is sort of your own design that you imagined up, inspired by another design. So do you prefer doing, a specific character like we did earlier on Nell with Dagger, or do you prefer being a little bit more creative and having your own hand in the design?
Oh man, it's hard to say. I like being creative, but I definitely need like direction. I need to know my limitations. I need to know like references and things like that. Yeah. So it did really help to look up Jack Kirby. It did really help to, see that style, and then like kind of run with it. It's really fun to be creative, and of course, like I love to make my own things.
But that has its own set of challenges, of course.
It does. It has a lot of challenges. I also like to. What I like to do is take something and kind of make it my own. So,
okay.
Like
your own unique twist.
Yeah, I definitely like to take like a look and add elements to it that look a little bit different or kind of like my style. I'd say that's what I like to do the most, but not to say that it's fun to like replicate something or be completely free, but definitely replicating something, everybody has their own style and their own expectations. So like what they feel like looks accurate might be different from what I feel like looks accurate. So definitely I like to add my own flavor to things for sure.
So for instance, do you have an example that you can tell our audience of a character that you did where it's maybe a well-known character and then you added your own twist or your own take on it?
Yeah, so like with Darkchild, we were talking about Darkchild earlier. I definitely gave her my own twist. So I made her a little bit more organic looking. I gave her like facial prosthetics that changed her shape a little bit, and fangs and like things that weren't there that she still looked recognizable, or even like the way that the horns were sculpted. Like it still looked like her, but yeah, it still looks. Yeah,
you put your own kind of personalized touch on it.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So is Chris all finished?
I'm gonna add one more thing. Now,
Okay,
I'm looking
awesome.
at it and assessing, and then I'll be done. So it's like, for sure.
It's looking awesome. You look like a fantastic
I'm still really tempted to look straight at the reflection, and I've avoided it.
Right there.
I've avoided it. I'm doing good.
Good, because I feel like you have to do the grand reveal at the end with the fully finished look.
Do you find there's much of a difference between doing male characters and female characters?
Yes, for
Yeah?
sure. Yeah, there's definitely some like expectations that people have for males and females. So, like, there's certain things that people find attractive, or they a way that a superhero is supposed to look like, for men and women. So definitely you kind of have to follow your audience, but at the same time, you can break the rules a little bit too. So. All right, I'm gonna say you're pretty done.
All right.
How are we doing the big reveal?
You know what? I wish I had like a mirror or something,
My
but
camera's broken, otherwise I would show it to you.
I have. All right, here. No, I don't. My phone is over there.
I have
so,
a little mirror.
Oh, yes,
Mirror.
perfect. just, yeah, because you know what?
I'm good,
And
I'm not
also,
looking.
the reflection in the window is not going to give you justice.
You have like the facial structure of Paul Bettany, so kind of like Paul Bettany who plays Vision. I think that's his name, right? I think you kind of look like him. But.
And
Let's do this. Go down. Whoa.
what do you think? Tell our audience what you think really quick before we have to wrap up.
David Bowie.
David Bowie.
It looks great.
It looks awesome.
Love it.
Once again, Mia Tamlin. Why don't you guys both give our audience a quick shout out where they can find examples of your work or your social media?
You want to go?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, as always, you can find me on Instagram. It's 5Ms, MMMMMIYA. Also, Mia Tamlin Makeup on Facebook. Yeah, those two.
My Instagram is not at all related to fandom, but I have a Comic-Con Twitter I use, which is @ChrisSDCC.
Oh, perfect. Chris SDCC. And as always, I'm Jess Brohard, host for Marvel Gaming. Once again, this has been Marvel Becoming, live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I apologize for the noise in the background, but definitely stay tuned. We have much more amazing content coming for you. Marvel.com/SDCC 2017. We'll see ya.
live from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm Lorraine Sink, joined by Court Lane from Marvel Animation. Hey!
Hi!
So you just had a big panel.
We did. We've had 2 big panels in 2 weeks. This is exhausting.
Yeah, you guys just had a bunch of stuff announced too at D23.
Yeah.
Let's start at the beginning.
Okay.
Let's start with D23.
Yes.
We want to react to the panel today, but we also want to hear a little
Yes.
bit about that.
So at D23, we announced that Season 3 of Guardians of the Galaxy is happening, and that the season is going to be themed Mission Breakout.
Which I love.
I know.
It shares the name with the ride at Disney California Adventure Park, and the ride is so fun.
Yes, and it's a very similar story with the ride. The collector traps the Guardians, puts them in his big museum, which looks exactly the same in animation, and Rocket frees them. But then they spend the season dealing with the aftermath of that, because the collector
Right.
wants revenge, and he gets revenge in a number of ways throughout the season.
So we have a big bad collector.
Yes.
All season. I love that. And now, do we have some other things out of D23 also?
Yeah, we announced the some of the cast members for our new Spider-Man series, but we're holding on a couple celebrity announcements in the cast. But we did announce Robbie Damon as Spider-Man and had him on our panel today. And we also announced Patton Oswalt as Uncle Ben, who gave us a very special performance
Yes.
in several flashbacks.
Love
and
it.
Joe Quesada playing Joe, the proprietor of Cup of Joe, which is the coffee house that Peter and Harry, and their relationship is central to the story throughout the season. It's where they meet every day. And the ups and downs in their relationship are sort of measured through the time that they spend together every day at Cup of Joe.
I love that.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I love that. And if you guys don't know Joe Quesada, one, he's just incredible.
Yeah.
His art alone is amazing, but he's also our CCO and an awesome gentleman. That's so cool. I
Yeah.
love that as sort of such a fun device. But now let's talk a little bit about these San Diego announcements, because
Yes.
you guys dropped stuff that I hadn't even heard about, and I'm a little floored. So
Well, some of it was pretty secret. We talked a lot about what's happening in Avengers Secret Wars. We revealed Battleworld and all the characters like Moon Knight and Iron Fist and Dracula that are going to sort of you're going to encounter in this world.
Right.
And then we explain that at the end of this season, it puts the Avengers in a very interesting place, which leads right into a Black Panther series. 2 seasons of 13
So
episodes.
cool.
Avengers Black Panther Quest. And it is
Love
an
it.
awesome show, and it's really centered around the challenges he has to his throne, his relationships with the Avengers going sour because of things he needs to do to protect Wakanda,
Right.
and his close relationship with his little sister. And the dynamics of that brother-sister relationship being really relatable and funny and also sad after the loss of their father.
Right. Oh, I love that. That's so exciting. And now we're finally getting to see some cool clips of Marvel's Spider-Man.
Yes.
Did you debut any clips at the panel today?
Oh, we showed an awesome clip all the way from episode 7. We decided to give them a real
Oh,
treat.
wow.
Features Sandgirl. Sandman is in the episode,
Right.
but in comics, in publishing, there's also his daughter, and she develops powers, and she's working for Hammerhead, and Spider-Man is absolutely trapped by them until the black suit emerges and helps him free himself. So it's our first
cool.
appearance of Black Suit Spider-Man, which leads into a whole amazing Venom arc. And Sandgirl is a really compelling character, played by a celebrity we couldn't announce yet today. And so that was a great clip to show.
I have to say, something I just love about Marvel Animation is how seamlessly you guys work with comics, like just the inspiration and from all different places, pulling storylines and ideas and making them new and fresh and exciting and relatable. I just think it's really cool.
Well, thank you. Dan Slott was very much involved in the creative
cool.
development of the season, along with our story editor, Kevin Shinnick, who was also on the panel. And we were really inspired by a lot of the elements, including Horizon from Dan Slott's arc, and his portrayal of Dr. Octopus, and just a lot of elements are incorporated into this Spider-Man series, and he comes to our summits. So, that's organic in everything we do. Joe Quesada's very involved, and Stephen Wacker obviously very involved, and he was an editor on a lot of these books. Ms. Marvel is really big in Avengers Secret Wars, and that was very much inspired by Stephen. And Sana's involved
Love
in how
it.
we portray
Sana
her and leverage
Amanat.
her. Yeah. So yeah, we integrate very well.
That's so cool. I just really do love it. And I'm really excited to hear Slott and Shinnick's voice together.
Yeah.
Because Dan Slott, writer of Amazing Spider-Man, the super fan turned writer who knows everything. Shinnick, who's so funny and quirky and weird and has done all this stuff with Robot Chicken. It just seems like it will be a really wonderful mash of ideas.
We're very excited. I mean, this is boring corporate talk, but we tested this show with boys and girls and tested through the roof, even with girls.
I love it.
Highest testing ever. So we know we've captured something special for kids and for adult fans because there's a lot of elements for them to latch on to. We had one more announcement.
All right.
So last year we did 3 Marvel Funko shorts.
Yes.
And the reception on social media, online, and on Disney Channel and Disney XD was so huge. We're doing a season of 8 more.
So cool. They're so sweet and they're very funny.
Yeah.
And they kind of remind me of almost that Pixar style where it's just like every moment is really funny and has so much to follow in it. They're really charming.
They are funny, and so many, including Spider-Gwen, will be one of the characters in one of the shorts.
Oh,
and
cool.
we revealed concept art and some stills from one that features Star-Lord, Baby Groot, and Taserface. And the audience went crazy for Baby Groot, which I expected, but Taserface too, which I did not expect. They were very awesome. And we got some questions about our Rocket and Groot shorts. The audience wants to know if we'll make more. And I know that Joe is showing the Emmy-nominated one.
I was going to say
Emmy-nominated.
congratulations.
Thank you very much. We were very excited. In his Cup of Joe panel this afternoon.
That's so cool. Now, actually, just to speak to those a little bit, they're a little bit different than some of the other stuff we've done. You worked with Passion Pictures, who works with Gorillas. How did that collaboration kind of come together and that style?
It was really interesting. You know, at first we reached out to Scotty Young, and we had him do some additional character designs, but we were very much basing it on his run in the comics.
Right.
And Passion Pictures, and there's this French director, Arnaud Delors, who worked on the Gorillaz music videos, who's brilliant. And he brought in a French studio, and Disney TV Animation was involved in helping in finding a home for it too. So it was actually the most complex production deal. That is very boring for the audience, but it was just working with French talent and involving all these people and bringing it together into one concept that really worked. You'd think it would be a mess, but they actually turned out beautiful.
Well, I mean, they are very edgy and they're cinematic. And they're also adorable. And it's just it's such an uncommon thing to see, like just the style of it. I was just so curious, like how that worked. But now, I don't know if you can speak to this or not, but there has been a more adult cartoon or animated series that is in development.
I'm not allowed to talk about it.
So never mind. Forget
there's
I ever
more
said
than that.
it.
There's going to be more.
Oh, you guys, that's such a
too
good
much.
tease. I like it. I don't know what it is, but I'm excited about it. I'm going to ask as soon as this is turned off. So as far as casting goes for Black Panther, are you continuing with your voice talent that you've been using previously?
Yes, but there's some new roles
Love it.
that needed to be cast. I know my PR team is going to want a separate press release about voice talent for that show. So I'm not going to say much except for that.
That's fair.
Really interesting casting. And one of the things that we get to do in this show, and PR's going to be mad at me, they're not looking, so, is that we meet Black Panthers from the past. And we explore the legacy of the Black Panther.
I love
and casting those Black Panthers. Some very interesting things coming.
Ooh, I love that. That's really cool. And is the style of animation for that series, I know with Spidey you guys have explored kind of a different style. Would you actually talk a little bit about how Spider-Man looks and also how if Black Panther will have a different vibe?
Spider-Man is a different animation style for us. We wanted to do something really expressive. We wanted to feel like Peter was a teen and had a teen body and moved and expressed himself like a teen, and that all the characters had a lot of emotion that they could convey and deliver humor better. And so we also went with a really bold, simple look with solid colors so that he really popped against the backgrounds, whereas our other shows tended to have very gritty, realistic backgrounds. So we explored all that, and we were really happy with the look. And I think what we learned from that is that we could go in a more cartoony style and still
Right.
deliver Marvel action. Black
Yeah.
Panther has a similar approach in terms of proportions and expressive faces, but grittier line work and more moody sort of backgrounds because
Right.
of the way to be able to deliver a jungle scene
Right.
and some of the dark places he has to go in his adventures, because it's
Right.
really a world-spanning show. Like, he really
Mhm.
travels to all these different places in the Marvel Universe.
It makes so much sense too because Spider-Man, he's funny,
Yeah.
he's quick. It's New York that's kind of like flat
Yeah.
in its way, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And Black Panther has there's such depth and interestingness to his surroundings.
Yeah,
I love
and
that.
there's a lot of mystery, so you have to sort of convey that in a way through visuals.
So then I have to ask you, what of everything that you guys are doing with Comic-Con and Marvel Animation, what are you sort of just really bristling with excitement about?
Oh boy, there is something really unique targeting a different audience that we will be announcing at New York Comic Con. And I can't talk about that, but it has so many characters that I feel really passionately about. But within these two cons, just launching the Spider-Man series that premieres August 19th is so exciting because I know it's good. I've
Right.
heard from kids, we've heard from the network, we've heard from everybody, and we are so pleased. So
Yeah.
sharing it with the world is, the most exciting
love
thing.
it.
We have a premiere event tomorrow at
I was gonna
10:15
say.
a.m. And so to be able to show a big audience of 1,000 people or whatever,
Right.
the first two episodes
And that's here at Comic-Con.
here at Comic-Con.
And they can check out the show on August 19th on Disney XD.
Yes.
Perfect. And where can they find you online?
Um,
If you want to follow his tweets or wherever?
Facebook.
Facebook.
I have a public account on Facebook where I talk a lot about this and post here.
There
I
you
need to
go.
get on Twitter. It's
You
just
gotta
so
get
hard.
on Twitter.
I do have a lot of work on.
Yeah, you have things to do.
Yeah.
But you guys check out all of those cool series on Disney XD and stay here with Marvel Live. We have more coming up next right here. Stick around. Great.
That was great.
more things that we want to get to and so many more secrets that we want to spill. And what I'd like you to do is give a great big round of applause to this incredibly talented group of folks. Agent Carter, coming in 2015. Tara, Michelle, Chris, Steven, Lewis, and Haley Atwell.
You'd never have any trouble finding a man.
The trick is finding the right one. Nice to see you too, Howard. The next time you approach a woman in a dark alley, you might introduce yourself.
I shall endeavour to remember that, provided my concussion isn't too severe. Should you need me, call any time before 9.
What happens at 9?
My wife and I go to bed. 7 o'clock Sherry, 8 o'clock Benny Goodman, 9 o'clock bed.
You're new to espionage, aren't you?
Far from it. Last summer, I caught the cook pocketing the good spoons. What now, Miss Carter?
Now, I go to work.
All right, nerds. Get ready to lose your
Excuse me, this is a closed panel.
The talking time is over. Is this in your face? Is this in your face? Is it bothering you? Deal with it! Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very special announcement to make. Who has 2 guns and has a video game coming out next year? This guy! Deadpool is now here, so Comic-Con has officially begun. No flash photography, unless you're taking pictures. Yes, yes. Ladies, you are behaving appropriately. I commend you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa! It's like Nerdoween over here. I only wish they could have squeezed a couple more nerds in here. Then you would have had a convention. I love you, dude! You get out there and you do it! I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. You want to grab some chimichangas? Can I please have some chimichangas? Whoa, I did it! I did it! Hey, man. Hi. You Waldo? Yeah. I found him. I'm a hologram. I'm a hologram. I'm a hologram. Just kidding. JK, LOLs, LOLs. Shout out to Tupac, though. One love, homie. Sorry I shot you. If we subtract us from the equation, then you just get me. And if you pick me and us together, then you get me us. Meows. Cat. Cool phone. Can I have it? Shoot that guy. Shoot that guy. I got it. Shoot that guy. Shoot that mother. Swag all day, swag all night. Deadpool swag. That feels all right. Oh, poked in the face. You smell good. You smell. I myself daily. Yo, we have Comic-Con surrounded by fools. It's my man Scotty P and Deadpool. Boom! That just happened. Mic drop.
Come as you are, as you were, as I want you to be, as a friend, as a friend, as an old enemy.
You think the 4 of you can save New York? You can't even save yourselves.
watching Marvel Live here at Comic-Con 2017. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's H&M.
And I'm Jess Brohart, host of Marvel Gaming.
So, we were putting the show together for this year, and we're like, why don't we, there's so many cool panels and never enough time. Let's make sure we tell people what's happening. Let's react to the things that are going on.
And so many TV shows got some awesome news coming out of Comic-Con. We know that a lot of you watching at home were not able to attend the panels in person, so we thought we would kind of sum it up for you, starting with the big one, or well, it's all kind of big news.
Kind of big.
But Iron Fist got renewed for a second season.
Yeah, season 2 on the way. I know many of you are going to be there. Okay, great. When? How many episodes? Who's going on? Like, slow your roll. We'll get to all that. It's gonna be great. But we got some time to go. They showed a really cool, badass trailer from Defenders that shows more of Sigourney Weaver's character and her plans. I believe you can watch that on Marvel.com and Marvel YouTube and all that stuff. So check that out. They showed a whole episode, I believe.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Awesome.
And of course, we had the Defenders here at our booth at, the Marvel booth at San Diego Comic-Con. The cast was here doing autographs, doing a quick interview. So if you guys missed that, of course, marvel.com/SDCC 2017, you'll be able to see the recap footage. It's somewhere in this big, long live stream that we're doing.
Yeah. Yesterday we had John Bernthal here, as well as Deborah Ann Woll from Marvel's Punisher series, which is coming to Netflix. And that, they actually surprised people at the Defenders panel and brought out John Bernthal. And he was, he's there, Jeff Loeb, and they showed a little bit. They actually showed a really cool sneak peek at Punisher, which surprised and delighted all the fans.
Yes.
You have that. Inhumans showed up big time here.
Oh gosh, the Inhumans, that just looks so good. Obviously, we are so excited about it. We have Lockjaw everywhere. We have that huge life-size Lockjaw downstairs at our booth, which I've hugged many times now. And so has everybody else at the event.
Yeah, everybody is hugging.
Everybody.
Oh my gosh. So with Inhumans, they showed some really cool footage that showed off Medusa's hair.
Yes, it was the first time we'd seen her hair move, is that right?
Yeah, seeing her hair move, choking Maximus, which was awesome. There was here at the convention a big experience for Marvel's Inhumans that was like a mobile IMAX truck experience, which showed scenes from the show.
Did you get to experience that?
No,
I was gonna say we've both been here, unfortunately, the whole time. Not that this is a great booth to be at, but it doesn't leave a lot of room for us to go and experience the IMAX thing. But besides, we want to leave that for the rest of the attendees here. We don't want to cut the line or anything.
And they had a giant Lockjaw there that was even 5 times bigger than the one that we had here. So that was super cool.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's been a really exciting week for Marvel Television. There was some cool stuff with Marvel Animation too. Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout for Guardians of the Galaxy Season 3, the animated show, will have, you ready? Stan Lee cameo as an elevator operator.
I love it. Well, because obviously Stan Lee, his cameos are never, they're cameos. They're always little tiny bit characters.
Yeah, I think at this point you could put Stan's cameos together and have a full feature-length show.
I would watch that.
And now that I'm talking about it, I'm like, yeah, I would like.
This is a great idea. Where could we go with this? Because I feel like you could take all of his characters and just make an entire TV series out of his different characters, and maybe the central theme is he is some sort of shape-shifting, magician who can change his appearance at will.
He's the man.
He is.
That's all that matters. Season 5 of the Avengers animated series will be Black Panther Quest. Really cool, focusing on Black Panther and some bigger story elements there, which is really cool. That's exciting. I hear Lorraine behind us, which is just
it's disorienting.
I'm what is she doing? Why is she not up here with us? But she's doing some fun stuff. Yep. Oh, hey, look, it's Joe Quesada up on the stage. So yeah, we've got lots of stuff, and there's still more going on.
Yes, I mean,
for the rest of the show.
Even though it is Saturday, this is the big day, but still, it's what time is it? It's 3 in the afternoon on Saturday.
3:20.
And yet, there's still so much more that we have not even shown off yet. So I can't wait for the rest of the day, for tomorrow. What else is going on here at Marvel for the rest of Saturday?
Legion, there was some Legion stuff that was talked about. Nothing really news for that show, but it's really cool. Like, that show is trippy and weird, and it's on FX, and it's Noah Hawley is just this like visionary showrunner, director, writer. So he's doing some really cool things. And The Gifted, well, I'm waiting on some corrected info on The Gifted to give to you guys.
Yeah, we don't want to tell you guys anything wrong.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions or notes.
Oh yes, of course. The hashtag Marvel SDCC. Agent M has his phone out right now, so should we do some tweets?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to load.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like latest.
They're loading. If you guys are watching this live, then
Yes.
remember, hashtag Marvel SDCC while your tweets are rolling on in. Just a quick reminder, if you have not already become a Marvel Insider, you can always sign up for free, marvel.com/insider, because you know what? You get points for watching this. I'm assuming most of you are watching this at home, and that's okay. That's great, in fact, because if you sign up for Marvel Insider, you will get points for every single day that you watch the live stream here at Comic-Con at marvel.com/SDCC 2017. And hey, if you happen to be watching this from the show floor on your phone or something, stop on by our booth, pick up some merch, be sure to ask for your receipt, because you also get Marvel Insider points for making purchases at the merch booth.
She's a pro. She's a pro. For the Inhumans, can't forget, we announced a new character played by Ellen Woglum. She plays the character Louise. So we got that.
Is she the one that's she's a human? She's not Inhuman. She is one of the human cast members.
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe.
Did I just? I'm not going to spoil anything.
I don't know. We'll go into the tweets. Vision. Oreca at Oreca says, "Super cool. You guys more excited for The Gifted or Inhumans?"
Oh.
I don't know. It's like I need Lockjaw all over me.
Yes.
I would live inside Lockjaw.
Yes.
If I could.
Name me one person who does not
Yeah,
love Lockjaw.
think about that one.
And the great thing about Lockjaw is not only is he in the Inhumans, I love how they're putting him in so many games. Because of course, you know me, I host Marvel Gaming, so I'm all about video games. So I am so excited for Lockjaw's role in Marvel Powers United VR, because he actually, he's adorable in the game, and then he also plays a central role. He teleports you to all the various worlds that you have to rescue, and they also put him in Lego Marvel Superheroes too.
Yep.
So. My vote, if I'm more excited for the Inhumans or The Gifted, I would be more excited for the Inhumans.
Yeah. I got a little bit of info about The Gifted that I can share. Just that The Gifted show explores why the X-Men are gone. Which is so ominous and awesome that I am completely intrigued right now. We've got tweets coming in. Gavin Perkins says, "Looking forward to Inhumans. Medusa is my favorite of the Inhumans, so I look forward to her hair kicking butt." Brian Woodruff loves our attire, the Gladiator Hulk shirt from Lego Marvel Superheroes 2, and your custom-made comic book dress.
I do have to give a quick shout out. So, because I've been getting compliments on this dress all day long. So thank you everybody who says that they like this dress. And now this actually, yes, is a one of a kind. My mother, who is a very talented seamstress, made this for me just for San Diego Comic-Con because she knew I was going, and she saw this amazing Marvel hero fabric and she made it into a dress for me. So thank you, Mama Brohard.
Very cool. They did show a first look at the pilot for The Gifted, so not a lot of news, but you can follow all the Gifted social channels to get more information. Shout out to Denton Paris. He's enjoying the stream. Wim said Mojo says, "Thanks for the coverage. Love the part where we competitively played Marvel vs. Capcom."
Yes.
It was great. That was a lot of fun.
That was awesome. We tied up the score we started with this grudge match at E3 where I won, and then Ryan beat me twice in a row here at Comic-Con, so he is the official title holder at Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
Yeah, got some nice love for our little pop quizzes we've been doing in between sections, which is great. We want to do more of those. We're glad you guys enjoy those and keep you engaged and watching and really cool stuff. Harry, what did that sign say? 30 seconds, we're going to go to the booth camera and show you what's going on down there. Joe Quesada right now, talking with Lorraine Sink. They're having a great conversation. So much more coming
so much more to come. So
soon I'm
don't
going to be
go
going
anywhere.
to Hall H. Stay tuned to marvel.com/SDCC 2017. We'll be back.
Jess Brohard from Marvel Gaming, and I'm here with Jillian Kirby, the granddaughter of Jack Kirby and the founder of Kirby for Heroes. So first of all, can you tell me and can you tell our audience about what Kirby for Heroes does? Because I know it's a wonderful organization.
Sure. So I founded the Kirby for Heroes campaign in 2012 as a way to connect with my grandfather, Jack Kirby. And it's a way to raise money for the organization, the Hero Initiative. And they give back to comic book writers, artists, and creators in medical or financial need through medical or financial assistance. And every year, in honor of my grandfather's birthday on August 28th, comic book retailers across the globe actually will participate in a campaign, throw birthday parties for my grandpa Jack, and donate a percentage of sales for that day to the Hero Initiative. And to date, we've raised over $70,000, and this year we hope to push that to $100,000 in honor of my grandpa Jack's 100th birthday.
That's amazing. What can people like me or our audience do to help out with the organization and the cause?
You could get involved by either visiting your local comic book shop and seeing if they have a birthday party for my grandpa Jack or doing something for Kirby for Heroes, because plenty are. If not, if you'd like to make an individual donation, you can do that on the Hero Initiative website and write Kirby for Heroes in the description. Or I can mail in a check as well. Be sure to check out our Facebook page as well for posting of my grandpa Jack's artwork and other Kirby for Heroes events. And a Wake Up and Draw event will happen on August 28th for comic book artists will wake up on August 28th, draw a birthday tribute to my grandpa Jack, and that will be placed for auction at a later date, and all the proceeds for that will go to the Hero Initiative for the Kirby for Heroes campaign.
Awesome. And what is the URL of the website, and what's the what can our audience find the Facebook page under?
You could reach us at our website, www.kirby4heroes.com, and same on Facebook. It's just Kirby for Heroes campaign is the page title, and it's facebook.com/Kirby for Heroes.
How wonderful. So are you here at San Diego Comic-Con to do any work with Kirby for Heroes, or are you just here to attend and have fun?
Both, definitely. This is my first time at San Diego Comic-Con. It has been crazy so far, but I have volunteered at the Hero Initiative booth and helping spread awareness for Kirby for Heroes as well. And also I've been having a blast personally, and everything at the con is amazing, and there's so much going on. It's been crazy.
What's your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Oh gosh, my favorite thing I've seen at the con, I attended the Marvel and Humans panel yesterday, and that was very fun. I was very excited to see the footage for that and see some of the cast as well. They're amazing, so that was awesome. And looking forward to many events today and tomorrow as well, and Sunday.
Definitely. So also I hear that you recently attended D23. How was that?
D23 was a lot of fun. I just went for the Disney Legends Awards because my grandfather Jack received a Disney Legend Award this year, and my dad accepted the award on his behalf and gave we're all in the audience like trying not to cry. It was very emotional, and they showed great kind of video package reel of my grandfather and his art, and then some Dancing with the Stars cast gave a tribute, and I'm a huge Dancing with the Stars fan, so that was also fun.
That's awesome. Can you tell us more about what the Legends Award is?
So Legends Award is people that have shown a lot of contribution to Disney in general, and since after Marvel was acquired by Disney, and my grandfather, I believe, has contributed so much to the characters currently seen in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and on television as well. And so as a part of kind of the Disney family, they honored him and his artwork, and it was just really amazing to see, and just the package of kind of every like character that from the comic book to the big screen. It's been amazing to see that development.
That's fantastic. If you had to pick one of your favorite characters that your grandfather created, who would it be?
I always tend towards the classic Captain America, how my grandfather created. If picking more of a mainstream, I've always personally been a fan of Mr. Miracle and Big Barda too, and would love to see them in other media as well personally. But Captain America is always amazing. Chris Evans is also amazing. But
yes. I was going to say that was my my next and final question for you is, what is it like to see these characters brought to life on the big screen and just know, my grandfather created that?
Yeah, it's still amazing, and to know like the effect that he has on people's lives and people's childhoods if they grew up in reading the comics, and then to see that just the big growth from his original pencil art, and then seeing all these actors and going to the movies and seeing, oh hey, my grandfather had like helped do this, and it's just really an incredible feeling. And then I'm a huge Marvel nerd as well, so that always helps.
I'm sure you are. Well, do you have any last words or shout outs that you want to give, or any talking points that we didn't touch on yet?
Mainly a shout out to my father Neil, mother Connie, who have also helped a lot with Kirby for Heroes, and wish they could be here today as well. And to everyone that's a Jack Kirby fan and who has come up to me and just shared their personal story with him. Thank you for sharing that. I always love to hear, and I've been overwhelmed by the support and love shown by all the fans of my grandfather. So thank you to the fans too.
How wonderful. Thank you so much, Jillian.
Great,
Once
thank
again,
you.
This is Jillian Kirby, granddaughter of Jack Kirby and the founder of a wonderful organization called Kirby for Heroes. My name is Jess Brohart, host of Marvel Gaming, and we will see you later, San Diego Comic-Con.
This is Marvel's Eat the Universe, and today we're gonna make a burger, the king of all burgers, and certainly the most American of all burgers, from my friend Steve Rogers. I think that this is the most American way that you can make a burger, and it all starts by making your own special sauce. There's no real recipe to special sauce, and that's part of what makes it special, just like America. But here's mine. First, we'll use some mayonnaise, plenty. Appetizing. All right, then we'll add some ketchup, like so. Now, let's give it a stir. Oh, we're approaching special sauce color. Look at that. Magical, huh? All right, next I'm gonna add some shallot. Shallot is kind of like somewhere between an onion and garlic, but with PhD. We're just gonna give that a quick little mince and toss it in there. So here I go, I cut like so. I'm cutting parallel to the cutting board, making sure to not take any of my finger off. All right, now we'll do some cuts perpendicular to the board. And one more perpendicular to the board. Look at how easy that was. And now we've got these perfect, you ever wonder what those little chunks in special sauce were? All right, now we'll add this to the special sauce. Look at this, now our special sauce has chunks in it. Now we're gonna add a squeeze of lemon juice. And what lemon juice does is just kind of wakes this whole thing up. It's okay if you get seeds in there, more texture. And now it's time to give it a taste. I don't have to wash my hands, and that is delicious special sauce. Now it's time to make the burger. Are you pumped? I am. The first thing you're gonna wanna do is get some oil going. That's right, because we're gonna deep fry this burger because it's an American burger. I've got some peanut oil here. If you're allergic to peanuts, use vegetable oil, but peanut oil is by far the most American of oils. If you don't know how to deep fry, or if you have no experience with deep frying, maybe this will just be an entertaining idea for you. If you're familiar with deep frying, by all means, go on ahead and do this. This is ground beef. This is 80-20. That means it's 20% fat and 80% lean, because we're American. I think, honestly, 80-20 is the definition of burger meat. I might even try some 70-30 if such a thing existed. All right, now we've got to season the burger meat. This is about 1 pound, so we're gonna use some kosher salt. Exactly that much. Some black pepper, and very controversially, some fish sauce. Now you might say, Justin, this is Captain America's burger. Fish sauce isn't American. And I would say, I know, and that's what makes America great. Now we're gonna give this a quick mix. You don't wanna over-mix it. That makes for tough patties. We don't like tough patties. 1 pound of meat is gonna make 2 half-pound burgers, but we're gonna divide this into 4 patties, just like so. That way we get that double stack effect. So we're gonna lay out some wax paper. Enough to, now we're gonna lay out the patties, just like so. Bang, 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 bang. Doesn't that look nice? Now we have to shape these into the appropriate burger shape. And the way that we're gonna do that is by completely smashing them. Who's ready to pound? this guy is. They're gonna look huge. They're gonna be like the size of pancakes, and you're gonna say, Justin, this is crazy, what are you doing? Well, trust me, once these go into the fryer, they're gonna shrivel up, and you're gonna get this perfectly shaped burger patty. But because we've exposed so much of it to that hot oil, you get this like maximum crustiness. Trust me. We're gonna let those rest just a little bit. It's important that they be at room temperature when they go into the fryer for maximum crust formation. And while we do that, we're gonna have a little lecture on the right amount of onion for a burger. To make the perfect burger onions, you wanna use the outer like 2 most layers. This will give you like maximum surface coverage of the burger. So let's make a super thin cut because we don't need to have an onion steak. Watch this. We'll save these guys for another application, and then we'll use this as our perfect burger onion amount. You see that? See how our patty's gonna be like so? There's a little onion in every bite, not like, say, an onion steak. You ever bit into a burger and it's just that? Oh, man. That's like eating an onion cookie. Boy, that sounds good. All right, so we've got our onions, we've got some lettuce, we've got tomato, we've got our special sauce. American cheese, you bet we're using American cheese, and unapologetically so. See how it's crusty and lovely? That's the power of deep frying a burger, my friends. Look at those crispy bits on the outside just screaming, eat me, eat me. Now it's time for a bun. Myself personal, I like to use the potato bun. I was raised on these good guys. As a matter of fact, they're made outside of my hometown in Maryland. Patties. Look at that. Overflowing. Greasy, bubbly, delightful. Now we'll add our onion, some tomato, and a skiff of iceberg lettuce. Dab of our special sauce. And this, my friends, is the most American burger you can possibly make. All right, let's dive in. Juicy, elegant, crusty. Oh my gosh, it's all the things. It really is. I mean, this is the definition of a good burger. This is an American burger. If you want to see more exciting stuff that you can do with food, whether you're in San Diego at the Comic-Con or you're watching this live stream from home, stay tuned. Marvel's Eat the Universe will be back.
Marvelites. I'm here at Kotobukiya with Dan, and there's so many cool things that you guys are showing off here at the con. Let's take a look at some of them.
Yeah, for the first time ever, we're announcing our Captain Marvel Bishojo statue. Bishojo roughly translates to a beautiful girl, pretty woman in Japanese. It's been a real popular line with us. And then coming up later this year in the fall is going to be our Miss Marvel Bishojo statue.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And I love this Squirrel Girl. She's totally precious.
Oh, Squirrel Girl has been a huge hit with our fans, and she's available now here at the convention. And then for our Artifacts Plus fans, which is Artifacts is a 1/10 scale collectible, we've got our Spider-Man line. It's been very popular. Of course, all the momentum we've seen with Spider-Man, no surprise there. The newest release will be Carnage. Carnage is out right now. We've got him at the show. And then after Carnage, it'll be Spider-Man 2099 and then Venom that you see over there.
So cool, and I love the Spider-Gwen.
Oh yeah, Spider-Gwen, and that Spider-Gwen actually comes with 2 different portraits, so you can switch out the head as you can have her masked as you see there, or with an unmasked portrait. And then for our next Artifacts Plus series, we're going to be doing the Defenders.
Whoa.
Yeah, so we've got Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage. We've got them all coming up for the Defenders.
And when do you think we're going to get first looks at sculpts of those?
Probably New York Toy Fair, New York Comic Con. I'm sorry. Hopefully. If not New York Comic Con, New York Toy Fair.
Awesome. And now you have some larger figures over this way.
Yeah. What we're looking at right here is our fine art statue line. Fine art statues are cold cast porcelain, 1/6 scale, individually numbered. Our newest announcement here for the show is Punisher. And Punisher, he'll come with different arm attachments, so you can display him as you see here, or he can be holding a knife and a handgun. Plus he comes with a different portrait, so you can display him as an older, more battle-worn Punisher. You got
a rough life.
Yeah, a rough life Punisher.
Yeah,
so.
punishing is hard work.
And then for our Artifacts series, we've got Star-Lord. This is an early factory sample that we have. He'll be available this fall. That little Groot is attached with a magnet, so you can take him on and off. And then for first time ever, we're showing our Spider-Man Homecoming Artifact statue. And then we've got our Captain America based off of the comic book art, and he'll be coming out later this year.
Now, I have to ask, because I feel like people are going to ask, this Thanos who's down below, is he available now?
Thanos is available now in limited quantities. He's just about sold out. So if you're interested in Thanos, I would contact your local retailer to see if he's still available.
You guys got to hurry.
Yep.
And can you tell us a little bit about Black Panther and Vision over there?
Black Panther, I believe he's sold out on our end. Some retailers may still have him. And then Vision is actually the newest statue that's arriving at retail. So Vision is phasing through a beam there. You can see in the rubble, Ultron is captured under that beam. And it was a real fun piece to work on.
I love it. Where can fans check out all of these figures and more from Kotobukiya?
Okay, so on social media, you can check us out on facebook.com/Kotobukiya, and on our website, if you'd like to maybe pre-order or purchase some of these items, it's kotous.com.
Well, you guys, tell us, and hashtag MarvelSDCC, tell us which figure you want the most from Koto, and stay here with Marvel Live. We've got more coming up.
Things look bleak, but we can't lose hope. Hope is stronger than any weapon, stronger than any prison, stronger than any war. Together we can find another way.
You were right. We don't have to fight. Sucker punch!
Exactly as I planned. I'm a genius.
I've been given a gift of great power. Uncle Ben once said, with great power comes great responsibility. But in order to live up to that motto, I need to become something more than a celebrity. I need to become a symbol. A beacon of hope. I need to become a hero.
Okay, that should hold this bucket of bolts together, at least for another... Uh-oh.
I am Groot!
We really do need a new ship.
I have to say, after 3 years, what is the one thing that you are probably the most excited about for fans to see with this finally coming together?
Well, first of all, I'm so incredibly grateful to not just the fans, but to the filmmakers, to the showrunners, to the cast, to the city of New York, to everybody that had a hand in making this. And look, it's the culmination of something that was never tried before. That, you know, we set out to make 4 very different television series that are then going to be jumbled together and tell one story that all 4 of those characters are in. And I think it really speaks to the talent of Marco Ramirez, who, you know, sort of took together all the pieces that were in the box and came up with something that was brand new.
What was it that you knew needed to be consistent from one show to the next in order to lay the groundwork for something like The Defenders?
I think at the beginning I would probably say casting. We had to make sure that we got them right. And the fact that we got Charlie and Kristen and Mike and Finn, I think helped us enormously in our adventure. And that's a big shout out to Lorraine Mayfield and Julie Schubert, who you know, cast all of our shows and put their stamp of what's going on. And so I think that's huge. And then, you know, if you've got great writing and you've got, you know, people like Jim Corey that are overseeing your production, you know, that's about all you can really do, is just try to reach for the stars. And I'm glad that people have been responding well to it.
I know it's hard to pick between all of the heroes, given how close you've been with all the shows, but if you had to pick one of the Defenders that's your favorite, which character would you say?
Well, I don't think that there's a favorite. I do owe a certain amount, in the same kind of way that I have a very special place for Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because it was the first show that we did, and that Clark Gregg will always be sort of the captain of my ship. You know, Charlie was the first one to sort of step into what could have been, you know, whatever, and turned out to be something quite extraordinary on Daredevil Season 1. And that doesn't take anything away from Jessica or Luke or Danny. It was just somebody had to go through the door first. And so I think that first year really proved that Marvel Television could do something that was very different from anything we'd done before and was different from the movies, and could have their own voice and, you know, an extraordinary cast and great writing.
So Finn, coming off of your own solo series, what's it like to come into a world where you're playing off of these 3 other heroes?
It's great. I mean, from a logistics point, I worked on Fist and went straight into Defenders. So I went straight, like a week break before I went into Defenders. So it was really nice to actually have other actors to share the schedule with. But actually for Danny, someone's taking a selfie. That happens a lot. As a character, I think it's really imperative that Danny meets the other 3 heroes. In the first season of Iron Fist, Danny doesn't even know what a superhero is. And in Defenders, he comes across these 3 people with abilities, and they're using these abilities with purpose and responsibility. And this is something Danny's never done before. He's had this power, but he doesn't know what to do with it, and he doesn't know how to handle it with responsibility. So by meeting these other 3 heroes, they certainly rub off on him, and I think sharpen him, give him a bit of inspiration, and ground him, and give him a bit more purpose and responsibility in his ability of the Iron Fist.
So then, even though this isn't obviously the second season of your own series, would you?
Feels like it.
Yeah, that's my question.
I've always felt that Iron Fist Season 1 and the Defenders Season 1 is Danny's full first phase arc of Iron Fist, and that as an actor, that's a joy to take that journey over like 21 episodes. There's a lot of room for, you know, like slow growth, which I really appreciate.
So Charlie, as the guy who sort of started this all off with the first season of Defenders, way before any of these other characters were even cast, how does it feel to sort of come full circle in a kind of way now that you've finally reached the Defenders?
Yeah, I mean, it's all happened so fast. You know, I remember when I signed on to do Daredevil in 2014, the conversation around this show, The Defenders, felt like it was so far away. I couldn't even begin to consider what that was going to be, and and you blink and we're there. We're here and the show's coming out, and it's it's really exciting. But as I say, it's all happened so quickly. I haven't really had a chance to process it.
I guess it can be said that none of these heroes really particularly necessarily play well with others, but I feel like, Daredevil, he's always been more of a loner, he's always done his own thing and lives by his own code. So how does he have to sort of readjust to dealing with other people and working together in a team?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big emotional journey for him. He has to be willing to work with others. It's been something that he has strongly believed he shouldn't do. He doesn't like to involve any other people, both for their protection and I think partly because he has an arrogance at times that believes he can deal with all problems by himself. That clearly didn't work in season 2 of Daredevil, and so now he has to be open-minded to the idea that working with others would be beneficial, and that's part of the journey he goes on.
So, Marco, taking on this role of showrunner for something as big as The Defenders, obviously you had some lead up to it with Daredevil Season 2, but what was it about the project that made you want to jump in, and was it at all sort of intimidating at first?
Yeah, well, one of the great benefits of having worked on Daredevil Season 2 was that I had the experience balancing Daredevil, Frank Castle, and Elektra. But in that case, we got to craft Frank Castle for TV and craft Elektra for TV in a way that felt right in this world. But one of the, I think, great benefits of The Defenders was we got to take characters that had already been created. So we knew what Jessica sounded like, we knew what Luke sounded like, and as we read the Iron Fist scripts, we knew what Iron Fist was going to sound like. So really it then became how to honor not only the shows and the characters, but also the fans of those individual shows. For myself, the 3 shows that I hadn't worked on.
I assume you worked a lot with some of the other writers and showrunners on the other shows, given that this series really feels like it isn't just a team up, but it's rather the next emotional step in the journey of each of these characters, right?
Yeah, this should really feel like Jessica Jones season 1.5 and Luke season 1.5 and Iron Fist season 1, So the idea, I think, is just to keep their stories going and really be able to track emotionally where they're going and where they've come from.
In terms of sort of the character interactions, you got to write a lot of characters, well-known characters, meeting for the very first time. Which was the most fun that you are most excited to see people to see when the show comes out?
Everyone, I think, is going to be really pleasantly surprised by Luke and Danny. I think that's one that we all know is coming. But I also, frankly, I was so excited to write Matt Murdock and Jessica Jones in the same room. Those two they're just such hard-boiled, hard-as-nails characters, and neither of them are ever wrong. And just the thought of those two going up against each other in more than one way was really exciting to me.
Thank you so much, Marco.
Thank you.
Mr. David F. Walker, the writer of Luke Cage. And we are all here to talk to you about all things Spider at Marvel. To kick it off, we have a huge event coming in September called Venomverse. Venomverse! We're back, everybody. Cullen, will you tell us a little bit about Venomverse, what it is, how it works?
Yeah, so Venomverse is... So we know that Eddie Brock is back as Venom, which everybody should be excited about that. But Venomverse is... it's the most Venom any Venom comic has ever venomed. It is a story of... all these Venoms you see on the screen here, plus countless others, they are in the middle of a siege situation, the fight of their lives, and Eddie is thrown right into the middle of it. And these Venoms are, most of them are heroic figures that you're seeing up there.
Eddie is Captain America, yeah. Wolverine, Doctor Strange is up there at the top left.
Is little Ant-Man, Venom Ant-Man on that one?
Yep,
I don't know,
yep.
but there's Venom Ant-Man.
Yeah, he's on there.
Yeah. So you're going to see Venomized versions of some of your favorite Marvel heroes and villains, all interacting together, all in a terrible situation with these creatures you're seeing on the screen right there that we're calling the Poisons. And Eddie's brought in. He's not necessarily the most heroic Venom, but he is the Venom who can... we're going to show why Eddie is the absolute best Venom there has ever been.
Absolutely. That was incredible art by Iban Coelho. Here's some covers by Nick Bradshaw over there. a little Deadpool in the middle. So cool. We also are doing some incredible variant covers by Elizabeth Torque, showing off some of these bad guys: a poisonized Deadpool, a poisonized Spider-Man, a poisonized Captain America. You got to ask your retailers, your local comic shops about that. Super cool. And one of the things leading into Venomverse is an anthology called Venomverse War Stories, with stories by Cullen, Declan Shalvey, Magdalene Visaggio, and more. That's a Francesco Mattina cover. Declan Shalvey is writing and drawing a Punisher Venom story that is just insane. Cullen, who are you writing about in this one?
So in this one, I'm actually writing sort of an intro to the main Venomverse series. It's going to show you kind of a little bit of the setup of where where these characters, how these characters get into the situation they're in. But this series is awesome because there are so many different versions of Venom that we wanted to play with, and as we started talking about it, just more and more just kept coming up. So this series allows us to showcase some of their stories in a little more detail.
Absolutely. So aside from Venomverse, I don't know, you may have heard that we're coming up on Marvel Legacy, which coming out of Secret Empire is, a great jumping on point if you haven't been reading Marvel stuff. We're dealing with a lot of the classic characters, a lot of the new characters, and seeing where they all fit together. So I want to talk about the Spider books. Kicking off in October, we have the amazing Spider-Man Legacy arc, which is called Fall of Parker. If you could read on that Daily Bugle, it's Peter Parker, threat or menace. We're spinning the old, Spider-Man threat or menace on its head, and Peter Parker is the one who's hated by everyone around the world. Why? You're just gonna have to read and find out. But that is by Dan Slott, Stuart Immonen. That amazing covers by Alex Ross. But here are some incredible Stuart Immonen pencils. And we were just on a panel yesterday talking about what the best part of the job is, and that as far as being an editor is, and that is usually the opening of the artwork when the artists send them in. You get incredible pieces like this of, Peter Parker. It looks like he's in the Daily Bugle there, huh? And there's Peter and then Spider-Man and Mockingbird swinging through the streets and fighting the Griffin, which is really cool. Also under Marvel Legacy, do we have any Miles Morales fans out there? Yes. Over in Spider-Man, we've got all kinds of things coming up with Miles, leading up to Marvel Legacy. Brian Michael Bendis and Oscar Bazaldua are really giving a beating to Miles, and it's been some of the best issues of the whole series. This is a cover by Patrick Brown. Here's some Oscar Bazaldua art. He's kind of new to Marvel, but he's quickly rising through the ranks as one of our best artists there. You can see, is that super ganky? It very well might be. But we have Mr. Jason Reynolds here to talk about his incredible YA novel. Jason, will you tell us kind of how this all came about and what your approach is to this Miles Morales story you wrote?
Yeah, well, first it came about because y'all called me. And, I was like, and say, yo, can you do this thing? And I'm like, of course. I mean, when Marvel calls you, it's not like you can say no, right? But my approach was actually pretty simple. My whole thing about Spider-Man in general is that once he puts the mask on, we already know who he is. Like, if the mask is on, then Spider-Man is Spider-Man. And from there, we know that there's going to be some fighting, there's going to be some action, there's most likely going to be some victory. But I was more interested in talking about who exactly he was or is without the mask on, especially if he's Miles Morales. I mean, this is a half-black, half-Puerto Rican kid from Brooklyn, which just means texture on top of texture on top of texture. There's so much to explore. And everything around him, his neighborhood, his friends, his family, the food that he eats, the music of his mom, who's Puerto Rican, the barbershop, the neighbors, all of the things that I grew up around, those are the things that sort of inform who he is when the mask is on, right? Like who we are when the mask off is who we are with the mask on. That's where the information comes from. And I wanted to sort of delve into that, really get deep into who he is as a person.
That's awesome.
I have to interject that I hate you.
Why is that?
I begged them to let me write this book.
Oh.
But you seem really cool. So you seem really cool. So I take back the hate. Congratulations.
Thank you,
I was
appreciate that.
on my hands and knees, please.
Well, I'll beg for Luke Cage next. We can swap out. Yeah.
And I'll tell you this. So Brian Bendis is one of my best friends, and he read the book and he was like, yeah, you wouldn't have been able to write a book this good. So hats off to you.
I
Congratulations,
appreciate that,
man.
Thank you very much.
You got to go pick up the book and Jason's other novels like Ghost and so many awesome novels that he's written. He's fantastic. We're so lucky to have him working on Marvel characters. But this can be found at any local bookstore you've got. Go check it out. It's really great. We have an announcement for you guys today right here at this panel. Anyone read Spider-Man Deadpool out there? Yes. It's one of my favorite books to work on, and we've got a new creative team coming on consisting of writer Robbie Thompson and artist Chris Bichello coming on to Spider-Man Deadpool. Robbie, will you talk to us a little bit about what you're doing in this book?
We're going for some shenanigans. If you like silly jokes and punching and all that good stuff, but we're actually really picking up a lot of the stuff that Joe and Ed did on their legendary run, and we're kind of a bridge between that and also what's going down with Spider-Man and Deadpool in Secret Empire, which is secret.
Well, they know that he killed Phil Coulson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
okay,
do you guys know that Deadpool killed Phil Coulson in the Marvel Universe?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
It's
So
pretty brutal.
he killed America's sweetheart, Phil Coulson, and there's a lot of fallout from that. And so what we've been kind of calling it is Spider-Man versus Deadpool. So we're going to be thrown down pretty hard in the first run, and Chris is doing an amazing job. Nick and I drove out to Anaheim, which is the best place to break story at Disneyland, where we rode rides and
It's
talked
true.
about Spider-Man and Deadpool, and must have seen like a dozen Spider-Man and Deadpool shirts throughout the whole day. Spider-Man was actually in the park. It was pretty
Sure.
rad. It was pretty great.
Yeah, it's a great story conference place, like in line for the different rides at Disneyland, like in line for Star Tours and Space Mountain.
Space Mountain was a good one. Goodness, I think the third issue came out of Space Mountain.
I think so.
Jungle Cruise was very, very
Yep.
fruitful as well.
Jungle Cruise was important to it. Very important to it. And I don't know if you could tell from this cover, but that is Deadpool riding a shark with lasers mounted on it.
Who is the
after
character in the book?
Spider-Man,
Yeah, who
which
is
is
the-
in the book.
Yeah,
that
it
is a
is.
scene from the book.
Yeah, that shark is a very important character moving forward in our story. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to pick that up. We also have, it's not on the slide here, but there is a second artist. So kind of like if you read Deadpool, you know about like every 5 or 6 issues for a long time they would do kind of flashback issues where Scott Colbush would draw it and Jerry Duggan would write it. We're doing a similar structure in here where Robbie and Chris are the main team, but at every like 4 or 5 issues, something like that, there's these one-issue ongoing storyline. We talked this with Scott Hepburn.
Yeah,
who
Scott Hepburn.
drew Drax and a bunch of other awesome stuff for us.
Who's an amazing artist as well. And we're kind of following what Jerry does on the flagship Deadpool book, but we're flashing forward, and it's Old Man Wilson and Old Man Parker in a retirement home. It's kind of grumpy old men. And it's a future that kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, but sort of will eventually. But I mean, for the most part, it's 2 old dudes in a retirement home. I watched a lot of Bubba Hotep and Cocoon to do research, as well as.
But what did you do for research?
I actually I went to some retirement communities and spent some time.
He called me a few times.
Yeah, and I called Jason. You know, I was
no
like,
one knows old people like Jason Latour.
I was like, Jason, what's going on at the community right now? And he's
My
like, well,
finger on the pulse.
There's a lot of
It's
bingo.
really not much pulse left.
It's a slow and steady pulse. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to research, and it's a very fun book. Scott has done an amazing job with the designs for what Old Man Wilson and Old Man Parker look like. So it's gonna be good times.
Awesome. And speaking of Deadpool, we wanted to briefly take some time out of the Spider-Man panel to talk about this awesome series that's going on right now called Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe Again. Once was not enough. He's back again. Colin, will you talk about why the heck you're doing this?
I just love killing your favorite characters. You know, we did this series, the original Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe 5, 6 years ago. And it was so much fun. Dalibor and I have talked about doing something else in the same vein for a long time. And the Marvel Universe has changed a lot since we did the original series. So this is not a sequel to Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe. It is a new story with Deadpool killing all your favorite characters. As the story goes on, we start flashing to other styles of comic books. So you'll see scenes that are like kids comics or scenes that are like chick tracks. And this scene is a manga-inspired Battle Angel, Deadpool in sort of a Battle Angel Alita scenario. And that's Deadpool there in that Ultron-looking costume, which is important to the story. But we see that Deadpool's seeing all these fun, zany, interesting adventures, but what he's really doing is just slaughtering all these characters in terrible, terrible ways. And, you know, for a Spider-Man panel, the second issue, which just came out last week, he kills the entire Spider-Man family. So,
Thanks, Colin.
When I did the first series, a lot of people were upset when Deadpool killed Spider-Man in the second issue. So to honor the people that were upset, I just decided to kill all of the Spider-Men and women in issue 2 of this series.
Thank you, Colin.
You know how to please the crowd.
And Robbie, you're also writing the Marvel Primer pages. So every Marvel Legacy title, or nearly every Marvel Legacy title, is going to have Marvel Primer pages, which give fans who are maybe new to comics or something a great, like it says, primer to who these characters are and what they're about. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing?
Yeah, Darren gave me a call, and we started, I think we're doing like 6,000 of them,
Yes.
I think roughly. But they're really, really fun to work on. It's like the best part of the job is going back and rereading a lot of classic tales and trying to find a way to distill these origins into 3 pages. And then on the first, I think, dozen or so, I got to work with Mark, who's one of the best in the business.
Mark Bagley.
And
Any Mark Bagley fans out there? Yeah. One of the longest Spider-Man runs of all time, Mark Bagley.
And he would just take the stories and condense them even further. And so we it's like pound for pound. There's just a metric ton of characters and story on each page. And he's just a really, really fantastic storyteller. And it was actually really fun because there were some characters I was shocked he hadn't drawn. I can't remember. I think it was like maybe Cable, and I was like, what?
Yeah, that's
how does that
crazy.
happen? But he's been a fantastic story partner, and we're going to be, I think, announcing other artists that are going to be working on it later on. But it's each of the legacy issues will have these like little primers. So it's fun for if you're a new reader, and it's great actually if you're an established reader as well, because you can kind of get to see like almost like a highlight reel of each character in each book.
Up there is the primer pages for Luke Cage. And since we're talking about Luke Cage, one of Spider-Man's amazing friends, let's talk about the main Luke Cage book. David F. Walker, Guillermo Sana on the legacy arc of Luke Cage, starting with number 166. David, can you talk to us a little bit about what you guys are doing over in Luke?
Yeah, we when we first started talking about legacy and it was about getting characters back to their roots, I just said, well, Luke's most basic roots start in prison. So let's throw him back in prison. And that's where the legacy story takes place. And we see Luke, sort of in the worst case scenario. And my mind is racing. No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. But Luke's back in prison, and it's a lot of it's about him redefining who he is as a hero under some of the worst set of circumstances that you can possibly imagine. And him getting at the core of who he is, and it's how many of you have seen Spider-Man: Homecoming yet? Woo! Okay, so you know that part where I really enjoy the movie. When he says, "Without the suit, I'm nothing," and Tony Stark says, "Well, if that's the case, then you shouldn't be Spider-Man." And we're sort of exploring some of that same sort of stuff where Luke is like, wait a minute, who am I, and what makes me a hero, and it's gonna be pretty mind-blowing. I don't know, has it been revealed who the villain is?
I think you can talk about it.
Okay, so it's the Ringmaster from Circus of Crime, which is like, we kind of keep going back and forth between how do you write him, because the Ringmaster is one of those characters that kind of hasn't aged well. He's got that crazy top hat and the crazy hypno glasses. So we're having a lot of fun playing with him, and it's very much a reinvented Ringmaster, and Luke is up against him, and Ringmaster has taken over a prison, and so he's essentially the warden of this prison, and it's just gonna be really fun. It's a lot like watching, it's not available on video, but it's on YouTube. There's a movie called Penitentiary 3, which is the most absolute crazy prison movie you've ever seen in your life, and just type in Penitentiary 3, and you will see it, and it's got a crack-smoking midget named Midnight Thud, and it's just, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. So watch that, and you'll kind of get an idea of what you're in store for with Luke Cage.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Also, the Netflix Marvel characters, Iron Fist is in Legacy, and he's fighting against Sabretooth in his Legacy arc. We've got Jessica Jones in The Purple Man is returning. If anyone watched the amazing Jessica Jones Netflix show, We're going to be picking up on some elements there. Over in Defenders, a bunch of these characters are. Thanks for coming, dude. They're going to be dealing with a bunch of crime, and that it looks like it's Deadpool and the Defenders. What? And then that's a place that's something you could only see in Marvel Comics and not in the movies or the TV and all that kind of stuff. So it's so cool to have that happening there. But let's get back to spidery stuff. In Venom, yes, any Venom readers out there? There we go. At least this guy right here with the Venom hat. In Venom, Mark Bagley is joining the Venom team with writer Mike Costa. They're doing an incredible story that kind of goes back to the roots of Venom as a lethal protector. Just who he's protecting and what he's fighting against, you're going to have to pick up the book to read, but it's an incredible story. Another Spider book we just launched is Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man. Anybody pick up the first 2 issues of that yet? You got to go get that book. It's so good. Chip Zdarsky, Adam Kubert, this incredible Adam Kubert cover with Jordi Belair colors. Here's some interior art from issue 2. It's such a great book. And we're dealing with a lot. That right there is Teresa Parker. That last name is pretty familiar. If any of you read, there's a Amazing Spider-Man OGN called Family Business that introduces this woman who may or may not be Spider-Man's sister. Well, we're picking up on that in Spectacular Spider-Man, and you got to go read it to find out what's real, what's not about that story. Another Spider-Man book that we just want to briefly touch on while we're here is Amazing Spider-Man: Renew Your Vows. There are some people in this world who are unhappy with Marvel. About when Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson split up. Well, this is a book for you if you're one of those people where Peter and Mary Jane are still married. They have a daughter named Annie Mae Parker, and they fight kind of like, they're a crime-fighting family. And in this arc right now, they're dealing with little Normie Osborn and the Lizard. It's a really great story. Ben Reilly's Scarlet Spider is another one of our crazy spider books. This book is absolutely nuts. Peter David writes it. Will Sliney draws this upcoming arc. That's a cover by Mark Bagley there. But they're doing some really insane stuff that we just don't have too much time to talk about because we want to get back to some stuff that the people on this panel can talk about. Like Spider-Gwen. Yes, and who reads Spider-Gwen out there? Yes. Jason, will you talk to us about the stuff that's going on right now in Spider-Gwen leading up to our Legacy arc?
I can try. Is the Venom stuff on here?
Yeah, it'll come.
Okay. So one of the things I love most about this book is that we have the freedom to sort of go in any direction with it. That's a unique gift in comics in general, just to be able to chart your own course. But in order to do that, we've sort of tried to always keep the book sort of grounded in a thematic exploration of something. And my sort of like go-to word for that, as I always say, this book is about, like behind the scenes it's about great power. With great power comes great accountability. So one of the things I think makes Gwen fundamentally different as a character from Peter Parker is that her father was a police officer. So when she was bitten by a spider, she's been raised by a man who has had a much more black and white view of what's right and what's wrong. And what we've done with Gwen amidst all the puns and gags and like ridiculous stealing corn dogs and stuff, one of the things I've tried to lace the book with is this exploration of the idea of when you take on the responsibility of trying to police other people's actions, what do you do more harm or do you do more good? And a lot of Gwen's journey so far has been her wrestling back and forth with like, does she want to put this costume on or not? I think a year ago I had her lose her, or a year or more ago we had her lose her powers, and people were like, oh, well, she'll have them back tomorrow. And if you've read the book, that's not the case. We've stuck with it for about 14 issues now where she's had powers on demand, and it's been this long crawl towards a place where she is saddled with a purpose and a costume that she cannot get rid of. So we've been building towards like all the stuff that leads to an event called, well, it's not an event, it's a story moment called Quenum, which is the Venom version of Gwen Stacy. And weirdly enough, it's a thing that I've been building towards in the book since very early. About 2 years ago, and I had no idea that all this Venom stuff was coming. And it just randomly it seemed to sync up at a good time. And I will tell you right now, I've never been more excited. I've been excited about working on Spider-Gwen since day zero, but this has been like a shot in the arm for the whole creative team. We're really charged up about it. It's a really good jumping on point. We're treating issue 25 essentially like it's a #1. And it will be something really seismic and cataclysmic happens to Gwen, which changes the book and leads her on what might be the path to revenge. So we'll have Gwen sort of wrestling with this sort of need or compulsion to get revenge on the people, on Matt Murdock, who's her big villain and has been manipulating her for, you know, the length of the series. And so she's out all on her own, but behind the scenes, her identity has been outed among her friends and family, and there's a war for Gwen Stacy's soul, so to speak. And it's really, really exciting stuff, and it's going to be really fun and big and bold, and I really, you know, I can't say enough about how excited I am about it.
Absolutely. Now, right up there are the designs that artist Robbie Rodriguez and Jason and colorist Rico Renzi all worked on together. It's such a cool, unique design. It certainly was unexpected to me as an editor. Like you hear about concepts and sometimes you picture things in your head, and I did not expect this, and I was so blown away when they turned this in. I was just floored by how cool it was. And there's already been cosplayers at conventions of Gwen. I mean, we've only her story hasn't even begun in the comics yet, which is so
the
crazy.
greatest thing about like comic books to me is an earnest exploration of an absurd idea, and this is that to its fullest. We just really wanted to make sure we got it right and not make it was never going to be disposable. Like, this is a thing that's here to stay, and I just really look forward to people seeing where it's going.
Absolutely. Awesome. Now, up here, are there any people in Marvel Insider out there? Do you know what that is? It's a Marvel rewards plan for fans. And so with every comic that you get, I believe every like movie you see, there's all kinds of stuff you can earn points for that'll get you cool things. Like one guy got an appearance in a I think an all-new Wolverine comic or Old Man Logan comic. There are all kinds of things you can redeem the points for. And just by being here, you can type in that code into your Marvel Insider and you can get 20,000 points for being at this panel. So take some time, take a picture, write it down, do what you need to do. Definitely get your points through here. But that's enough of us jibber-jabbering. There's a microphone in the middle there. If anyone has questions about any of what we've talked about today or just anything in general that you
from San Diego Comic-Con 2017. I'm Lorraine.
And I'm Jess.
And we are closing out the night, rounding up all the cool stuff that's happened here at Comic-Con.
And what a lot of cool stuff there was.
Oh my gosh, it has been crazy at the booth.
But before we get into that, should we do some social hour and read some fan tweets?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Well, luckily I've got them pulled up right here, and first off, overwhelmingly, so many people are just so incredibly excited about the Marvel Studios panel happening in 1 hour.
That's right, you guys, and you should go over to marvel.com/SDCC 2017. Yep. Right there's going to be all kinds of panel updates happening live in real time. So if you're like, I can't be there, I'm dying to get the news, you can go get it right there, and you can watch this live stream at the same time, and you can check out photos and articles and all kinds of cool stuff.
And if you guys are watching this live and you want your tweet to be featured, read out loud by yours truly or Lorraine, be sure to tweet us using the hashtag MarvelSDCC. And first we have someone, Chris Wood, aka Captain Angels, talking about Thor earlier. Says he's so adorable with the fans, I can't. And you have a couple screenshots of Chris Hemsworth, aka Thor, in Thor Ragnarok. He was so sweet with the fans. We had, he did a whole signing. We had a bunch of Make-A-Wish kids here.
Yeah.
And he and Mark Ruffalo were just so sweet with them.
They were so lovely. Mark Ruffalo, his BFF from work, as he says, was there, as well as Taika Waititi, the director of the film, and they did a nice big signing, which I believe played on the stream earlier. We might show a bit of it later again.
They were awesome. Sen, aka Elson Jules, says, okay, so they are saving the best for last. Once again, I'm sure talking about either, well, I'd like to think it's about us. Maybe it's the Marvel Studios panel, or maybe it's us hosting Goodnight Comic-Con.
Yeah, because after this, what happens? Oh, okay, just the Marvel Studios panel.
Just that, no big deal or anything. Who else? Lots and lots and lots of people. Christine at SDCC is live tweeting the Marvel Studios panel in 1 hour.
Very cool.
Paul, not at SDCC, says 1 more hour until the Marvel panel.
Everybody's
counting down. It is just overwhelmingly. Oh, Molly Rose Jackson says, has the Infinity War trailer been released yet? No, Molly Rose Jackson, it has not.
You gotta wait. I know waiting is hard.
I know,
but we all must be patient.
We are all excited for that trailer, but it will come.
Yes.
I can't tell you when, but it will come. Yep, and you know what? Other than that, it's a lot of people. Oh, Wendy Willis says, enjoyed watching Jess Brohard and Agent M battle it out on Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, hoping more of this with all gamer levels. Thank you, Wendy Willis. You know what? Ryan and I loved battling it out. Unfortunately, I lost overall. We kind of ended up doing a best of 3. I beat him at E3, of course.
That's right.
And then he beat me twice in a row here at Comic-Con, so that was kind of a bummer.
You gotta keep that grudge match going.
I gotta get practicing.
Yes.
So.
And if you guys have questions for us, you can interact with us online. Head over to Twitter and hashtag MarvelSDCC, and we'll do our best to read your tweet or comment or question here on the live stream. We have just had so much crazy stuff today.
Yes.
And the thing about Comic-Con is there's stuff that we can't even show you because it's either a closed panel or it's happening live on the stage. I got to sit down and talk to Joe Q today, which was crazy.
Yes, we saw that.
Chief Creative Officer.
Didn't we show a little bit of that on stream?
Maybe from afar, but I don't know that we showed
we might not have had
full
the
thing.
audio,
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you're right. What else went on today? Let's see. There was that Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, like I said.
We started the day big with the big Defender signing.
That's right. Oh,
so
that was huge.
We had
Very
the
popular.
cast here. We had all of our Defenders, plus Elodie Young, plus Jessica Hennick, who plays Colleen Wing, plus Sigourney freaking Weaver. You guys, a legend.
She's amazing.
She's amazing. She is so wonderful and so talented. It was just really excellent to get to see them up on the stage.
Here's a really cute tweet that we got. Shelly Sizemore says, I told Hulk the bad news that we were leaving Comic-Con today. He was not amused. And then a cute little sad Hulk plushie.
Smash.
Oh, well, I am so sorry, Shelly Sizemore, that you had to leave Comic-Con today, but you know what? You can always stay tuned right here to marvel.com/SDCC 2017 and watch the coverage online, and it'll be just like you're still here. You won't be missing anything.
Yeah, and if you're actually a Marvel Insider, you can get points. If you go over to marvel.com/insider, sign up, you can get points for all of this coverage that you watch, and you can redeem it for cool Marvel stuff.
Trying to look for some more good tweets, but man, overwhelmingly, half the tweets are saying can't wait for the Marvel Studios panel in 1 hour. I'm going to be live tweeting it. And the other half of the tweets are saying where's the Infinity War trailer? And then a third set of tweets are saying, well, you know what? We're going to get the Avengers Infinity War trailer at the Marvel Studios panel. So,
well,
who knows?
Who
Just
knows?
got to tune in and find out.
You're gonna have to wait to see. I'm gonna see if I can pull up some more tweets here myself too. Don't you guys love watching two ladies on their phones? Doesn't it feel just like dinner with your niece? I'm just kidding. Okay.
Dinner with your niece?
Dinner with your niece. I don't know. That's what I assume, you know, like kids, phones, they're cool. I don't know. All right.
Gavin Perkins says Chris Hemsworth always melts my heart, and then a heart face emoji. And you know what, Gavin Perkins, me too. And I was very close to him today, but I didn't get a real picture with him, but almost.
Almost. I mean, and two, the thing is those signings, you have to come early and sign up to see if you can even get a ticket.
Yes.
And then if you get a ticket, you're lucky enough to get through, and they only have an hour. They do their signing very quick, but they're so wonderful with the fans. They really do take time with every single person, sign their posters, say hello, take a picture. It's very lovely.
Which is awesome because they're obviously very, very busy people. But it's great that they can take the time out of their day to be here at Comic-Con with the fans and give a little something back.
Absolutely.
My mom, Jodelle Brohard, says, thanks for the shout out and thanks for your Marvel dress. Well, Mom, thank you for the Marvel dress. I don't know why she's thanking me. She's the one that made it. Once again, I do have to give a quick shout out to my mother for making this awesome dress. I got so many compliments on it today. I don't know if you guys can see on camera, but it is a very cute dress, I think, that is made of Marvel Comics print. My mom found this awesome fabric and made me a dress.
Very cool.
So unfortunately, it's one of a kind. I can't, be like, oh yeah.
I know the first thing I said this morning, I was like, where'd you get your dress? I want one. But
maybe my mom will take commissions.
Oh, there you go.
That would be awesome. I'll see if she can make you one.
Yes. Yes, I would love that. So I just got some more tweets from earlier in the day that I'd love to share with you guys. So Alan Wilkinson said, props for the Yondu umbrella, please. Maybe he worked on the Yondu umbrella. Michael Rooker stopped by yesterday. He is doing a giveaway at Petco Arena today where he has this awesome blue umbrella that when you pop it up, it has a red fin on it, so it looks like an enormous Yondu head.
Awesome. He showed that off on stage yesterday. It was amazing.
Yeah, we had the Guardians by yesterday, which was super fun. Wesley H says, what have been your best moments so far on of Comic-Con? What have our best moments been? I think, gosh, it's so hard because there's been so much.
There's been so much. I'll say one of my personal favorite moments was just getting to try out Marvel Powers United VR. I got to play it 3 times so far this week, and I'm hoping to play it again, but I know there have been long lines. Everybody's dying to play it, so I don't want to take a time away from the fans and be greedy when I've already played it. But you guys, it is just so much fun. I got to do that demo on stage, and I played a couple times before that. It's just an amazing game that really utilizes VR in a way that I've never seen before.
I think my favorite moment of the con so far has been, we did an episode of Thwip Live yesterday that was, in my personal opinion, off the chains. It was really fun.
All the Thwip Lives you guys have done have been just amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we had a couple of cosplayers come on. We played a game, and then we had surprise guest Tony Revolori from Spider-Man: Homecoming, who plays Flash Thompson, hop up on the stage, and then we had the Black Eyed Peas, and we premiered Taboo, one of the members of the Black Eyed Peas. Did a special episode of Becoming, which is our cosplay series, where he became Red Wolf. And we got to debut that on stage, and the Peas were just so cool and so excited and so awesome with the fans. And it just felt great to connect with the fans in that way. It was really exciting.
We have a tweet from Rafe AB, who says, hello girls, love everything I see on screen. Well, hello Rafe AB, thank you so much for that feedback.
And now I have from a person.
I was just about to read that one too. Yes, go for it.
It might be different. We'll find out. So I think Brian I think you know how to say
this is different. This is a different one.
That Brian and Bill from Games are the new power couple. Anyone else agree? Also, make Marvel Insider International. We will take that note. We'll work on it. But power couple, Bill and Brian, yes or no? Marvel Games.
Bill Roseman and Brian who?
Inatar, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I would say they're a power couple. I would say so.
Strong power couple. All right.
That was not the one I was going to read,
excellent.
though. This one is also labeled a person, but their Twitter handle is 2014 Laden or Ladan. Which Marvel game are you looking forward to most? By the way, it's Insomniac's Spider-Man game. Anything else is technically wrong. I would agree. I'm definitely looking forward to the Insomniac Spider-Man game coming out in 2018. I wish it had a release date, but I'm also, like I said, really looking forward to Marvel Powers United VR, also out in 2018. My other top one would be Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, which is out on September 19th, so that's right around the corner.
And I'm ready for Lego Marvel Superheroes too,
yes.
because it's so cute.
So cute.
I love cute smashy games.
Yes. Yeah, my favorite thing about the Marvel games, or the Lego games rather, is just there's no wrong way to play them, and everything is destructible, and also it doesn't hold your hand, you know, it doesn't tell you how to play. There are certain things that you have to figure out on your own, and I love that there are certain parts of the game that you have to play a specific character to, you know, maybe jump across a chasm or things like that.
Yeah, I do love that about that game. It's so fun. I have a question here from, let's see here. Wimsad Mojo says, thank you for today's coverage. Even I was enjoying the cooking lessons. We have some cooking lessons with our celebrity chef from, I believe he's from Chopped, who has been just doing fun recipes that are con related. We love him too. And then he says, will there be more characters in the new VR game?
Yes,
we'll find out.
I believe they have confirmed that. We don't know what the other characters are. I don't even know. If I did know, I would not tell you. But yes, they did confirm that there will be more characters. The 4 that have been revealed so far are, of course, the Hulk, Rocket, Captain Marvel, and then the most recently revealed one was Deadpool, which I believe was announced here at Comic-Con at the Marvel Games panel on Thursday.
Yes, I do believe
which
so.
is very exciting. I get to play as him. He is super, super fun, but there are more characters on the way, so stay tuned for more news from Marvel Powers United VR.
Very cool. So we have from Reader's Warehouse, who is your favorite Marvel movie actor to interview, and are you guys Team Cap or Team Iron Man? Wow, Civil War, still tearing people apart. Okay, hot take. I originally was Team Captain America.
Okay.
But then I thought about it, and I was like, rules are important, right? Like,
of course.
We have to have like laws and stuff. I don't know.
You're conflicted?
I'm conflicted.
I have to say I'm Team Iron Man. I've always been an Iron Man fan. I recently got around to the Captain America bandwagon, but I've always been an Iron Man fan, so I'm definitely Team Iron Man. But as for, you know, which of the actors is best to interview, that would be all you. I haven't had the pleasure of interviewing any of the actors yet, but I saw you interviewed Tom Holland recently. How was that?
Tom is lovely.
I bet.
They're so
He didn't
sweet,
seem like it.
so warm. That was such a fun bunch of interviews. We did a bunch of interviews for Spider-Man Homecoming, and Zendaya, Laura Harrier, and
you say your name the same way I do. Zendaya. Apparently it's Zendaya.
Oh, it is.
I didn't know. I always, because in my mind I always think it's Zendaya, but I do the same thing. Apparently it's Zendaya.
Is it?
Apparently.
I hear mixed things.
People
You guys
complain
tweet
when
us and let us know.
let us know how it's pronounced. Because I always thought it was Zendaya, and then people started correcting me.
Yeah, but
so who knows?
When I walked in, they were all like just having a blast, hanging out and giggling and having so much fun, and it was very infectious throughout the whole place. It was just a good time.
And that's awesome because you can tell that really translates onto their on-screen chemistry. It's just an amazing cast.
Absolutely, you know, and they spent so much time together. They really did, like.
So even if they weren't friends at first, I'm sure they became friends by the end of filming.
And they all were hanging out, and they were like, yeah, we like look forward to this time together. John Watts, their director, got them together to watch a bunch of John Hughes movies. So that they could like really understand sort of the genre and the feel of that kind of movie. It was very cool.
Here's a good one from Abraham Sanchez saying, who's your favorite Defenders?
Ooh, favorite Defenders.
I gotta go with Jessica Jones.
Yeah, I know. I'm biased too because I'm like Jessica Jones all day, every day. But you know,
but Luke Cage is awesome as well.
Luke Cage. I'm gonna say both of them.
Yes.
As a thing.
Yes,
you know
exactly.
what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I would agree with that.
The best. Okay, here we go.
Teddy says, Deadpool for Marvel Future Fright, hashtag please Bill Roseman. We will take that feedback to Bill Roseman. I've interviewed the man several times. He is an absolute pleasure to talk to and to interview, so I will definitely take that feedback to him and see what he says.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. So Sophia wants to know the Lockjaw stuffed animal. Can she get it? Unfortunately, you got to be here. It's a Comic-Con exclusive, and I'm sure that they are going like hotcakes. We're just about to the end of our show, so we should probably review a few things that are going to come up from today and for tomorrow.
Yes.
So in the morning, kicking off the show, we're definitely going to be reacting to some Marvel movie news. So you can check it all out at Marvel.com, or you can watch us on the live show sometime in the morning, and we're going to be reviewing all of that stuff. Ryan, Agent M, is going to be there, so he's going to give us the full lowdown of everything that happened.
We also have Black Panther, the cast of Black Panther, right?
We do.
Do you know specifically whom from Black Panther we have?
I don't know that they've announced the official cast,
full
but
lineup,
we will
okay.
have
several members of the
several
cast, we
members
can say.
signing tomorrow.
Yes. Doing autographs. Are you interviewing them as well tomorrow?
I don't know yet. We'll
Okay,
find out.
we'll
you
find
know,
out.
it always depends on if there's time.
That's true. That is true. But at least they will be signing autographs. So, you know, I know many of you are probably watching from the comfort of your home, but if you guys happen to be watching from the show floor here at Comic-Con, remember to stop by the Marvel booth tomorrow, and you might be able to get an autograph from the cast of Black Panther.
That is right. And
what else do we have going on tomorrow?
We have, one of my favorites of all time, the Women of Marvel panel.
Oh, yes.
It's so fun.
Are you speaking on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna be
that's
on
so
it. Are you
great.
joining us this time?
I hope so. If I'm not hosting a segment at that time,
you might have
I
to
would
be
love
here
to watch
if you're
it.
not there.
Yes.
But it's one of my favorites. It's a bunch of women from Marvel, from comics to entertainment to everything else in between. And it's always very inspirational and funny and interesting. And then we're going to have a Marvel Resurrection panel where we're going to be talking about that big X-Men event perchance coming soon. And then we're going to have some cool stuff coming out of the Marvel's animation panel for Spider-Man, their new show.
Yes.
They're premiering that show tomorrow morning at 10:15 a.m.
They're actually premiering the show, like they're showing an episode
Yeah,
here?
they are premiering it here.
Oh, how great.
At the con. So you have to be there to see it. But we'll probably have some cool stuff coming out of that, of all of those panels, some news and things. Let's see if, I think we've got a little bit of news from some of our panels for today. We definitely had a bunch of animation news. There's going to be a new animated series for Black Panther, Marvel's
I heard
Black
about
Panther.
that.
This is really cool. I'm really excited about it. It's kind of spinning out of Avengers. It's going to take place with him and more of the sort of Wakandan life. His little sister's going to play a prominent part of it. So I think that is going to be really cool.
And also tomorrow we'll have, so I get the pleasure of interviewing the cast of The Gifted. Are we airing that tomorrow?
That'll show up, I believe, tomorrow,
Yes, so once again, right here, marvel.com/SDCC 2017. I don't know exactly the time tomorrow, but if you are at all interested in the upcoming series The Gifted, tune in tomorrow to see those interviews.
There you go. And we're going to have all kinds of stuff coming out of Hall H. I'm really excited about it. I know you guys are too, because all you're doing is counting down at this point. But you know, come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. But stay here, because after this, we're going to be showing some more panels and some stuff that is not part of this live show, but has been previously recorded here at the con that now you guys get to watch taped live.
So we already experienced it. It was really fun, and now you guys get to watch it.
And keep sending us your tweets, questions, comments, #MarvelSDCC. And of course, watch this at the main hub, marvel.com/SDCC 2017. Wow, what a big day.
I know. You know, like I just said this morning, I believe, you know, it's the Saturday of Comic-Con, and I always feel like that's the big day. Which
it is,
just if you looked at the crowds today,
crazy.
You know,
yeah, crazy day.
It's a crazy day, and which makes sense because you know there were people that had to work or had to go to school during the week, couldn't make it Thursday and Friday. So I'm sure we got a ton more attendees today, and of course it's a long day. The con is wrapping up tomorrow, so everybody knows if they want to attend San Diego Comic-Con, they have to do so today, Saturday. But we are just about out of time, aren't we, Lorraine?
We are. That's about it for us. But stick around for those panels, as we said. Keep interacting with us. And that's it.
That's it. That's all, folks.
That's all, folks. So get ready to watch some panels and come back and join us in the morning. I am Lorraine Singh.
I'm Jess Brohard from Marvel Gaming.
And this is Marvel, your universe.
Everybody knows if they want to attend San Diego Comic-Con, they have to do so today, Saturday. But we are just about out of time, aren't we, Lorraine?
We are. That's about it for us. But stick around.
We have a very, very special panel here today. It's a Marvel Studios Spotlight on Russell Bobbitt, who is the master prop maker for their films. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce the director of Captain America, The Winter Soldier, Captain America Civil War, and Avengers Avengers Infinity War, Joe Russo.
Hey gang, how are ya? Thank you for checking out this panel. I just wanted to show up and give props to my prop master. Russell Bobbitt, unequivocally the best in the business. We've been working with him now on 4 movies, and he's been in the business for 30 years, just so you know a little something about him. He has worked on 10 Marvel films, so he's basically the in-house prop master for Marvel. He's done 2 of the one-shots. He has created some of the most iconic props in the Marvel Universe, including Thor's hammer, Captain America's shield, Iron Man's arc reactor, and most importantly, Thanos' gauntlet. So, you know, we couldn't pull off the Marvel Universe without the authenticity and level of detail that he brings to his props. And you couldn't enjoy these movies without the incredible work that he does. So, without further ado, Mr. Bobbitt.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Russo. Mr. Bobbitt. How are you, sir? Do you want to have a seat or do you want to stand up?
I'm going to probably stand up because I'm going to touch things.
Okay. Do we have like a hands-free mic that we could use or not? If not, it's fine.
Can you hear me in the back if I talk like this?
There we go.
Then I'll talk like this.
You guys have been introduced to Mr. Bobbitt. I should explain who I am. My name's Jesse Falcon. I've been working for Marvel for 23 years. I work on the consumer products division. So I develop all the toys that get made around all the Marvel properties. So I had a bit of history working on Mr. Bobbitt's props. And we have a very cool opportunity today to talk to Russell about all of these incredible things that he's built and his team's put together for these incredible films. So we wanted to kind of go down the line and spotlight each of these incredible props and kind of their history, how they got made, Russell's process, and maybe some behind-the-scenes stuff that is pretty cool.
All right.
So do you want to start with Captain America's shield?
Yeah, well, let me actually start with what is a prop master, right?
Great.
Most of you probably know that. You're kind of involved in this world. A prop master provides anything the actor touches. Anything. It could be food or weapons or Captain America shields or Mjolnirs or swords and you name it, we do it. Anything they touch. If it's a pencil, I have to provide the pencil. I have to make sure it stays sharp all day. I have to have 10 pencils for every 1 pencil that I use because they break and an actor might drop it and we have to provide more and more. Make sure that we continue shooting without any delay as we run about, in our films, about $250,000 a day in some cases. We have to not delay the company. So I'm the yes guy. If they need a pencil, I'll bring a yellow number 2 pencil. The director will look at me and say, but I want a number 3 pencil and I want it green. And so I'll run to the truck, I'll go get a number 2 pencil, I'll get a team of painters to paint it green, and a graphics guy to put a number 3 on there.
Russell, is that pretty typical, like for prop masters in general, people who do your job, and it's a lot of fabricating. It's a lot of like not sourcing original things, but fabrication versus found objects.
We call Russell Bobbitt to do a lot of the fabricating. There are several prop masters out there that do fabricating. Obviously, I can't do them all. But if we're doing a romantic comedy, there's not a whole lot of fabricating. I gotta make sure there's a lot of bed sheets.
They fabricate love.
I have fabricated love. My wife's here. But it's interesting because you applauded at the painting that pencil green and putting a number 3 on there. That's an everyday occurrence for us. You know, the shield is going to end up being a little too big or a little too heavy or a little too light or it doesn't look right. And the editor will call me and say, you know, that shield in the scene the other day didn't look metal. And I was like, well, yeah, Captain America had to do a somersault, beat up 4 guys. 4 guys hit the shield with their hands. I couldn't really break their hands that day. I had to provide a rubber shield. So fix it in post. Thank you for post. However, what I'll do, and I'll go into the shields now. We have, at this point, about 100 shields.
When you say 100, you mean 100 different versions of the shield, like the triangular shield from First Avenger, and then the circular shield, and then the shield from Winter Soldier, which was a different color, and the magnetically locked shield from Age of Ultron, so on and so forth. Is that what you're saying?
Right,
okay.
Sort of. There are a few different styles of shields. You've seen a blue one. You've seen a shiny new one. You've seen some aged down ones. You've seen the trident-shaped one. But you always see one cap shield, and after a fight and after an explosion, it's clean again. And you might ask why. A lot of people ask why. Vibranium can be wiped down.
And as a rule of thumb, is Pledge better, or would you say Windex for vibranium?
Well, being that we invented vibranium, we also invented the cleaner, and we're not going to talk about
It's fine.
what it is.
That's a spoiler from a future movie.
So, the reason I have 100 shields is the life expectancy of a shield is 3 scenes. After 3 scenes, it's damaged beyond repair. This one is damaged beyond repair. This is the one.
He's pointing the shield, not me, by the way.
This one is uncleanable, it's unusable, and we use this in the Civil War scene when he goes to Lagos and the sticky bomb sticks to the shield. That's the actual shield we used. He had to roll over a taxi cab in that scene, so this is a rubber one. When he does a somersault, it's a soft rubber. So I have 3 or 4 different materials I use. I use aluminum for close-ups. It's the best one. You shoot this thing, it looks like metal, is it not? It's because it's metal. Then I have the fiberglass one. It's lightweight, and it can take a pretty good paint job, and it goes on his back when he's on the motorcycle, or, you know, before he puts it on or throws it off. It's a fiberglass shield. Then I have a hard rubber one, where he can do some stunt scenes, get hit. People can hit it and not break their hands. And then I have a softy rubber, which is this. Yes. That we use for somersaults and so on and so forth. I have 1 hour. 1 hour divides up into 10 seconds. Pass it around. Hopefully it gets to the back of the room.
So let's talk about Iron Man's RT. Let's talk about Iron Man's RT.
So, good. Yes, I love the arc.
Great.
Now, you know it as the arc reactor, is that correct? Yeah. We call it an RT in our world, repulsor technology. John Favreau came up to me and said, we need to glue something on Robert Downey's chest every day of his life for the next 12 years. You're the guy that's going to do it. And I thought, oh, well, is he nice? He's nice. So what did we do? How do we make an RT, an arc reactor? What does it need to do? concept of why he's in danger and has to use this thing. How do we make an electromagnet that gets surgically put into your body? We talk about cold fusion, nuclear power. And I had never known about nuclear power before this. I was a prop guy that made, awesome pillowcases for romantic comedies.
And fabricated love.
So we took the attitude that, we needed it to light up. Read your comic books, you'll see it lights up. That's where we put the nuclear power into play. We sort of told the story that it was an electromagnet that was keeping the shrapnel out of his heart. I knew it. A lot of other people do. And this is the result of it. The one in the center here, it's hard to see in the back, but, oh, there it is. The one in the center is the one that he, very first in the cave, he had torn his shirt apart, looked down, and it was attached to a car battery, right? And then he started making all the other ones, in the cave. He made that first one down on the bottom right.
So Russell, let me ask you about the cave scene, because I think this is interesting. So when you read a script, there's a scene. Iron Man is in the cave with the other gentleman, and he's locked in there. He has a bomb that they want him to put together for him, but he's now got to, with these limited resources and antiquated technology, put together an RT not only to save his life, but to power this new suit. When you read a script like that, you've now got to come up with all of the bits and pieces that make that scene come to life. Can you talk about that process?
Sure. The awesome part of that is that we know what it wants to look like in the end, at the end of the day, right? It wants to look like this. So then I have to think about what's inside of this. Where am I going to shop to find what's inside of this? I have to create it from nothing. So I have illustrators, a team of illustrators that draw back then with a pencil. Now they draw in 3D CAD programs, and we 3D print and mill and all the good stuff. Anyway, the makers out there know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I have to sort of imagine what's going on inside, and I dissect it, tear it apart into pieces, and I go shopping. Or I go to my vendors or the machine shop, and I start making this thing from the ground up. We run into roadblocks all the time. It's hard to sort of fit all the pieces that you need to fit, but we finally do it. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. It comes out as the RT, and then I have to think about what needs to happen with this thing. Pepper Potts eventually does surgery on him. This is the actual one that Pepper Potts had pulled out of his chest. The one. I had to put goop all over it because we talk about goop, and this is the one. It has survived. If I put a battery on here, it'll still light up 10 years later. Awesome. And so the process is crazy because look how many there are. Every single one that you see here was a trip to Robert Downey's house. He calls up, he goes, okay, we need a new arc reactor for Iron Man 2, 3, so on. And I go over to his house and we sit in his garage and we look at it and he tells me things like, yeah, I think this one should have octagons or hexagons or triangles. And there should be a lot of triangles because maybe it's a big triangle and then 1,000 little triangles inside and it's releasing the energy. And he gets into his head what that thing is doing on his chest. So we do it and I'm like, okay, great, the thousands of triangles. Let me go to the drawing board, and I do. I draw. We go to the 3D printers now. We laser cut. That green one center left is laser cut, which is here. This is the one that at the end of Iron Man helping out 3, maybe, he throws in the ocean. This is it. Now, because he had to throw it in the ocean, I couldn't glue it on his chest because you wouldn't see the inner workings. Because this is supposedly 3 inches into his chest. So this would be the one that was 3 inches into his chest. So when he's holding it as a prop, we see what was in his chest. This one was completely machined. This is all new tech. Way back in the day, when I put top left on him or bottom left, that was Iron Man 1 when he gets back to his workshop and he remakes it. I had to glue that onto his chest. We glued them all to his chest. In fact, there's always residue of Robert's chest on these things.
I think it's actually really interesting that you work that much in pre-production with the actors on these key components. Is that true across the board? Do you get together with Chris Evans on the Shield? Does he talk about, like, it'd be really great if this weighed less, or Hemsworth with the hammer?
In a nutshell, here's the process. I can answer that. I read a script, and I dissect that script like a shopping list. And I see things in the script that people don't see. If I'm on a New York street, I got to think about the homeless guy in the corner with a sign, and the taxi cab that has a light that's on or off, and the license plate that matches the number on top of the license plate. These are things in life that we've seen but we don't think about. I have to be detail-oriented and figure all that out. So I'll break down that script, and then I put a cap shield in the breakdown, by the way. So I think about all the details first so that you feel like you're submersed into a story in a film that doesn't pop for you. It just feels real. So I'll read the script, and then I'll make a big old list of props, and then I'll take it to the directors, and the directors get very excited about the list, and they add 10% to it. And they say, oh yeah, it'd be good if the cap shield was red, white, and blue, or if it was a little bit bigger or smaller, whatever. Then my list grows by 10%, and then I go to the actors. I'm like, okay, Mr. Actor, usually with the first name of Chris.
Why are there so many Chris's? So many Chris's.
Yeah, I guess. We should all change our name to Chris and we'll be a superhero. But I'll go to Chris and say, here's your shield. And I'll come with him with templates from, 3 foot, 2 foot, and all the way down. And we'll put it on his hand. And he'll be comfortable or not comfortable. Usually not comfortable first, because they love to put their 2 cents in and make a little bit of a change. And we accommodate it. And so we make the actor as comfortable as we possibly can in any given day to make him feel like this prop or any prop is part of their character. It's got to be an extension of that character to succeed as a prop. And so I know we're going to have a Q&A, but I'll tell you right now, I'll just answer your first question. What's my favorite prop? My favorite prop is the prop I'm working on today. I make it the best I can make it. I tweak it until it's untweakable. It's my favorite prop, and then it leaves my life until I get to the set, and I go on to my next favorite prop. So that's my favorite prop is everything I do, because I put everything into it. So we do that for the actors. We all sit down, we have our thing. I've got my big fat list. I know what the actors want. I know what color it's going to be. Robert Downey Jr. wears a lot of sunglasses, right? That's Tony Stark. He and I work so very closely together. He texts me, so don't pickpocket me right now, please. Every time he wears a suit with a tie, take a look at the glasses. The lens color matches his tie. We try to do that. We've made some choices where it didn't match, but for the most part, we sit down together and go over those small details. What watch am I going to wear? What eyeglasses am I going to wear? Should there be a pen in my pocket? I'm with them. And then when we start shooting, I maintain the props. I hand the props off to the actors every day of my life for 12, 14 hours a day. I'll give you a quick little anecdote about the arc reactor, and then we'll move on to the next prop. On Iron Man 1, when we made that bottom left one that you saw, I had to glue it on his chest, and the electronics were not small enough yet, receivers and transmitters, so I had to put a switch in it to turn the light on and off. Because it's such a small piece of real estate, I had to make custom batteries, and the battery life is only 10 minutes on an arc reactor, and we shoot 14-hour days. And so I was in there with a pin, turning it on and turning it off every time we rolled and cut. And whether he was emotional, he had to cry or laugh or be angry, Russell Bobbitt was right up in his face, rolling! And I'm sitting there trying to turn on the thing. And Robert sometimes would say, I love you, Bobbitt. And sometimes he would say, Bobbitt, can you please get out of my face? We have an understanding. Iron Man 2 rolls around. And the do? He said rolling. And Robert looks around. For Bob. Bobbitt's over in the corner, smiling. And literally you heard this, Bobbit! I did that. The biggest smile on his face. The day he figured out that we had him on a remote control.
So the next thing I want to talk about is Mjolnir. In the video clip that we showed, it said that you guys went through what seemed like an exhaustive process. And having worked on my side of the business and looking at all of the very different designs that are out there, and I think a lot of you people probably have seen some of those through the books that have been released about the art of the movie. There was a long process to develop what Mjolnir would look like. You know, there's a lot of reference of what the comic book version looked like. There's several other different hammers in the comics. There's also a bunch of different looks from the actual Viking mythology. So can you tell us about how long that process was and how many different types of hammers you made?
Kenneth Branagh, awesome guy, awesome director, awesome actor, very detail-oriented. When I said that we drew 200 of these, I wasn't exaggerating. I do exaggerate a lot, but this was serious. We drew many, many, many different versions. Eventually, as you can see and you can tell, we went back to the comic book lore on this one because there are certain things you just shouldn't change too much. I can give you awesome stories of things that I've changed that the fans have not appreciated. But I've talked them through it and brought them to an understanding, so we're all one. But Mjolnir, if you can say it, Mjolnir, has to do a bunch of different things as well, doesn't it? We have to do scenes where it can't be picked up because it's too heavy and you're not worthy. I'm worthy because I made it. But again, we have to dissect what the stunts are. And when I need to do a close-up and I see metal instead of rubber, this is an awesome piece because the paint that we use for the rubber is the best metal paint on the market at $1,000 a gallon. ALSA, A-L-S-A, cork, look it up. I'm not exaggerating about that price. Marvel doesn't appreciate when we use it. It's a true story. A production designer painted one of the Thor sets with ALSA paint, a room this big, at $1,000 a gallon, and they were told, don't use ALSA paint anymore, please. However, Russell, you can use it on the hammers because it's a small amount. So I do. And so now this is the metal one. It weighs about 35 pounds. This is one of the heavier ones. I can do an extreme close-up on this, and it looks wonderful. You can see the highlights of the metal. When I do the rubber, we can't really shoot them close. So the process of design was intense, and then the manufacturing process was just as crazy, figuring out how to make it look great. I'm also the guy, by the way, whenever he throws it or catches it, I'm on the other end. He throws it to me, I throw it back, so I've mastered the art of throwing it so that it doesn't spin. It's kind of like a knuckleball, if you know baseball. You throw the ball and it doesn't spin, it just moves. So I'm that guy. Have been for a long time, 35 years. Go to IMDb, by the way, on your phones and look at my resume. This is in the question and answer section. There's probably other movies that you might be excited about. And I'm happy to answer questions. So that is sort of the Mjolnir. And Mjolnir lives on. It's still going. We're still using it to this day. And there's some exciting new stuff coming.
So have you ever built one that actually, I mean, we see that it lights up and it charges and shoots lightning. Do you put mechanical or light up components in the hammers themselves, or is that all done in post?
We do that for reference only. I have a hammer that's all LED lights. So that it's never used as a hammer, but what it does, it creates the interactive lighting on the other actors. And so that the gaffer, the guy that does all where's the light and what's it doing, and so we do. We build LED millers.
So that's what a gaffer does?
A gaffer does.
I've always wondered, what does the best boy do?
He's the gaffer's friend.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Great. We were down in Atlanta where you guys are all set up shop and you're making a really cool set of movies right now. And we got to tour your prop warehouse. And the guy who uses that hammer, you have a special name for him, don't you?
Oh, the specimen. Yeah, it's interesting when Chris comes to the set. All the office people, all the girls in the office that work in the office show up on set. They don't have much to do, but they need to be there. I don't know why, you tell me. The guard gate empties out and they come to the set. A lot of people come to the set. And then when I bring Chris the hammer, he chums up to me, we're buddies, we've known each other a long time. He'll put his arm over my shoulder, he'll pat me on the butt and say, good game, all these things. And I look over and all the girls from the office are like, why you?
Have any of the girls from the office ever gone down to the makeup center and tried to have them made over like you for when Chris is on set?
I hope not.
Okay.
I know, but no, he's a great guy. Most of these actors in our Marvel universe are just very cool, very genius. I say most, so I won't talk about the ones that I don't think are. No, they're all pretty great. They all get along, they're all buddies. It's really hard to get a word in edgewise when there's 9 superheroes rehearsing a scene because everybody wants to be a better superhero than the other. But it's kind of fun to watch and it's cool, and then I help support bringing together the pieces that make our films.
So let's talk about Star-Lord's blasters and kind of Guardians of the Galaxy in general. So these have a very unique look to them. How long was that development process for the blasters?
I'm always honest about everything. I do the films in the States, right? This first Guardians was done overseas. So a lot of people know that I didn't design these 2 pieces. But what I have to do, I work closely with a man named Barry Gibbs, who has done my counterpart in the London world. We work very closely together to help each other with the overlapping props. So this, I'm proud to say, because he's a great man, that we kept his design on this. But what I have to do is then look at my movie and decide how many I need. We do fat ones and skinny ones because the fatter ones sit funny on his costume, so I make a thinner one that sucks closer to his legs. So if he has to draw them, it's a skinny one, we cut and we put the fatter one back in his hand. Now also, the great part of this conversation is that I read the script and it said he reloads his blasters on Guardians 2, Volume 2. So I was like, I had to look at the weapon and go, okay, well, where's the reload? There's no cartridge, there's nothing. So I made new blasters that have a cartridge in them so that he can pull one, throw it, pull another one from his belt, reload quick, which we did in the film. And usually, if the batteries work, right?
But you showed us these when we were down in Atlanta. You built a really cool thing into this so you could save the battery life, right? So the off switch is on the very tip.
Oh, right. Oh, yes. So when he reloads, I put the switch on the end here, so when he hits it, it turns off. So that,
To save the battery life.
hopefully, it's off. Yeah, so to save battery life. Battery life's always a thing with us because, again, in our very expensive day, you don't want a battery dying in the middle of the perfect take of the perfect scene where the director looks at you and says, if this doesn't work, I'm not introducing you at Comic-Con next year.
Can you tell us about the headphones?
Oh my God.
So you would think, I mean, from an outsider's perspective, you would just think that you'd get on eBay and just buy as many of those things as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And a prop guy would think that. We had a fire. And they all burned. This was fine. The headsets. Had a fire, they're gone. Okay? I get on with my guys. Okay, guys, get on eBay, buy everything you can find. Well, because they were in Guardians 1, $7,000 was the cheapest one I found. 7,000. Hey, is that shield moving nicely? It's not going fast enough. Go faster.
Hey, Russell, why don't we give this side that shield?
This one's heavier, so be careful. Don't knock anybody in the... Where was it? Oh, $7,000. I refused.
How do you refuse eBay?
Not Russell Bobbitt. Called the vendors. I said, I want an exact replica of this. Make it. Sent it to a prop house that I use, who I trust a lot. Down to the graphics, the foam, all of this is 100% manufactured. For $12,000, I made 20 of them. The Sony Walkman. It's funny. It's back to that number 3 pencil thing. Like, if you don't have it now and you need it, you better make it fast. And that's my job.
That's amazing.
That thing, the easiest thing, it could have been the easiest thing, turned into a nightmare in the prop world.
So another thing that I know just from talking to you that may seem very simple to put together would be the Eye of Agamotto, which is right there. So.
The eye is interesting because Cumberbatch is interesting. He's a well-trained actor out of the Royal Academy, I believe, who is so meticulous, and he's so into every piece of his costume, and every piece of the eye, and everything that goes on. And I put it on him 2 weeks ago. Uh-oh. You know, time flies. Maybe that was 2 years ago. And he looked at me and goes, "Is that too long?" I'm like, "Well, no, it's the eye." I think it's too long. Well, I had, this is awesome, and some of you will appreciate this. I have a cosplayer that works for me who made the string. This is all hand-woven leather and twine and different kinds of things, and we have to make them match. We make 10 of them or 12 that match. It was a 4 or 5 week job just to make this string, and the poor girl's hand was, her fingers were raw, and it was awesome. But we made this. It is, I love that stuff. You know, when we come home dirty, we know we've done a great job. Tony Swatton's in the crowd from Sword in the Stone. He's one of
Thanks, Russell. When you come in, I'm normally not this color.
that's what I'm saying. So when I go to visit Tony, and Tony made the Infinity Gauntlet, by the way. They call him blacksmiths for a reason. He is covered in soot, and just you can see that he's been working on the gauntlet, and that's exciting to me. I know we're getting somewhere. Anyway, it's always a challenge. It's a challenge with all props, and actors always at one point say, "Is this the one that I really used?" Because I think for some reason that we're trying to, pull one over on him. I don't know. But so I had to make an adjustable string, because when he does stunts, what happened, I did some research, when he does stunts, he wears a different costume. It's a little tighter and a little bigger. So this fluctuates in height. And I had to figure that out because I didn't do the original Doctor Strange, that was in London. Craziness. And he cares about the weight of it. So I had to put fishing weights in here to make it heavier and lighter, depending on the scene that we were doing. It's an intense little prop, this one.
So for the sake of time, we have a couple more things we want to get through, and then we want to open up the floor for Q&A. So we've got some really cool books up there. We've got the book from Captain America Civil War, which is the code book that was used to reprogram the Winter Soldier. We have the Sokovian Accords. We've got the Hawkeye's bow. But the one thing I want you to just tell us a little something about is the Baby Groot there.
Baby Groot. Okay, everybody say, aww. That's what I hear when Baby Groot comes out. So, Baby Groot's interesting. In that Legacy made it, Stan Winston's old company, who is now run by a bunch of his employees, the late, great Stan Winston, who we all love. They handed off to me because for some reason I have become the puppeteer in our films. So I take Groot and I act Groot's part for the actors because they know me and they love me and they trust me. So not only am I a prop guy, but now I'm a puppeteer for Baby Groot and Rocket, by the way. And I'm running around like crazy doing the little Groot parts, running them around the set. That the actors' eye lines are all perfect. And so Baby Groot has become one with me, and he travels with me.
So I think we want to open up the floor for some questions and answer. Does anybody have a question for Mr. Bobbitt?
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name's Tim. I was just wondering, you talked about your favorite prop is the one you're working on right now. What's your least favorite or the most difficult prop you've ever had to work on throughout your entire career?
During my entire career, Hocus Pocus. Had a lot of crazy props. But I did Casper, and we had to do this Rube Goldberg egg making device. And so the egg drops, the timer goes off, the bell hits, the egg drops and hits the thing, and it goes into the pan, and the fire comes up, and the pan moves over, and it flips the egg onto the thing. I made it all practical. And it was like a crazy big challenge that never worked right until it worked right. And so, to me, that pops out as like a nightmare prop that ended up being okay. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello. You touched on this briefly, saying that there were some that you changed and the fans didn't appreciate. But I was wondering, especially with your Marvel props, which do you think is the most accurate to the comics, and which do you think is the least accurate to the comics of what you've made?
Well, I can actually add a little color here because the blasters for Star-Lord have always changed over the years. You know, when Star-Lord was in a blue and white outfit back in the 70s, they never really had a defined look. So I think what's happened now is that the look in the comics has been defined by the props that have been developed.
Yeah, and we'll do that a lot. You know, there's always that if you read a book and they make a movie and it's not like the book, you're like, well, in Hollywood, we have to make some changes to make things look cool and exciting. I mean, it can't happen in this panel, but I did J.J. Abrams' Star Trek, and people just freaked out about my changing the phaser, and it all worked out all right, and they're in the toy stores, and they look great, and if you let go, you'll live long and prosper.
Hi. How do you balance the ability to go to attention to detail in every single prop while meeting the demands of the filmmakers, the actors? How do you not get overwhelmed?
I don't sleep. No, I do. Time management is a big deal in our industry. You have to make sure that what we're doing is safe. It goes on and on as far as like running teams of people. I hire more people, by the way. I have a great team around me. The manufacturing process, I have upwards of 150, 200 people working just in my department. And then when we're shooting, I take it down to about 6 or 7 people. So it's time management is really what it is.
Okay, so in your career, your very lengthy, storied career,
You've seen technology change a lot in terms of prop making and handling props and things like that. So what kind of do you appreciate about that, but also moving forward, what do you hope to see as technology continues to advance, fabrication technologies and things like that?
I'm pretty satisfied with what's going on. Obviously, we're in a 3D printing world right now. So a lot of CAD design, 3D CAD design. A question that comes up is, what should I study to be a prop master? I have a passion for props. $3,500 a week to draw CAD drawings, to make props. I pay a guy a lot of money just to draw this stuff that I can then send to the 3D printer. I want to see 3D printers printing metal more easily. That would be very helpful. But that's our world right now, it's 3D printing.
Hi, I'm Orly. I'm a teacher at a school for the arts, and many of my students are majoring in technical theater, so I think they would be very interested to know how you got your start in this field and how you eventually ended up at Marvel making all these props that they love so much.
I think this is our last question. I was 6 years old. I took my mother's record player apart. She was at work. It was turning. And I was 6 thinking, why is that turning? So I got out the screwdriver. I took the record player apart into 1,000 pieces, all the way down to the motors and the belts and everything that was driving it. And I was satisfied with that. So I didn't do anything about it. And then my mom came home and freaked out about the record player and said, you put that back together right now. And I did. And the record player worked, and we got to play Motown records all day long. Records are these things that used to play music. I take that moment and I look back and I think, I'm curious about how things tick, and design, engineer, and manufacturing are my world, and I keep doing it and making awesome things for awesome movies. Follow me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Russell Bobbitt.
I think this is like your political campaign shirt. This is when you're running. I think you're running for a state assembly. Yeah, something like that. And we have Mr. Mark Waid, writer of Avengers and Champions. Coming up next week, we have Secret Empire #7. The first 6 issues have been just stunningly insane and super fun. Nick, can you give us any hints of what to expect in issue 7? Please, jump in.
I am so glad that this panel is this week as opposed to next week. It's a crazy, crazy issue. If you remember the vision from Civil War II that Ulysses had of Miles Morales killing Captain America, this is where that comes to fruition. This is where that scene happens. So we've been setting this up for over a year, and everything's finally going to come to a head as Black Widow and the Revolutionaries make their move in Washington, D.C. to assassinate Captain America.
Yep. And this is incredible artwork by Andrea Sorrentino. His work on this series has been just insane and so cool. Nobody draws quite like Andrea does. And, from that crazy double-page spread from, I think it was issue 2, was pulled pages from all over the place to this incredible dramatic work that he does in this issue. You guys will not be disappointed. And that will lead to Secret Empire #8. Look at that shield shattering in the middle there. Daniel Cunha is joining you, along with Rod Rice and Sean Isaacson. Is that how you pronounce it?
I think it's Isaacs.
Isaacs.
Yeah.
Awesome. But that is on sale August 9th. If you could you'll probably still be reeling from Secret Empire 7, so I'm not even sure if you'll be able to walk to your store to get it. But here's some preview art from Sean Isaacs from Secret Empire 8. Incredible work. Right there. Check that out. So cool. So cool. But the Secret Empire is not the only book dealing with the story events there. We also have Secret Empire Brave New World, which is one of our anthology books around there. The issue 5 is coming up on August 16th. Alana, can you talk at all about this?
A little bit. So the Brave New World anthology has been kind of spotlighting different corners of the Marvel Universe and how they're coping with the Hydra takeover. So there's the ongoing thread of Namor and the Invaders, which will be coming back in this issue and kind of coming to a head. And we also have a short story about Blade, and I'm blanking on what the third one is, but that Blade one is probably going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's totally nuts. So here's some art from it. This is by Brian Level, one of the artists working on it. That is crazy. Just looks so cool. Also tying into Secret Empire, we have Captain America number 25 coming up. Nick, tell us a little bit about what you've been doing in Captain America, how it relates to Secret Empire, and what to expect with issue 25.
Yeah, if you only buy one Secret Empire tie-in, let me strongly recommend that you buy this one. This one is almost a chapter of Secret Empire in and of itself. It is a major moment for both Sam Wilson and Steve Rogers. Things that happen in Secret Empire 8, 9, and 10 all directly flow from the events of this issue. This is our big 25th Captain America issue. It's something like 32 or 33 issues of Sam as Captain America as of this issue. So we wanted to celebrate and make it as big as we possibly could.
And this
and I think it's coming out the same week as Secret Empire 8, and read this first.
Yeah. And we'll have little disclaimers in the book
Yes.
on the pages, but you definitely want to read this one first.
Yeah. And this has art by Jesus Saez that we could show off here. That is so cool. His artwork has been incredible ever since he came over to start working with you on Captain America. Just so awesome. Here's some little teaser art for our upcoming Secret Empire issues of 9 and 10 with artists such as Lineal Yu, Rod Rice again on every issue, Steve McNiven on issue 10. Unbelievable work there with that really nutty Captain America design there on that 10 cover. It does not look like the Marvel Universe is having a good day there.
It's been a rough year.
They have been through the ringer. But it doesn't end there. No, there's just too much story to be contained, as we also have coming up the Secret Empire Omega with Nick and Andrea Sorrentino coming up there. And I don't even know if we can even talk about anything in here. It's all so...
It's all spoilerific, but you know what I can say is it's our big epilogue story. That it's the story that follows after the events of Secret Empire, and you know, it's a fundamentally different Marvel universe at that point.
And one thing I want to talk about too is, like, you know, you'll often hear chatter online or stuff talking about how, like, you know, when we add an issue to an event like this or do something like that, like about, you know, it's a big Marvel cash grab. And I can tell you, I've been around at Marvel for a long time. I've been at Marvel for 15 years, and I've worked on a lot of these books and been part of a lot of these books. It's never done just, this has never happened with Nick or with Brian Bendis of like, you know, we'd really like to add another issue in here. Can you stretch it out a little bit? This is a perfect example because there's just so much story that Nick wanted to tell. Like, there was literally not room, and these are all oversized issues. Like, every issue, Tom Brevoort walks out of his office crying at the amount of pages that we need to get this epic story in. And I can promise you, it's all for the sake of the story and the storytelling and to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, we've, from the start, I mean, I think at the first retreat that I laid this thing out, it took like 4 hours to just go through the whole thing. So we knew we had a lot of story to cover. And, you know, I'm incredibly grateful to Tom and Alana and Marvel for giving us the extra space that we needed. And, you know, every issue, like Nick said, has been over 30 pages. So it's a lot more than was initially scheduled and initially planned. And, you know, it's enabled us to hopefully give you guys a little bit more.
And try to do it right. I mean, often in these cases, it's an option of like, well, we could make it almost a Reader's Digest version and just give you the basic like plot point. But the whole point of comics is to embed you into a story and make you feel the things that the characters are feeling and be surprised just as they are. And it's super important to Nick and to us to do it in the best way possible, to make it the best damn story that we could possibly tell. So we really appreciate you guys coming along for the ride on that, and we hope it pays off for you like we think it does for us and for all of us here, because I think it just makes the story better. Anyway, let's move on to another book. Avengers, this has been one of my favorite tie-ins as we've been going up in here too, seeing Steve Rogers' dark, dark version of the Avengers, reading your Superior Octopus and these characters button up against each other. Can you talk about what you and Mike Del Mundo are doing on these issues, Mark?
Sure. I mean, we're having a blast because, again, you get to work with the Dark Avengers, if you will. These are the guys that you said that Captain America would pick if, for instance, he were working with Hydra. And just a coincidence.
Just for instance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you've got Vision and Scarlet Witch, who have already sort of been co-opted in your series. And you've got Thor Odin's son, who has actually made some interesting decisions in your series. We have Black Ant. We've got, I'm trying to remember, we got Deadpool.
Yeah, Taskmaster.
And of course the Superior Octopus. Not the inferior octopus.
No.
Not him.
No.
And not the regular octopus.
No.
Superior octopus.
This one's slim, trim, fighting shape.
Yeah.
Yep. He did one of those P90X things or something like that.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite parts of these issues is the interaction between Doc Ock and Deadpool.
Yeah.
It's just been.
These guys should not be in the same room.
No, they really. Doc with zero patience for Deadpool's insanity. But it's been such a pleasure to read and to get that. It's kind of like a weird inversion of the Spider-Man Deadpool series, and just getting to see, you really see the difference between Peter Parker and Otto Octavius with how they deal with Deadpool.
Every moment Octavius does not kill him is a moment of restraint.
Yes. You're also working on Champions, which is tying in with our good friend Humberto Ramos over there. This book is one of my favorites as well. Can you guys talk about what these issues are, and kind of, just in case people in the room, who's reading Champions out there? Yeah, see a bunch of hands. Yeah, let's hear it if you read it. I just want to see hands. Imagine I'm blind, which I've been accused of before. But anyway, please talk about what this book is, so those who aren't reading it know what it is and how it's tying into Secret Empire.
Sure. I go. Okay. Well, and the basic concept, if you're not reading it, is the younger Marvel heroes going off on their own, deciding that the older Marvel heroes are great, but they concentrate on big picture stuff. The kids want to get more involved in political stuff. They want to get more involved in world situations. They want to get more involved in a place where they can sort of get their hands dirty and work with people. And that's been the precept of the book. It's gone very well for us, and we're very happy with what we've done. From there, with this one, things kind of backfire because the kids, like I said, have kind of been on their own, charting their own destiny. But now, with Secret Empire going on, they've got to find a way to work with the older heroes for the first time to reunite. And by that time, we have added a few onto the cast. We have added, for instance, Riri, Iron Man, Iron Woman, Ironheart, thank you. The new Wasp, the new Patriot actually gets his due in this issue as well.
Yep.
So we
Falcon I see in there?
and the Falcon, actually, the new Falcon. So we're able to introduce you to some of these characters as well. Yeah.
This is some incredible art by Humberto Ramos. Humberto, can you tell us, you've drawn various Spider people throughout the years. Can you talk about the characters in here, and have there been any surprises of people you've loved drawing or anything like that?
Well, one of the cool things about drawing the Champions is that we are willing to get everybody invited to our little book. These big characters, so it's always cool to see the guest heroes in our book. And this time, in this storyline, we get to see some of the Avengers, and I think it's going to be a more of soon.
Was there anybody in particular you enjoyed drawing in terms of the guest stars?
I really enjoyed doing our Wemple book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
You were great.
And the Red Locust was awesome.
Several people have come to me so far at the convention and thanked us for the Red Locust character, which was yours. That's all you.
Yeah, will you talk about who Red Locust is, and just in case people in the room don't know?
Well, we had this idea of bringing some character with some Mexican, background.
Heritage, yeah.
And well, there's me being Mexican, of course, and I bring some of my cultural input and my pop culture references to the character, and we came out with Red Locust, and she happens to be a cool thing. I mean, people on Twitter and social network is been really happy and thankful for the character, and they want to see more of her. So I'm willing to see more of her as well.
Yeah,
Mark.
we'll work on that. Yeah, and I got a call. It was funny. I got a call from some of our friends over in Marvel Animation. I haven't even told you guys this. No. They're like, oh, we love the Red Locust. Like, do you guys over in publishing have big plans for him? I'm like, of course we do. Like,
Yes.
But it's so fun, and that's one of the cool things as well about being at Marvel right now. We were just talking to the Spider-Man panel, how we work very closely with our other branches in animation and television and studios and all this sort of thing. And so getting to see these things show up in these various forms, getting to see Spider-Gwen and Miles show up in like the Spider-Man cartoons. But we work Dan Slott and I have been out to several animation summits for the new Spider-Man cartoon. I know Mark went to a bunch in past years about the Avengers.
I haven't been invited to any of those.
Well, you're too expensive, Humberto. You're too expensive.
It's the other way around, actually.
But yeah. Anyway, but that's so cool. Let's jump on to the next. Matt Rosenberg. Let's talk about Secret Warriors. What the series is in general, and what you guys are doing in your Secret Warriors ties, in your Secret Empire tie-ins.
Yeah. Nick Spencer said before, if you buy one Secret Empire tie-in, it should be Captain America 25, and you should. But if you buy 6, it should be Secret Warriors 1 through 5 after that.
Just collectively.
Yeah, just buy those and then.
And I think you could just disagree with Nick and say, don't buy Cap and buy Secret Warriors.
Okay. Cap is really good. You should buy Cap. The Secret Warriors is the young Inhumans. If you aren't reading Inhumans books, I know that a lot of people are like, oh, Inhumans. The Inhumans books right now are amazing. They are some of the best books in Marvel. Black Bolt, the Royals, and then us. And I really love being there and doing those books. But the Inhuman royal family has left Earth, and the Inhumans are sort of aimless. And then the Secret Empire happens, and the Inhumans' best heroes, which are Quake, Karnak, Miss Marvel, Moon Girl, Devil Dinosaur, who's not an Inhuman, he's a dinosaur, but whatever. And
Well, he's not human.
He's not human, that's true. And Inferno all get together to try and fight the Secret Empire, to fight Hydra, but unlike the Champions, where they are sort of a family and a team and these young idealists, this is a team of people who do not see eye to eye and do not have the same agendas. And Quake and Miss Marvel, Quake is Nick Fury's protege. She's a spy and she's brutal when she needs to be. And Miss Marvel is, I think, one of the best heroes in the Marvel Universe. She is young and idealistic, and they just butt heads. And then you add Karnak, who is doing all sorts of crazy planning that nobody understands. And yeah, they're just in over their heads. They're not a cohesive unit, and they're doing the best that they can in a horrible situation and fighting for their lives and fighting for the Inhumans and the people they care about.
Awesome. I love this book, Matt, and I love how you picked up on the Karnak as Warren Ellis in the series wrote him. And so he's such a crazy character, and having him butt up against these younger, more idealistic characters is so great to read. And this art is by Javier Garrón.
Yeah.
It's
Javier's amazing. He's besides being like one of my favorite artists I've ever worked with because he's so fun and charming, he just brings so much to the page. We have to put so much in every issue, and every time I send him a packed page, he's like, no problem, I can get it done. And also, he likes to do fun things. So we have like a lot of guest appearances. We get a bunch of the X-Men in there, and he gave a bunch of them mustaches because he wanted to, and a lot of people were annoyed, and I thought that was great. And so we have a lot of fun, but it's also like a pretty serious book.
awesome. Thanks, Matt. Also tying into Secret Empire, we have Amazing Spider-Man number 31, and we started tying in with issue 29, and this arc has been one of my favorites that I've worked on at Marvel. It really came together perfectly with the timing of Secret Empire. with what we were doing in Amazing Spider-Man and what Dan Slott's ongoing storyline has been there. He and Stuart Immonen, their plan for these issues has been just incredible. We have the Superior Octopus has come to take on Parker Industries. And if you've been reading Amazing Spider-Man, you know Peter Parker has been the head of Parker Industries. He's been building new spider equipment like new Spider-Mobiles, Spider Tanks, Spider Jets, these like Spider Walkers. And he, in fact, he used one to invade, like a bunch of these to invade Symkaria. You know, a corporation inviting a country with all these like spider things was such a huge thing, and he overturned Norman Osborn helping out the government there due to horrible things to its people. They overthrew a government, and so this sort of power, should it fall into the hands of Doc Ock, would be really, really, really bad. Because Doc, especially because Doc's in cahoots with Hydra. And so this story is going to be huge for the story we've been telling in Amazing Spider-Man. You know, a lot of times, like, there are books that'll get flack for, you know, not counting either for like the stuff they're tying into or for the book, whereas this is a lot of both. We're both paving the way for a bunch of stuff to come in Secret Empire, and also this has major ramifications for our ongoing Amazing Spider-Man story. I hope you guys go pick it up, if not just for this incredible Stuart Immonen art with inks by Wade Von Graubadger and colors by Marte Gracia, where they're telling this nutty story in the most beautiful way possible. Also tying in, we have U.S. Avengers, Al Ewing and Paco Medina. Alana, can you talk to us about their ongoing story and what they're doing in the Secret Empire tie-ins?
Yeah, so the Secret Empire issues of U.S. Avengers are actually some of my favorites that we've done so far. Like, even counting the New Avengers run that Al did before this, because we finally get to focus on Tony Ho, the Iron Patriot, who's the daughter of Yinsen Ho, who died to save Iron Man and created Iron Man. So in this arc, we see her trapped in a very similar situation where she's in a Hydra cell with Roberto, who is dying, and she's put in a position where, you know, she has to figure out if she's going to do the thing her father did. And that leads into, like, in the meantime, while she's dealing with the Hydra prison situation, Squirrel Girl and Enigma have escaped to Europe, and they're having fun adventures with a bunch of European superheroes, and they're in Paris, and it's delightful because Al is very British, and he brings a lot of really delightful European sensibilities to this issue, and it's wonderful.
That's
So,
awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. Also, we're coming up, Doctor Strange. Any Doctor Strange fans out there? Yes. This has been another one that's been an absolute pleasure to work on. I mean, again, I've been at Marvel for a long time. I've had books that have tied into a lot of events, and there are some events are more of a pleasure to tie into than others. And this one of the things I love about Secret Empire is it gives us a lot of great foes to go up against, to put our heroes up against. And this has been no different. The way that Nick set up what is happening in New York, we could take great advantage of in Doctor Strange. So we've got Doctor Strange teaming up with Spider-Woman and Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. It's been such a delight. They're going up against Baron Mordo. We're coming up on the last tie-in issue of Doctor Strange, number 24, written by Dennis Hopeless and Nico Henrikon. This issue is completely bonkers. Baron Mordo has taken these Sanctum Sanctorum, he's unseated Doctor Strange, and he's basically jammed it onto the Chrysler Building, you know, like 40 stories high, and that he's made that his realm. And in this issue, you have the forces that Doctor Strange has amassed, like we said, with Kingpin, with Spider-Woman. And Spider-Woman flies a ghost plane from the Phantom Eagle, a World War I ghost plane, which is just so cool. One of my favorite things about our run that we've been working on. And this is a huge battle in here that is just incredible. And with amazing art by Nico Henrikon. He's done these issues at Marvel. He's done a couple odds and ends. He also did this incredible book with Brian K. Vaughan called Pride of Baghdad, which is about a zoo in Baghdad, Iraq, during the Iraq War, and that book is incredible. You should, if you haven't read that, read that too, and then pick up these Doctor Strange issues just because you're in love with Nico's art.
It's my favorite comic ever.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Also tying into Secret Empire is Deadpool. Now this is another one where they, kind of like what we're doing in Amazing Spider-Man, they have taken full advantage of the events of Secret Empire, and they dove so hard at the stories that Nick started building. It came out, I think over a month ago, but in Deadpool killed Phil Coulson. Yes, Phil Coulson, the sweetheart of the Marvel Universe, killed him on orders from Steve Rogers. Deadpool trusting his hero, and it has caused all kinds of ripple effects, not only for Deadpool's story in Secret Empire, but for Deadpool's ongoing story. Deadpool is one of my favorite books that we put out, and I never thought of myself as a Deadpool fan until reading, sorry Mark, because you did some early stories of him, but but until Jerry Duggan and Brian Posehn came on, and I would read them as one of my colleagues, Jordan White, was putting out the issues, and the book has just been incredible. And Agent Preston is this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who's been a huge part of Deadpool from that beginning of that run about, I guess 4 years ago almost at this point. But there are huge ramifications for Deadpool's ongoing storylines going on in here. This is some incredible art by Mike Hawthorne. This is getting towards the climax of their Secret Empire storyline. But are there Deadpool fans out there? I see a couple Deadpool shirts and stuff like that. Yes. If you've just seen the movie, you gotta pick up the comic book. I love that movie. That movie is one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. But I gotta say, the comic is even better. Even better. And part of the reason is because they can tell these grand, sweeping, epic stories that take longer than 2 hours to tell, where they can build up things in an epic fashion, and you got to pick that up. Another book that ties into Secret Empire is The Mighty Captain Marvel, written by Margaret Stohl, art by Michele Bandini. This is a book that the events of Secret Empire had major effects on. If your book mainly takes place in a space station that orbits Earth, and then all of a sudden there's a shield that gets locking off Earth from space, it's going to have an effect. And so Captain Marvel and her forces have been fighting this wave upon wave of Chitauri alien invaders. So if you remember from the first Avengers movie, imagine that many Chitauri invaders times 100. And they've been battling alone out there. There are huge things in Secret Empire coming up, focus on this, but you don't want to miss these issues that are also dealing with that and all tying together in such a cool way. This is art by Michele Bandini from issue 8. He's kind of a Marvel newcomer, and he is impressing us like crazy with the work he's been doing. We also wanted to announce something to you guys while we're here. Secret Empire deals with a lot of, obviously Captain America things. But it's not there's a lot going on in Secret Empire with Captain America, but that's not the end of Captain America's story. Now, we can't get into too much detail, but we've got our new Captain America writer up here on the stage. Captain America 695 brings Mark Waid and Chris Samnee over to Captain America. And we're so excited about this story. Mark, without giving too much away of Secret Empire, can you talk a little bit about what you and Chris have planned on this book?
Sure. I mean, he's still a Hydra goon, so I'm being informed he's not a Hydra goon anymore. He's, again, I don't know how we make this transition without spoilers. It's Steve. Steve is kind of tired of being the couch surfer of the Marvel Universe.
This is a book that the events of Secret Empire had major effects.
Other than Avengers Mansion for a long time. So this is him sort of getting back in touch with America, going across the country, looking for a place to land, and sort of listening to what people have had to say about him and what
Secret Empire is The Mighty Captain Marvel, written by
how the country perceives Captain America in the wake of the Secret Empire stuff. Chris is knocking it out of the park. We've got Matt Wilson and Joe Caramagna. We're not going to break up that team, the Daredevil Black Widow team, and I couldn't be happier with where we're going.
And this was, this was an incredibly Secret Empire, and what Nick has been doing on Captain America is an incredibly tough act to follow, and especially with the effects that Secret Empire is going to have on the Marvel Universe, which is the event that kind of set off all of this Marvel legacy stuff that we've been talking about all over the place. And so, this is something that they've been working really hard on to try and hit this landing and take up the next chapter of who Captain America is and what he is. After we continue on through Secret Empire and find out what happens in the end of that, you'll get a better idea of what's going on and what this story can be. But it's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, and I think for people who feel like we've been, for a very long time, we've been in a strange and dangerous land with Captain America that, we haven't really been in before. And this series, I think, is going to feel like coming back home for a lot of readers. So
That was certainly marching orders. Go
Yeah.
back to ground.
Yeah.
Give us Steve Rogers that we know and love.
Awesome. Now, are there any members who are part of the Marvel Insider program out there? You guys gotta join this. It's a great program. It's a loyalty program, a members program where you can get points from reading comics, playing video games, watching movies, all that kind of stuff. And you can get super cool stuff out of there. I know one of the big early gifts, one collector of points in Marvel Insider got drawn into a comic. That's something that's going to keep happening from time to time. All kinds of prizes, all kinds of cool, exclusive stuff. You got to join it. I think it's a great program. And if you use this code up here for this special Secret Empire code, you can get an extra 20,000 points. But there are only the first 500 people who do it, and so you guys get the first shot at this. So if you log in with that code, you get a bunch of extra points, and it's a great program that's got even bigger things coming in it. But that's enough of us jibber-jabbering. Now it's your turn. There's a microphone at the middle of the room right back there. If we want to start forming a line to ask questions, you can ask us about anything we've talked about up here or anything in general. We'll do our best to answer whatever we can. And the way I like to do it here, the way I see it in Marvel is a big family. We're all family here, up here and out there. So I want to get your name, and I would love us all to say hello to that person, say hi to that person. So what is your name, sir?
Hi, I'm Aaron.
Hi, Aaron.
And I have a question about Secret Empire. After all the comics come out, I'm wondering if there's going to be an entire omnibus of not only the main storyline, but also the side stories.
That's a big omnibus.
Yeah, I know.
I hope so.
Yeah. Usually after these events, we do a few big ass hardcovers. They're huge. I would imagine this one is almost too big for one binding. I bet it would probably be a Secret Empire one and then a tie-ins one that would balance out the Secret Empire. I'm not sure for sure, but that's usually what we do with these sort of things.
We could do one, but you wouldn't be able to lift it to read it. So.
Yeah.
Only the worthy. Yeah, only the worthy are able to pick it up.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, sir. What's your name?
My name's Tanoa. I have a
hi, Tanoa.
I have a question for Nick Spencer.
Hey.
Approximately how long have you been kind of had this idea gestating for Secret Empire? Like, I know that you set up Kobik pretty early on when you started working for Marvel and Pleasant Hill.
Yeah, I mean, some of the concepts are about, I think, 4 years old, something like that. Most notably Kobik and some of the original plans that we have for her in Secret Avengers. As far as the whole Hail Hydra reveal in Secret Empire, that was part of my initial pitch on Captain America when I got Sam Wilson Captain America. So it was early 2015. So the story was in the works for a really long time before it got to this point.
Yeah, we have periodic editorial and creative summits. Usually about 3 of them a year, and we've been talking about Secret Empire for the last 10 of them. I think it's
endlessly for hours,
and just getting into these big fights and arguing sometimes at great volume and great passion about the stuff that's going on in them, and it's wild and it's so fun. But it's great to see these things come to fruition. It's a lot like same kind of deal with most of our events. With Secret Wars was the same thing. All this stuff. We try to play the long game at Marvel, and we like to think that it pays off in great stories.
Yeah, and I just want to say you're doing a great job.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. A nice Deadpool belt buckle. You want one of these? We got some lenticular backing boards. There you go. Hello, sir. What's your name?
I'm Travis.
Hi, Travis.
My question is for Nick. I didn't actually read the Captain America Sam Wilson, but going back to the way Rick Remender ended Captain America in 2014 with the end of it where there's that secret Hydra agent, and is that revealed in your series in the Sam Wilson, or is that secret Hydra agent they talked about ending with Rick Remender actually Captain America leading into the Secret Empire?
Yeah, it was really interesting in terms of the creative part of it because when I got the book, the first thing I did in rereading those issues was, I asked myself the question of okay, well, who are all these Hydra moles going to be? And you know, it was clear to me that Rick had a big story planned there, even though I didn't know what the story was. So I started trying to think of you know, who the moles could be, and then I started thinking, well, what if actually there's just one? And you know, it seems like there's a lot more because they're everywhere. And then I was like, well, who would be the one person that would have their irons in all those various fires, and you know, who could be that important in the Marvel Universe? And that was how I had the idea, you know, of making Steve Hydra. Now, the way that it lined up continuity-wise, it really couldn't feed off of that story, so it was more an inspiration for what I did. So where we picked up in Sam Wilson, Captain America, you know, that story is already kind of played out. But I always owe Rick a huge debt because I wouldn't have had this idea if it hadn't been for what he was planning. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Hello, miss. What's your name?
My name's Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Thank you, everyone. So, I just started reading comics like last year.
Awesome. Welcome.
Thanks. When I heard about Steve Rogers being Hydra, immediately I was like, what did they do to my perfect little boy? So I picked up issue 0 and I absolutely loved it.
Oh,
I
thanks so
love
much.
what it's doing for Marvel as a whole and all the tie-ins. I was just wondering what you guys all thought Secret Empire is going to do for the future of Marvel and where you see the rest of the stories kind of jumping off from this arc.
There are definitely ramifications that we're dealing with in Captain America, we're dealing with some other series.
Yeah, you want these things to have a lasting effect on the universe. It's kind of, you know, a big point of why you do these kinds of stories. And you know, this one will leave the Marvel Universe in a very different place than it started. And, you know, there are a lot of heroes asking, you know, big questions. And when you've had, you know, a cherished symbol and somebody that's is trusted and looked up to as Captain America, and, you know, something like this could happen, you know, lots of heroes are going to evaluate, like, is what we do the right thing? Is it a safe thing? You know, if it can be abused like this, there's a lot of you know, soul searching that's going to be going on. Not to mention, you know, some pretty catastrophic losses. You know, Las Vegas has been destroyed, things like that. You know, that are kind of open wounds in the Marvel Universe when we're done.
Yeah, and I think inversely also, like, we did this event coming off of Civil War II, and where they were fighting each other, and they can't do that anymore because they are fighting, like, the biggest bad that they've ever really come across, someone that's so insidious that, like, they have no choice but to set aside all their differences and work together. So I think, like, coming out of this, you may see a more unified Marvel Universe than we had after Civil War II, where despite the fact that they've been through this immense trauma, some of those bonds have actually been reforged through, like, the fire of the horrible events that Cap has unleashed.
And welcome to the Marvel Universe, Nicole.
Yay. Nicole, do you want one of these cool lenticular backing boards?
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, Derek.
First off, I just wanted to say thanks to Nick, because as a really long-time reader, I've been back in this concept for a while because it did feel like something really fresh, and I know you're not got enough credit for it. Things kind of
thanks so
snowballed a little bit. But my question is probably a little bit cliche, but I thought I'd ask all of you guys what you think the reflection of the real world to what's happening here might be.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wanted to do a story that was about universal truths, that was about, you know, kind of things that are always a struggle for us, you know, questions of what happens when you don't question authority, you know, questions about, you know, individual rights versus the whole, and you know, how far we can let that go in the name of security and safety. So, you know, you know, it's certainly, especially in terms of the build-up and how Steve achieved power, you know, I hope that stuff has a lot of real-world resonance.
I think it does. I just read the last issue last night, and a lot of the dialogue is pretty political in a sense, or strong, powerful, but yeah.
Thanks. That's good. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I just say, just to jump in for my book, you can sit down if you want, but I didn't mean to keep you. For Secret Warriors, a big thing in our book is people with different beliefs and different ideals and having to come together. And I think that's something that's really important. And I don't think it's I've heard from a lot of people that our book leans partisan one way or another way politically, and I kind of think it's exactly the opposite, that it's about people struggling to get along and have a conversation. And that's something that I think is really important and being lost in today's real world environment. And I think that's something that a lot of what's going to come out of Secret Empire is going to be, is like, how do people who don't trust each other or haven't gotten along learn to do that. And I think that is really, I hope that is the lasting takeaway of what we've done with this series and this event.
Yeah. And at Marvel, we always try to reflect the world outside our window. We always try to do, everyone who's working on these books are people. Are people who are living, and they're trying to reflect their life experience through these characters and getting to see what they are. We always try as hard as we can never to fall, on like certain political things, but we just try to get down to the core human beliefs of, standing up for one's beliefs and standing up to bullies and all that kind of stuff. And it's, something we always try to have ring true with these characters. Yeah. Thank you so much. You, sir, what's your name?
Hi, my name's Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hello. Well, actually, right now I'm not reading Secret Wars. I came here actually to find out about Secret Wars, and I do read Defenders and Luke Cage and Black Panther and all those guys. And you said that it's going to affect the Marvel universe. Will it affect those comics? And I am reading the Mighty Captain Marvel, which I found out it will be affecting that one. Will they affect those other ones as well?
I can answer that. I work on
Go for it,
both
Alana.
of those. So you won't necessarily see Secret Empire reflected directly in Defenders, partly because it was launching in the middle of Secret Empire. So, we're faced with the choice, either launch as part of the event or just launch and let it be its own thing. And that's the same is true of, I think, Luke Cage and Iron Fist. So just because of the timing of that, you won't see Secret Empire in those books. But those characters are in Secret Empire, and they're also, I think, pretty heavily in issue 8, which is coming up. So, if you like those characters and you want to see what they're up to in the broader world, definitely Secret Empire is the place to do that.
Okay,
So,
great.
yeah.
And just by virtue of the giant effect it has on the Marvel Universe, like Secret Empire kicks off Legacy. Secret Empire kicks off this whole new umbrella of huge stories. With all the Legacy stories, what we challenged all of our writers and artists to was, bring your biggest story that you've got. Don't save it. Bring your biggest story. Dig into what the hugest, most ramification-laden story you've got out of, into this area, and let's put it forward. Let's give those to the fans and embrace Marvel's past, present, and future all in this big thing in the loudest, biggest way we could possibly do it. And so that's kind of what Legacy is, and that's all because of the events of Secret Empire that led to it.
Great, thank you.
Our pleasure. Any more questions before we wrap this up?
Anybody too lazy to get up to the microphone and just want to answer questions from where they are?
Here we go. We got somebody coming up here.
All right.
Hello, sir. What's your name?
Hi, my name's Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Hello. My question is, obviously this has been planned out for a long time, Secret Empire.
You've had experience scooting down because you have to scan these things. So, yeah, there you go.
I'm ready. Can I just...
Just pick it up. It's great.
There you go. Now you're a rock star. Go.
I was wondering, I know this has been planned for a long time. Are there things that you think will definitely happen that you end up having to toss out for reasons that other creators are doing different things with their characters? I see you nodding already. Or are there things that you on the fly go, oh, I really want to shove this in. You discovered the moment, and examples with maybe previous stuff.
I think certainly, there are always, there are always things that you might want to do or whatever that get changed because of things that are being planned in other books. That's kind of just the nature of these. But there's also a lot of opportunities that open up in the exact same way that, when we do these retreats and everything, you lay out what your story is, but then immediately somebody else is like, like Dan is like, oh, I can do this superior octopus stuff with it. And so for whatever you lose, you probably gain two things. But that's a big part of what we do is coordinating all of our stories and making sure that the shared universe is a strength.
Yeah, it's everybody playing in a smallish sandbox.
Yeah.
So, sometimes only one person can play with the toys at that point. But, for the most part, there's a lot of collaboration and most stuff gets done, I think.
And we got, on this one, we got most of what we were after. So thankfully, it all pretty much worked out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know for Secret Warriors, I felt like we're an ongoing book, but we launched in the event, and it was really important to me that we're a standalone book, but we do heavily pay service and support the main title. And so we were following a lot of Nick's leads on what he was doing, and we wanted it to be, if you like Secret Empire, like you can get a little bit more of it in our book. But one of the things you asked for specific examples, I didn't know they were killing Agent Coulson, and Agent Coulson is a huge part of Quake's life. She is like his mentor after Nick Fury leaves. And when I saw that and saw that it was Deadpool, I immediately was like, can I put them together? I want Quake going after Deadpool. And so that's actually the end of our Secret Empire arc. Immediately after that is Quake hunting Deadpool and her vendetta against him. And that came out of this in a really fun way of seeing what everyone was doing and us being really like, I read the books like all of you, and I'm just like, get excited and want to take stuff and put it in our book. So there's a specific example.
Yeah, I got to tell you, as somebody who's been in these retreat rooms over and over and over again over the years, I'm continually impressed by the fact that there's no ego in those rooms. You get Marvel writers and Marvel artists together, and from the get-go, like everybody wants to play together. Everybody it sounds like a fake answer, but it's absolutely true. That we all want to play together. The whole fun of the room is just sparking off of, oh, you're going to do that? Hey, I can do this in my book then. And oh, you can play off of this thing. And so you've got the skeleton of it. You've got the spine of the story, but it's, we get to play off of other stuff, and that's the fun of it.
And like some major players, like Nick didn't know about Superior Octopus. When we were doing that, it was like, oh, I'm doing this. Like, oh, that's perfect. He can play here. Deadpool, the same thing. Like I don't even know if you'd planned for Deadpool to be in there. Like, but we'd love to play. And like, oh, could he be one of those? Like, yeah, absolutely. And these things, it's really fun to tag in with these things. And I think sometimes it leads to some incredibly special stories. Like right now in Amazing Spider-Man, this Secret Empire tie-in is huge for us, for what we're doing. And coming back on those, you don't always get that for these tie-ins. And so that's been an absolute pleasure on these. But it's a lot of fun.
It's just fluid. And any writer who tells you they got their big giant story plotted out to every last little bit, and they know exactly what's going to happen in every little bit of it, is either lying or they're a crash test dummy. One of the two.
Or they're John Hickman.
Or they're Jonathan Hickman.
Could I also ask, was there ever a Marvel retreat, like whenever in the past, where somebody had an idea and everybody was like, ha ha ha, that's interesting, and then it never happened?
Oh, I think that's every retreat.
All of us have some bullets in the chamber that we're hanging on to because they didn't play at the time, but I want to come back to that idea sometime when it works. Yeah. And also we do a lot of ha 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 because honestly the best ideas come from jokes. The best ideas always do. You throw out an idea in the room, everybody laughs, and you go, hey, wait a minute, there's something to that. We roll with that. Yeah.
I mean, Peter David always tells a story about an X retreat that he was at where they were talking about Magneto, and he's like, well, wouldn't he just, again, joking, like, wouldn't he just pull all of the metal out of Wolverine's body? And thinking, like, they was laughing, and then everyone in the room looked at him, and it was like, that's awesome. Like, that's the sort of thing that, like, that happens, like, all the time at these story retreats, and that's part of the fun of it. And it happens all the time in just, like, phone calls with stuff, or things that artists draw into books, sometimes, misunderstandings lead to incredible stuff, or just an idea, imagine the Red Locust. It's like you wanted to make this character, and there was, these interactions between the two of you. It happens all the time. Or just things an artist will talk about. I really want to draw this person, and that leads to all that. That's the beauty of collaboration, and that's the beauty of comics, and what this is as an art form, and what a joy it is to make them.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of being in comics is that as a writer, it's your story until such time as you hand it over to the artist. At that point, it's our story, and you have to understand that. And the beauty of it is there's no friction. You're just bouncing ideas back and forth, and you get a better thing out of it. And a lot of times, the smartest thing you can do as a writer is talk to an artist and say, what do you want to draw? What do you feel like drawing? What's on your mind? And that's how you get Red Locust. That's how you get a bunch of great stuff in comics.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Any last questions before we run out of time? If not, you got one?
When will America Chavez and Captain America actually spend time together?
So when will America Chavez and Captain America actually spend time together?
That's a very good question. What's the next question? Who else has a question? No, that's a good idea. We should do that now. We'll give you credit. That was a good idea.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you, panelists. Have a great convention, everyone, and we'll see you at our next panel. Amazing Friends panel. Not with us today is Axel Alonso, so we're going to skip right past him. My name is Nick Lowe. I'm the Spider-Man editor at Marvel. So glad to be out here with you guys. Also on the panel with me, Mr. Cullen Bunn, our writer of Venomverse. The writer of Spider-Gwen, Mr. Jason Latour. The writer of the Miles Morales Spider-Man novel, Jason Reynolds. Mr. Robbie Thompson, who wrote Silk and is writing the Marvel Primer pages, but we don't really know why he's here today. He just showed up. I don't know. You may have also know his work from a little show called Supernatural, where he wrote for years. So there you go. Yay! Mr. David F. Walker, the writer of Luke Cage. And we are all here to talk to you about all things Spider at Marvel. To kick it off, we have a huge event coming in September called Venomverse. Venomverse! We're back, everybody. Cullen, will you tell us a little bit about Venomverse, what it is, how it works?
Yeah, so Venomverse is, so we know that Eddie Brock is back as Venom, which everybody should be excited about that. But Venomverse is, it's the most Venom any Venom comic has ever venomed. It is a story of all these Venoms you see on the screen here, plus countless others. They are in the middle of a siege situation, the fight of their lives, and Eddie is thrown right into the middle of it. And these Venoms are, most of them are heroic figures that you're seeing up there.
Eddie is Captain America, Wolverine, Doctor Strange is up there at the top left.
Is little Ant-Man, Venom Ant-Man on that one?
Yep,
I don't know,
yep.
but there's Venom Ant-Man.
Yeah, he's on there.
Yeah. So you're going to see Venomized versions of some of your favorite Marvel heroes and villains, all interacting together, all in a terrible situation with these creatures you're seeing on the screen right there that we're calling the Poisons. And Eddie's brought in. He's not necessarily the most heroic Venom, but he is the Venom who can. We're going to show why Eddie is the absolute best Venom there has ever been.
Absolutely. That was incredible art by Iban Coelho. Here's some covers by Nick Bradshaw over there. A little Deadpool in the middle. So cool. We also are doing some incredible variant covers by Elizabeth Torque, showing off some of these bad guys, a poisonized Deadpool, a poisonized Spider-Man, a poisonized Captain America. You gotta ask your retailers, your local comic shops about that. Super cool. And one of the things leading into Venomverse is an anthology called Venomverse War Stories, with stories by Cullen, Declan Shalvey, Magdalene Visaggio, and more. That's a Francesco Mattina cover. Declan Shalvey is writing and drawing a Punisher Venom story that is just insane. Cullen, who are you writing about in this one?
So in this one, I'm actually writing sort of an intro to the main Venomverse series. It's going to show you kind of a little bit of the setup of where where these characters, how these characters get into the situation they're in. But this series is awesome because there are so many different versions of Venom that we wanted to play with, and as we started talking about it, just more and more just kept coming up. So this series allows us to showcase some of their stories in a little more detail.
Absolutely. So aside from Venomverse, I don't know, you may have heard that we're coming up on Marvel Legacy, which coming out of Secret Empire is a great jumping on point if you haven't been reading Marvel stuff. We're dealing with a lot of the classic characters, a lot of the new characters, and seeing where they all fit together. So I want to talk about the Spider books. Kicking off in October, we have the amazing Spider-Man Legacy arc, which is called Fall of Parker. If you could read on that Daily Bugle, it's Peter Parker, threat or menace. We're spinning the old, Spider-Man threat or menace on its head, and Peter Parker is the one who's hated by everyone around the world. Why? You're just gonna have to read and find out. But that is by Dan Slott, Stuart Immonen. That amazing covers by Alex Ross. But here's some incredible Stuart Immonen pencils. And we were just on a panel yesterday talking about what the best part of the job is, and that as far as being an editor is, and that is usually the opening of the artwork when the artists send them in. You get incredible pieces like this of Peter Parker. It looks like he's in the Daily Bugle there, huh? And there's Peter and then Spider-Man and Mockingbird swinging through the streets and fighting the Griffin, which is really cool. Also under Marvel Legacy, do we have any Miles Morales fans out there? Yes. Over in Spider-Man, we've got all kinds of things coming up with Miles, leading up to Marvel Legacy. Brian Michael Bendis and Oscar Bazaldua are really giving a beating to Miles, and it's been some of the best issues of the whole series. This is a cover by Patrick Brown. Here's some Oscar Bazaldua art. He's kind of new to Marvel, but he's quickly rising through the ranks as one of our best artists there. You can see, is that super Genki? It very well might be. But we have Mr. Jason Reynolds here to talk about his incredible YA novel. Jason, will you tell us kind of how this all came about and what your approach is to this Miles Morales story you wrote?
Yeah, well, first it came about because y'all called me. I was like, and say, yo, can you do this thing? And I'm like, of course. I mean, when Marvel calls you, it's not like you can say no, right? But my approach was actually pretty simple. My whole thing about Spider-Man in general is that once he puts the mask on, we already know who he is. Like, if the mask is on, then Spider-Man is Spider-Man. And from there, we know that there's going to be some fighting, there's going to be some action, there's most likely going to be some victory. But I was more interested in talking about who exactly he was or is without the mask on, especially if he's Miles Morales. I mean, this is a half-black, half-Puerto Rican kid from Brooklyn, which just means texture on top of texture on top of texture. There's so much to explore. And everything around him, his neighborhood, his friends, his family, the food that he eats, the music of his mom, who's Puerto Rican, the barbershop, the neighbors, all of the things that I grew up around, those are the things that sort of inform who he is when the mask is on, right? Like, who we are when the mask off is who we are with the mask on. That's where the information comes from. And I wanted to sort of delve into that, really get deep into who he is as a person.
That's awesome.
I have to interject that I hate you.
Why is that?
I begged them to let me write this book.
Oh.
But you seem really cool. So you seem really cool. So I take back the hate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I was
appreciate that.
on my hands and knees, please.
Well, I'll beg for Luke Cage next. We can swap out.
And I'll tell you this. So Brian Bendis is one of my best friends, and he read the book, and he was like, "Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to write a book this good." So hats off to you.
I
Congratulations,
appreciate that,
man.
Thank you very much.
You got to go pick up the book and Jason's other novels like Ghost and so many awesome novels that he's written. He's fantastic. We're so lucky to have him working on Marvel characters. But this can be found at any local bookstore you've got. Go check it out. It's really great. We have an announcement for you guys today right here at this panel. Anyone read Spider-Man Deadpool out there? Yes. It's one of my favorite books to work on, and we've got a new creative team coming on consisting of writer Robbie Thompson and artist Chris Bichello coming on to Spider-Man Deadpool. Robbie, will you talk to us a little bit about what you're doing in this book?
We're going for some shenanigans. If you like silly jokes and punching and all that good stuff, but we're actually really picking up a lot of the stuff that Joe and Ed did on their legendary run, and we're kind of a bridge between that and also what's going down with Spider-Man and Deadpool in Secret Empire, which is secret.
Well, they know that he killed Phil Coulson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
okay,
do you
go.
guys know that Deadpool killed Phil Coulson in the Marvel Universe?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
It's
So
pretty brutal.
he killed America's sweetheart, Phil Coulson, and there's a lot of fallout from that. And so what we've been kind of calling it is Spider-Man versus Deadpool. So we're going to be throwing down pretty hard in the first run, and Chris is doing an amazing job. Nick and I drove out to Anaheim, which is the best place to break story at Disneyland, where we rode rides and talked about Spider-Man and Deadpool, and must have seen like a dozen Spider-Man and Deadpool shirts throughout the whole day. Spider-Man was actually in the park. It was pretty rad. It was pretty great.
Yeah, it's a great story conference place, like in line for the different rides at Disneyland, like in line for Star Tours and Space Mountain.
Space Mountain was a good one. Goodness, I think the third issue came out of Space Mountain. Jungle Cruise was very, very fruitful as well.
Jungle Cruise was important to it. Very important to it. And I don't know if you could tell from this cover, but that is Deadpool riding a shark with lasers mounted on it.
Who is the
after
character
Spider-Man,
in the book?
which is in the book.
Yeah,
that is a scene from the book.
Yeah, that shark is a very important character moving forward in our story.
Yeah, so you got to pick that up. We also have, it's not on the slide here, but there is a second artist. So kind of like if you read Deadpool, you know, about like every 5 or 6 issues for a long time they would do kind of flashback issues where Scott Colbush would draw it and Jerry Duggan would write it. We're doing a similar structure in here where Robbie and Chris are the main team, but every like 4 or 5 issues, something like that, there's these one issue ongoing storyline. We talked to us with Scott Hepburn.
Yeah, Scott Hepburn.
Drew Drax and a bunch of other awesome stuff for us.
Who's an amazing artist as well. And we're kind of following what Jerry does on the flagship Deadpool book, but we're flashing forward, and it's Old Man Wilson and Old Man Parker in a retirement home. It's kind of grumpy old men. And it's a future that kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, but sort of will eventually. Yeah. But I mean, for the most part, it's 2 old dudes in a retirement home. I watched a lot of Bubba Hotep and Cocoon to do research, as well as.
But what did you do for research?
I actually went to some retirement communities and spent some time.
He called me a few times.
Yeah, and I called Jason. You know, I was
no
like,
one knows old people like Jason Latour.
I was like, Jason, what's going on at the community right now?
He's my finger on the pulse.
There's a lot of bingo.
Not much pulse left.
It's a slow and steady pulse. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to research, and it's a very fun book. Scott has done an amazing job with the designs for what Old Man Wilson and Old Man Parker look like. So it's gonna be good times.
Awesome. And speaking of Deadpool, we wanted to briefly take some time out of the Spider-Man panel to talk about this awesome series that's going on right now called Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe Again. Once was not enough. He's back again. Colin, will you talk about why the heck you're doing this?
I just love killing your favorite characters. You know, we did this series, the original Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe 5, 6 years ago. And it was so much fun. Dalibor and I have talked about doing something else in the same vein for a long time. And the Marvel Universe has changed a lot since we did the original series. So this is not a sequel to Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe. It is a new story with Deadpool killing all your favorite characters. As the story goes on, we start flashing to other styles of comic books. So you'll see scenes that are like kids comics or scenes that are like chick tracks. And this scene is a manga-inspired Battle Angel, Deadpool in sort of a Battle Angel Alita scenario, and that's Deadpool there in that Ultron-looking costume, which is important to the story. But we see that Deadpool's seeing all these fun, zany, interesting adventures, but what he's really doing is just slaughtering all these characters in terrible, terrible ways. And, you know, for a Spider-Man panel, the second issue, which just came out last week, he kills the entire Spider-Man family. So,
Thanks,
That's a-
Colin.
when I did the first series, when I did the first series, a lot of people were upset when Deadpool killed Spider-Man in the second issue. So to honor the people that were upset, I just decided to kill all of the Spider-Men and women in issue 2 of this series.
Thank you, Colin.
You know how to please a crowd.
And Robbie, you're also writing the Marvel Primer pages. So every Marvel Legacy title, or nearly every Marvel Legacy title, is going to have Marvel Primer pages, which give fans who are maybe new to comics or something a great, you know, like it says, primer to who these characters are and what they're about. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing?
Yeah, Darren gave me a call, and we started, I think we're doing like 6,000 of them,
Yes.
I think roughly. But they're really, really fun to work on. It's like the best part of the job is going back and, you know, rereading a lot of classic tales and trying to find a way to distill these origins into 3 pages. And then on the first, I think, dozen or so, I got to work with Mark, who's, you know, one of the best in the
Mark
business.
Bagley.
And he
Any
would
Mark
just-
Bagley fans out there? Yeah. One of
he
the
would
longest Spider-Man runs of all time, Mark
Yeah.
Bagley.
And he would just take the stories and condense them even further. And so we it's like pound for pound. There's just a metric ton of characters and story on each page. And he's just a really, really fantastic storyteller. And it was actually really fun because there were some characters I was shocked he hadn't drawn.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it was like maybe Cable, and I was like, what?
Yeah, that's
Like, how does
kinda
that
crazy,
happen? But he's been a fantastic story partner, and we're going to be, I think, announcing other artists that are going to be working on it later on. But it's each of the legacy issues will have these like little primers, so it's fun for if you're a new reader, and it's great actually if you're an established reader as well, because you can kind of get to see like almost like a highlight reel of each character in each book.
Up there is the primer pages for Luke Cage. And since we're talking about Luke Cage, one of Spider-Man's amazing friends, let's talk about the main Luke Cage book. David F. Walker, Guillermo Sana on the legacy arc of Luke Cage, starting with number 166. David, can you talk to us a little bit about what you guys are doing over in Luke?
Yeah, we when we first started talking about legacy and it was about getting characters back to their roots, I just said, well, Luke's most basic roots start in prison. So let's throw him back in prison. And that's where the legacy story takes place. And we see Luke, you know, sort of in the worst case scenario. And you know, my mind is racing. No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. But Luke's back in prison, and it's a lot of it's about him redefining who he is as a hero under some of the worst set of circumstances that you can possibly imagine. And him getting at the core of who he is, and it's how many of you have seen Spider-Man: Homecoming yet? Woo! Okay, so you know that part where I really enjoy the movie. You know when he says, "Without the suit, I'm nothing," and Tony Stark says, "Well, if that's the case, then you know you shouldn't be Spider-Man." And we're sort of exploring some of that same sort of stuff where Luke is like, wait a minute, who am I, and what makes me a hero, and it's gonna be pretty mind-blowing. I don't know if has it been revealed who the villain is?
I think you can talk about it.
Okay, so it's the Ringmaster from Circus of Crime, which is like we kind of keep going back and forth between how do you write him, because the Ringmaster is one of those characters that kind of hasn't aged well. He's got that crazy top hat and the crazy hypno glasses. So we're having a lot of fun playing with him, and it's very much a reinvented Ringmaster, and Luke is up against him, and Ringmaster has taken over a prison, and Luke so he's essentially the warden of this prison, and yeah, it's just gonna be really fun. It's a lot like watching, it's not available on video, but it's on YouTube. There's a movie called Penitentiary 3, which is the most absolute crazy prison movie you've ever seen in your life, and just type in Penitentiary 3, and you will see it, and it's got a crack-smoking midget named Midnight Thud, and it's just, yeah, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. So watch that, and you'll kind of get an idea of what you're in store for with Luke Cage.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Also, the Netflix Marvel characters, Iron Fist is in Legacy, and he's fighting against Sabretooth in his Legacy arc. We've got Jessica Jones in The Purple Man is returning. If anyone watched the amazing Jessica Jones Netflix show, We're going to be picking up on some elements there. Over in Defenders, a bunch of these characters are. Thanks for calling, dude. They're going to be dealing with a bunch of crime, and that it looks like it's Deadpool and the Defenders. What? And then that's a place that's something you could only see in Marvel Comics and not in the movies or the TV and all that kind of stuff. So it's so cool to have that happening there. But let's get back to spidery stuff. In Venom, yes, any Venom readers out there? There we go. At least this guy right here with the Venom hat. In Venom, Mark Bagley is joining the Venom team with writer Mike Costa. They're doing an incredible story that kind of goes back to the roots of Venom as a lethal protector. Just who he's protecting and what he's fighting against, you're going to have to pick up the book to read, but it's an incredible story. Another Spider book we just launched is Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man. Anybody pick up the first 2 issues of that yet? You got to go get that book. It's so good. Chip Zdarsky, Adam Kubert, this incredible Adam Kubert cover with Jordi Belair colors. Here's some interior art from issue 2. It's such a great book. And we're dealing with a lot. That right there is Teresa Parker. That last name is pretty familiar. If any of you read, there's a Amazing Spider-Man OGN called Family Business that introduces this woman who may or may not be Spider-Man's sister. Well, we're picking up on that in Spectacular Spider-Man, and you got to go read it to find out what's real, what's not about that story. Another Spider-Man book that we just want to briefly touch on while we're here is Amazing Spider-Man: Renew Your Vows. There are some people in this world who are unhappy with Marvel, about when Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson split up. Well, this is a book for you if you're one of those people where Peter and Mary Jane are still married. They have a daughter named Annie Mae Parker, and they fight kind of like, they're a crime-fighting family. And in this arc right now, they're dealing with little Normie Osborn and the Lizard. It's a really great story. Ben Reilly's Scarlet Spider is another one of our crazy spider books. This book is absolutely nuts. Peter David writes it. Will Sliney draws this upcoming arc. That's a cover by Mark Bagley there. But they're doing some really insane stuff that we just don't have too much time to talk about because we want to get back to some stuff that the people on this panel can talk about. Like Spider-Gwen. Yes, and who reads Spider-Gwen out there? Yes. Jason, will you talk to us about the stuff that's going on right now in Spider-Gwen leading up to our Legacy arc?
I can try. Is the Venom stuff on here?
Yeah, it'll come.
Okay. So one of the things I love most about this book is that we have the freedom to sort of go in any direction with it. That's a unique gift in comics in general, just to be able to chart your own course. But in order to do that, we've sort of tried to always keep the book sort of grounded in a thematic exploration of something. And my sort of like go-to word for that, as I always say, this book is about, like behind the scenes it's about great power. With great power comes great accountability. So one of the things I think makes Gwen fundamentally different as a character from Peter Parker is that her father was a police officer. So when she was bitten by a spider, she's been raised by a man who has had a much more black and white view of what's right and what's wrong. And what we've done with Gwen amidst all the puns and gags and like ridiculous stealing corn dogs and stuff, one of the things I've tried to lace the book with is this exploration of the idea of when you take on the responsibility of trying to police other people's actions, what do you do more harm or do you do more good? And a lot of Gwen's journey so far has been her wrestling back and forth with like, does she want to put this costume on or not? I think a year ago I had her lose her, or a year or more ago we had her lose her powers, and people were like, oh, well, she'll have them back tomorrow. And if you've read the book, that's not the case. We've stuck with it for about 14 issues now where she's had powers on demand, and it's been this long crawl towards a place where she is saddled with a purpose and a costume that she cannot get rid of. So we've been building towards like all the stuff that leads to an event called, well, it's not an event, it's a story moment called Quenum, which is the Venom version of Gwen Stacy. And weirdly enough, it's a thing that I've been building towards in the book since very early. About 2 years ago, and I had no idea that all this Venom stuff was coming. And it just randomly seemed to sync up at a good time. And I will tell you right now, I've never been more excited. I've been excited about working on Spider-Gwen since day zero, but this has been like a shot in the arm for the whole creative team. We're really charged up about it. It's a really good jumping on point. We're treating issue 25 essentially like it's a number one. And it will be something really seismic and cataclysmic happens to Gwen, which changes the book and leads her on what might be the path to revenge. So we'll have Gwen sort of wrestling with this sort of need or compulsion to get revenge on the people, on Matt Murdock, who's her big villain and has been manipulating her for, the length of the series. And so she's out all on her own, but behind the scenes, her identity has been outed among her friends and family, and there's a war for Gwen Stacy's soul, so to speak. And it's really, really exciting stuff, and it's going to be really fun and big and bold, and I really, I can't say enough about how excited I am about it.
Absolutely. Now, right up there are the designs that artist Robbie Rodriguez and Jason and colorist Rico Renzi all worked on together. It's such a cool, unique design. It certainly was unexpected to me as an editor. Like you hear about concepts and sometimes you picture things in your head, and I did not expect this, and I was so blown away when they turned this in. I was just floored by how cool it was. And there's already been cosplayers at conventions of Gwen. I mean, we've only her story hasn't even begun in the comics yet, which is so
the
crazy.
greatest thing about like comic books to me is an earnest exploration of an absurd idea, and this is that to its fullest. We just really wanted to make sure we got it right and not make it was never going to be disposable. Like, this is a thing that's here to stay, and I just really look forward to people seeing where it's going.
Absolutely. Awesome. Now, up here, are there any people in Marvel Insider out there? Do you know what that is? It's a Marvel rewards plan for fans. And so with every comic that you get, I believe every movie you see, there's all kinds of stuff you can earn points for that'll get you cool things. Like, one guy got an appearance in a I think an all-new Wolverine comic or Old Man Logan comic. There are all kinds of things you can redeem the points for. And just by being here, you can type in that code into your Marvel Insider, and you can get 20,000 points for being at this panel. So take some time, take a picture, write it down, do what you need to do. Definitely get your points through here. But that's enough of us jibber-jabbering. There's a microphone in the middle there. If anyone has questions about any of what we've talked about today, or just anything in general that you want to talk about, why the sky is blue, things like that. We can answer all your questions.
That has to do with the atmosphere and the reflection of the sun on the atmosphere. Why it's blue.
Okay, smart guy.
Awesome, sir. What's your name?
Rafi.
What is it, Robbie?
Rafi. It's
Rafi.
Raphael.
Everyone say, since we're all a Spider family here, everyone say hi, Rafi.
Hey, Ralphie.
There we go.
So I just had a couple of Venom-related questions. For Colin, can we expect Agent Venom and Mania to maybe play a role in Venomverse at all? And for Jason, can you talk about how the Venom symbiote of Gwenom differs from that of the regular Marvel Universe?
Well, first of all, I think Nick can attest that anytime I write any comic book, one of the emails I first send is, "Can I use Mania in this?" Because, and it doesn't matter what it is. I think Mania definitely plays a role in Venomverse. So does Agent Venom. It's going to be both of them have very different roles in the story, though. I can also say, we were talking about, again, yesterday, the things that make us excited about working in comics, and it's when you get this moment where some ideas start flowing. And Nick and I were talking after a panel yesterday, and I can tell you that the stuff in Venomverse and really some stuff that...
please call in, it's Venomverse!
Oh, I'm sorry, Venomverse! The stuff in that and the stuff that it kind of leads toward. I walked away super excited about this story and things that are going to be happening, and I think people are going to be thrilled with it.
The question was, what's the difference?
Yeah,
the difference is that, and everybody's going to hate me for this, but I always hated how random the black costume was. The symbiote, to me, I grew up, that was about the prime of my reading experience, like when I was a kid, and I always liked Venom, but I never really liked the origin. So one of the things that, since I have my own universe we have our own universe with Spider-Gwen, I was like, well, we can actually build this step by step. So if you go back and reread stuff, especially if you go back as far as like Spider-Women, the Spider-Women event, the seeds for where Venom comes from are in there, and you found out recently that all the research that went into making the spider that bit Gwen was based on these weird, like, Ridley Scott style face hugger alien spiders from outer space. So it's all genetically linked, like it's all from the same well, so to speak.
And you got your first taste of it. It was in, I think, Spider-Gwen number 20, where you find one of Osborn's scientists.
Oh, yeah, 19, I think.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an explanation at the beginning of 19 where Elsa Brock, which is a scientist that works for Harry Osborn, kind of runs you through it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Rafi. Anyone else have questions? This is a great opportunity to have all these writers and me up here. If you've got a question, there we go. What's your name?
Aiden.
Everyone say hi, Aiden.
Hey, Aiden.
Hi, Aiden.
I was wondering if in Gwenpool with Miles Morales, does he eventually come back and like join Gwenpool's team?
What was that? In Gwenpool and Miles Morales, does Miles Morales join Gwenpool's team?
Yes.
Well, Gwenpool is an awesome book. I love that book, and the storyline that's going on right now is completely insane. And there's Miles Morales from the future in it. It's this crazy story. I can't tell you how that ends. I'm sorry, but it's not going to end where you would possibly expect it, because Chris Hastings and Guri Huru, who draw it, have the most crazy plans for it. But thank you for reading, and thanks for that great question. Come on up here. I got a comic book for you. I've got a couple copies here of Spider-Man 2, and I got one copy of you want Spectacular Spider-Man with this Art Adams variant, or do you want a Spider-Man 2 variant? There you go. Which one? You want this one or this one? Perfect.
Thanks, Aiden.
Awesome.
Good choice.
Thanks for asking the question, Aiden. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Hi, how's it going? I'm Pat.
Everyone say hi, Pat.
Hi, Pat. How's it going? My question's for Mr.
Nice
Walker.
shirt.
I'm a huge fan of your Power Man and Iron Fist book, and now that you're kind of just doing Luke Cage, is there any chance for Danny or Senor Magico to show up?
We'll see. We'll see. You know, it's whenever we did the team book, and I felt we did Sanford and I especially did a really great job of building them as a team. But Luke hasn't had his own solo book in like 15, 20 years, something like that. So like right now I'm really focusing on just getting him. Well, I'm putting him through hell right now, and really sort of redefining him. Because what's interesting to me is, you know, the Netflix show, which was amazing and I loved, and so many people loved it, and I keep meeting people who've never read a single Luke Cage comic, and so it's like part of the challenge is like keeping up with the old school fans, but then there's like triple the amount of new fans who are like, well, I don't get what's going on, and it's not like the TV show. So trying to navigate the two, and you know, I want to get him and Danny back together at some point, but like, you know, like as my mind is turning, like I have an idea for, like, I really want Miles Morales and Luke to have an adventure together, because like Luke has something to offer Miles that nobody else in the Marvel universe, except for maybe Sam Wilson, but Luke could just knock Sam across the room and that's it. So we'll see. There's some interesting stuff in the future. That's what again, like, I don't want to be that guy who spoils everything. So just be patient.
And we're kind of paving the way in some ways for that story, because Luke has shown up in Miles Morales' Spider-Man book as well. Luke and Jessica, and Jessica shows up a little bit more in Spider-Man 2 coming up, and they talk about Luke in there. So Miles is definitely interested in getting to know Luke a little bit more. So that'd be a really we should do that, David. We should do that.
Okay, I'm down. We can talk later. And
there you go.
Making deals.
Making things happen. That's all because of you, Pat.
You were here for the birth of it.
You're not getting paid or any credit for it, though.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Excellent. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Hey, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
Nice Venom sweatshirt, man.
Thank you. I had a question actually about Venom.
always been a big Eddie Brock fan, so I'm glad to see him back. I was wondering, is that going to be a short-term thing, or are we actually going to have him back for a while, Vice? Just a little bit.
Yeah, that is a long-term plan. It was something that we built up to in there, and a lot of people wondered why we didn't go immediately to Eddie Brock with the most recent Venom #1. And there were actually a lot of reasons. One, he was in this incredible Carnage book that Jerry Conway wrote and Mike Perkins drew. But also, all those issues, we have a new Venom host. His name is Lee Price. He's this mean, real son of a gun who took the Venom symbiote from this great series that Robbie wrote, Venom Space Knight. Yes. Where Venom had been cleansed, and he was linked to Flash Thompson, a hero, and they were doing all kinds of really, really great stuff. And then once they ended up stuck on Earth after the events of Civil War II, they got separated in a story that we got in Venom 150. And then Venom linked to this guy Lee Price, and it really threw Venom for a loop of this kind of new heroic place that he was in, getting linked to this madman. Really messed Venom up, and so when Eddie Brock comes and claims him in Venom 6 and in Venom 150, it's a return to someone he knows really, really well as both Eddie and Venom try to do something. And so we're setting that up, and you haven't seen the end of Lee Price from there. And there was a question earlier about Mania. Mania is also coming up in a really big story that we're not quite ready to start talking about yet. You'll be hearing about it in the next month or two. But yeah, Eddie is back.
Please let it be called Spider-Mania.
It might be. Who knows? But it's an incredible story coming up, and but yeah, Eddie is in for the long run. Spider-Mania. So
awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Excellent, sir. What's your name?
Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
I know you guys got a full play with all the Spider-Man and Venom stuff going on, but will we ever get another Maximum Carnage story?
So will we ever get a Maximum Carnage story? We've got, so Carnage, his series ended probably about 6 months ago, and you'll notice that he's been conspicuously off the table. There's one story you can pick up written by one of these men on this dais up here that Carnage shows up in, but we're also paving the way for a story that is coming up in a different Spider book that I don't want to talk about because it's a great surprise coming up.
Any chance of the doppelganger coming back?
No comment. No comment. All right. But it's an incredible story, and you will not believe what we're gonna do with Carnage. You just gotta wait a little bit, because pretty much a lot of times when we take a major character, like some insight into the kind of editorial process, when you see a major character who's had like a lot of popularity and a lot of series go off the table for a while, usually it's because we're planning something big, and the thing we're planning is pretty nuts and incredibly creative. So just keep your eyes peeled.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Oh, we got one. Here we go. What's your name while you're on your way?
Jeremy.
Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, guys. So I'm a longtime Amazing Spider-Man reader.
Awesome.
And I love Peter Parker. But with the recent changes to him, with him being CEO of Parker Industries and all that, traveling all over the world, I kind of feel like he's not as relatable anymore. And I'm wondering what the long-term plan is for Peter. I see that you guys are putting him more at the street level again with Spectacular Spider-Man, but I don't know if this is a short-term thing or, So yeah, I'd like to know what the long-term plan is for Peter Parker.
Sure. What he's talking about is right now in the comics, Peter is the head of Parker Industries. So did anyone out there read Superior Spider-Man when it was coming out? Awesome. For those of you who didn't, Doc Ock took over Peter Parker's body and became the Superior Spider-Man. At least that's what he called himself. And while he was Peter Parker, he got his doctorate. He finished up Peter's doctorate that he never finished, and he started Parker Industries, paved the way for it. And since then, when Peter regained his body back, he became CEO. And it was one of those stories that, if there's one thing writer Dan Slott loves to do, it's kind of try something that's the opposite of what you expect, or try something that is the opposite of what you're going for. And that was what this whole CEO plan was. You think of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. You think of Peter Parker as a guy who can't make ends meet. Well, what if he can? What if he can do all this stuff? And will that make his life easier? And the answer is absolutely not. His life is in shambles. But we've got some really big Parker Industries stories that we're paying off leading into this Fall of Parker stories. And I don't want to spoil things too much, but you've got to read there. We got Doc Ock is back, and he's calling himself the Superior Octopus. And you got to remember, since he built that company, he might have an opinion on that himself. And so you got to pick up Amazing Spider-Man 28, 29, or 29, 30, and 31 for this incredible storyline with the return of Superior Octopus and see what his plan is. And it's going to pave the way for a lot of cool stuff. As far as Spectacular Spider-Man, that is, that book ain't going anywhere. It launched really big for us. It's a great story. And you're going to see these things kind of. Oh, everybody, Axel Alonso, our editor-in-chief.
Sorry, late.
But you don't want to miss that story as it's coming up. It's going to have major ramifications for Peter and Spider-Man and Parker Industries and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions while we're winding down here? Anything for Axel Alonso, who came from a different panel? That's why he's making this late entrance.
I'm sorry about that tweet.
Big fan of everyone here except for Cullen. I have a few things. First of all, I've heard there's a new Spidey animated series debuting here at the convention.
It's true.
Hoping you can talk about that for a second. Number two, my understanding is there was recently a big summit for some of the editors and the writers in New York for things coming out of what you're calling legacy. And I'm hoping actually you'll say something here at the convention that you're not supposed to say. Just for the people here at the Spider-Man.
Well,
let some secret out. One more thing, number three, Nick, I'd like you to talk very specifically about the plans for the upcoming Spider-Man 800.
Yeah.
Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Wacker. So like you said, there is a Spider-Man animated series debuting that is incredibly cool. They flew, our friends in animation, which he was one of them, flew Dan Slott and myself out to many conferences talking about it. It's a really great series. You've got to watch it. It's unlike any that have come before. It puts Spider-Man in a very different place that you've never seen him before. Incredibly written, and the animation style is unlike anything Marvel has done before as well. So you got to go to the animation panel that is, I think, today or tomorrow.
I think it's tomorrow at 12:30.
But you got to go watch it. It's incredible. Axel, you want to talk about Legacy? Spoil something?
Speaking to Legacy, I can't possibly do more damage and provide more spoilers than Sana Amanat already did yesterday's panel, just for the starters. So that's for you, Sana. Yes, thank you, Steve. The Legacy, starting October, is a period where we're going to be reaching out and doing a big shout out to our fans, our old school fans. We challenged all of our creators to dig deep into the vaults, the mythology of all of the books, and come up with gems. Just excavate these gems of stories and use them to tell stories to embrace a new readership. We're very excited about this. This is sort of an event insofar as every book is an event. Every creator was urged to find something really, really special, a great jumping on point. In the case of what David Walker's doing in Luke Cage, is we're sending Cage back to prison, his worst nightmare. Other little things, for instance, Sabretooth, very popular character. Many people might not know, but some people might remember that he was first introduced in Iron Fist. So in Iron Fist, it's going to be round 2 of that fight. We're very excited about this. We think it's going to bring in new readers, and we think it's a great way of reminding people we love our mythology as much as you do.
And the last thing Steve mentioned was Amazing Spider-Man 800. Now, you might be wondering, how is that possible when we've just talked about, 33? Well, for Legacy, a lot of books are going back to their legacy numbering, when we crunch the numbers of their various series and how they went there. And so our first Marvel Legacy issue of Amazing Spider-Man is number 789. And I'm not good at math, so there's only a few issues between there and 800.
11.
There we go. And so thank you. But we're leading into some huge, huge plans. For those of you who read Amazing Spider-Man 700, that's what led into Superior Spider-Man and Doc Ock taking over. These huge centennial issues we take very seriously, especially Dan Slott takes incredibly seriously. And so our plans for that are just as huge as they were for 700.
So we're on the march for that now. So I think that answers those questions. Any other questions before we wrap up here? Thank you all so much for joining us today. Thank you for the great questions. And everyone have a
What's up?
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there.
Hail Hydra.
The Big Marvel Show. We are about to ride Guardians of the Galaxy
Sure.
Mission Breakout.
Right.
Ryan, how do
Yep.
you feel?
Terrible, nervous, crazy.
I had a dream the other night that I was a Kardashian. And
I like where this is
I don't
going.
want to be a Kardashian, but subconsciously I clearly do.
Alien race or cheese?
Sounds a lot like Illuminati, or a little bit, probably, but could easily be a cheese. Could be both. Is it both? It's an alien race type of cheese? No, I'm gonna say cheese.
You're correct.
I'm Mark Brooks. I'm a comic artist for Marvel. I'm working on the cover of Secret Empire #6.
I really wanted to show off her blonde hair and her skin tone and that beautiful maroonish color that's inside of her cowl and on her suit.
I essentially grew up in a comic book store. They really got me through the hardest parts in my life.
What lessons have I learned from Marvel Comics? Stay the away from gamma rays.
I sing a lot about the fact that you might feel like a nobody, and you might have been told that you're a nobody, but that you're not, that you really do matter, and that you are special. Who's your favorite wall crawler? You are. I'm not even joking.
What kind of pizza does the Punisher eat? Punisher don't eat pizza.
Black Bolt. Come on, I would swipe right on all of these.
Which cast member has the biggest potty mouth?
Oh.
I think I might somewhere be up there.
It'd be funny if you swore in that answer.
Well,
And this is Marvel.
Your universe.